Chapter 321, Travels. In winter, it hadn't been as noticeable, but since spring had come and started fading steadily into summer, it became clearer that the southern lands were considerably warmer than the previous climate he'd experienced. Not that Tim minded, exactly. He generally enjoyed warmer temperatures. He'd never traveled anywhere it was truly achingly cold, just Central Europe in winter, so he wasn't sure how well he would handle extreme low temperatures, perhaps not as well, but he'd never yet found a place too hot. Still, the heat did come with downsides, he had to acknowledge. For one thing, it slowed down their travel noticeably. Most of his companions had quite high con stats, considering their high levels, which made them somewhat resistant to the temperature. They weren't in any danger of heat stroke, even those who were wearing heavy armor. But fighting in the heat still wasn't fun, and it also didn't improve their smell. Tim occasionally cursed his overly sensitive nose. Finding waterways, especially once they traveled further off the normal paths, was harder as well, given that a few small streams outright dried out in the summer heat. It wouldn't have been a problem if they didn't have to travel discreetly, more so than he would have preferred. Tim didn't waste time complaining about it or stewing in resentment, but he did occasionally think wistfully of the comforts he really should enjoy as a senior diplomat of a powerful country visiting cities that usually claimed to be the heart of civilization or something in that vein. Not that he never experienced these, of course. Even outside of Varigals, he had been gracefully received in several cities. The issue tended to be more that everyone considered it safer for them to travel discreetly, which meant going without additional attendants or pack animals, and so traveling lightly. And, of course, the places that did not receive them warmly tended to be decisive about it. It was one of the reasons he agreed to the need for discretion. Tim wouldn't put it past some of the more extreme conservative people or factions he'd seen or heard about to send assassins after his party. Not with propaganda against the hive kind being just as present here as it would have been north of the Alps, if perhaps more subtle. Whether it was about killing barbaric monsters whose predecessors had led to the ruin of civilization, or discouraging potential ambitions from their new empire to the north, either way, he'd already had to fight quite a bit on this trip. And it was getting worse, because now they were not only at risk of being hunted or chased away by well-armed xenophobes, they were also traveling through a contested area. Several cities, and apparently one local enclave of elves, smaller than a city but still fearsome, from what he'd heard, were claiming this territory. It had changed hands a few times over the last century, and several skirmishes and minor border wars had been fought. Naturally, it led to a drop in population density, and an increase in crime and banditry, which didn't exactly make the roads safer. And that was only on the surface. Apparently, the cities were still moving against each other and simply trying to take over the area more subtly, for the moment. At least, that had been the latest information Liam told Tim. From what they'd encountered since then, he was more inclined to think this supposedly mostly cold conflict was becoming a real war again. Maybe he should have chosen a different route. It was a little late for that, though. Either way, the summer heat coupled with the danger and frequent fights made travel singularly unpleasant, and it seemed to invite his companions to complain, which only made it more unpleasant. "I can barely see anything around here," Ash was whining. "Hills, trees, weird tree gardens, and when there would be free space, there's a heat haze. It's super annoying. What I wouldn't give for some swarm drones." "Please shut your mouth about your drones," Tyrius returned, wiping his forehead. "It was annoying the first few times. And sightlines are the least of our issues here. It feels like my clothes are permanently merged to my skin. If I don't get a cold bath soon, I will never be rid of them. I'll have to carry sweaty linen around with me forever." "Thanks for that mental image," Tim muttered. "Please show a little more discipline, Tyrius," Annuus reprimanded him. "Or at least spare us the hyperbole." "I didn't say I would let it affect my combat performance, Commander," he answered. Ilium laughed. Tim would have expected their dwarf guide to be more adapted to cooler temperatures and thus show the most discomfort, but he was in remarkably good spirits. He suspected Ilium was enjoying their suffering. That thought shouldn't bother Tim, but he had to wrestle with the sudden urge to punch him for a moment. "Maybe it's also getting to me more than I thought. Or maybe it's the separation from the hive." How many days has it been now since I heard Mother's voice in my head? Sensed my siblings? He pushed that thought away, as he always did. There was no point dwelling on it. Mourning a cut-off limb didn't make it grow back. Well, it was more like a limb that had fallen asleep, but he couldn't move it to wake it up, in that analogy. The thought of cutting a limb off was not particularly aversive either. If it got him closer to returning to the hive, he suspected he might do it in a heartbeat. But he pushed that thought aside, too. Hey, Tim. Are you okay? Edouard's question stirred him from getting too far inside his head, and Tim nodded back, faintly grateful. I was considering our next stop, he said, half lying. He was only thinking about it now. Since there seems to be war on the rise and I've been told they don't like foreigners at the best of times, I was wondering if it might be wiser to skip the next city, Ilion, at least for now. We would have to go around it, most likely, Annuus pointed out. She frowned, chewing on her bottom lip for a moment, then caught his gaze. That's not to say I disagree, Tim. I'm not sure it wouldn't slow us down overall, though. There are ways, I think, Ilium finally spoke up. We're already off the beaten path, as they say. I could guide you to the next city on your list just as easily, my far-flung friends. That's nice, Tim said drily. Are there secret tunnels bypassing the city that we don't know about, or something? Well, Ilium started, but before he could continue, he was interrupted by Alval, who was currently ranging ahead as their primary scout, raising the alarm. He barely had time for more than a shout for their attention before something crashed through the trees in front of him. The group wasn't actually inside the copse of trees yet, and it was more of an orchard of olive trees, though overgrown, than any kind of forest, so it didn't actually hide the big monster currently lumbering towards them. Tim's eyes just took a second to adjust. It was huge. Like some kind of troll had been blown up beyond all proportion. How the hell did that hide from us? Tim muttered even as he unsheathed his sword. Invisibility, Liam said, deadpan. There was no more time for banter. Instead, Tim barked at the others to assume formation and put himself at the right of the front line. Magic and ranged attacks were already crashing down on the monster. Troll Golem, level 61. Travelers, comrades, friends, he shouted, activating his most and least favorite class skill. It was cheesy, sue him, he hadn't had any time to choose his words. This monstrosity thinks it can bar our way. We will show it what an error that assumption is. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not have more time wasted before we can get in the shade and wash the heat off us. So we'll defeat it without even breaking a sweat. What say you? Not my best work, he mused. They'd had a lot of experience fighting as a group by this point, though, and Tim barely needed to direct them to do anything. Liam hung back, more comfortable in a different kind of fight, and also the lowest leveled. Tony hovered somewhere in the back line. Tim ignored the local adventurers and instead focused on his core party, trying to judge the impact of their attacks on the troll. It didn't seem to be very high, unfortunately, even augmented by his rally, though admittedly, the bonus wasn't very large just now. The monster's skin was as thick as several elephants, and it seemed to simply shrug off any arrows or javelins they tried. Even an enhanced shot barely scratched it. Its eyes were set pretty far up, tiny in its immense form, and swaying as it moved. Magic barely had more of an effect. He did see it flinch back as Edouard shot a fireball in its face. But either his aim was off or it had some kind of resistance as well, or just managed to dodge better than its size implied, and it just kept on coming. It was rather slow, though. Back up, Tim ordered the others. Slow and steady. Let's keep our formation. Ash, make sure the path is clear. Ash disappeared into the brush to the side of the road without delay, and Tim knew he'd find the best spots in the area and see if there were any other people or monsters around, as well. Tim turned his attention to the monster instead, trying to judge its pace. It was deceptively fast because of its long legs, even if its gait appeared lumbering. Moving backwards, they wouldn't be able to outrun it for long. Maybe long enough, though. Switch to focusing on its movements, Tim said. Slow it down. Try to tangle it up if you can. As expected, Alval immediately conjured shadowy graspers to lunge for the troll and try to keep it pinned. Tim had seen that attack stop high-level monsters in its tracks. The troll was perhaps too strong, though, and still managed to push forward, at least until the others got into it as well. Vines shot up from the sparse ground to join the shadow constructs. Annuus shot some sort of special arrow tugging a rope along from her bow, which had to be a skill effect, and Edward switched to conjuring water and then freezing it. Tim squinted, trying to catch if he'd seen what he thought he'd seen. There, again, the monster's foot was on the ground for a moment too long, and it tilted just a bit too far to the side. Good thought, he said. Everyone, try to get it to slip and fall over, support Ed's ice with your abilities, then be ready to keep it pinned down. He readied his blades, coming to a stop with the rest of their frontline fighters. But it wasn't needed. They spread more ice, the vines twisted in a spiraling pattern into rope, and Tyrius shot a surprisingly massive javelin right past the troll's nose. A moment later, it slipped again, only this time it didn't manage to catch itself. With a crash that could probably be heard for kilometers, it thundered to the ground. Immediately, the others set to securing it, slipping formless shadows, vines, and more ice into strategic places to deny it leverage to move its arms or get to its feet again. It wasn't dead yet, but that was just as well. Tim slowly lowered his sword and stepped forward, still cautious. He took the opportunity to take a closer look at the troll as he walked around to its head. It was massive, definitely more than 10 meters. The head was comparatively small, sitting atop a short, thick neck. Despite that, its proportions seemed correct and it looked well-formed, with smooth surfaces and proper angles. Is it just me, or does it seem a bit off? Tim mused, coming to a stop and looking up into the eyes of the monster. The system description said golem, Annuus noted. Do you think it was created by someone? Tim frowned, looking back at the others who were coming up behind him. Ilium? He asked. The dwarf shrugged. He was also frowning as he looked at the golem. I haven't encountered one of these guys before, he said. But I did hear a few stories when I was passing through here first, a few months ago. Didn't think they got this big. It does sort of look like a golem, though, I suppose. Have you seen the material it's made from before? Tim knocked his hand against the shoulder of the monster, if it was one. Hard, no give, and no minor unevenness or cracks like you might expect in rock, but it produced a sound closer to knocking on metal machinery. Some kind of alloy, probably, he judged. It doesn't immediately strike a chord, but I'm not an expert. If Tia was here, she'd know more. He grimaced a bit at his own words. Heaven, he wished Tia was here. He missed her. But they had more important things to think about right now than pining. Who would have made it? Annuus asked. Ilium shrugged. I doubt it was anyone recently, he said. This area doesn't really have the kind of big forges you would need, as far as I know. It might have wandered in from elsewhere. Or lain in a ditch somewhere until some poor sod stumbled onto it and activated it. It's hard to know. Tim frowned. He had the feeling it was a bit more than that, but he didn't really know. The Hive would have the capability to make things like this. He wasn't sure about any local powers. Ilium would know better than him, though. Is there any point to keeping it alive or active? He asked after a moment. Not unless you want the roads to stay just a bit less safe than they could be, boss. We could take a part of it along for analysis if we dismantle it, Alval suggested. Tim nodded. You're not sapient, are you? He asked the thing. It didn't react, just continued kind of staring at him with empty eyes. Didn't think so, but I had to check, Tim muttered. Did you? Nukmi asked. My queen wouldn't like it if we killed some monster person without talking to them just because, Tim shrugged. Although it did attack us. Fortunately, it was pretty easy to kill it now that they had it immobilized. They worked together to cave in its chest and then sever its head. Wherever it kept its heart or power core or equivalent, that did the job. Tim poked around in what they had reached of its insides for a bit, joined by the few more technically interested people in his group. Ash was still scouting. Then he took a few pieces of plating, a random sample of a more deformable substance from its chest, and the others packed the head into a bag. Annuus suggested they bury the remains in case they needed to come back for it, which took a while, as well. Tim's blades weren't really suited to digging, but he did his best, though their mage's contributions helped more. They marked the spot discreetly, and then could finally be on their way again. The aftermath had taken a lot longer than the fight itself. Finally, they finished up and got going again. Tim breathed a secret sigh of relief and rolled his shoulders, loosening up. Now he could turn his thoughts to how they would proceed again. "Where are we going?" he asked after a moment. "Opinions?" "Our conversation previously was interrupted," Annuus noted, "but I believe we were coming to the conclusion that we would avoid the nearest city for now." "Ilium, you mentioned you could guide us to the next city on our list?" "Yes, the monster had bad timing," the dwarf said with a smirk. "The answer to your question, however, is yes, your lordship." "To both?" It took him a moment to recall what exactly they had said. "Don't tell me there actually are secret tunnels bypassing the city?" Tim asked, blinking. "Fine, then I won't tell you," Ilium grinned, "but I can show you." "Huh." Tim considered it for a moment, then shrugged. "Cool." Ash agreed, stepping out from behind a bush. "That should be interesting. You'll find we are experts in underground tunnels, secret or otherwise." Ilium looked him up and down for a moment, then glanced at Tim. "That's nice." Tim swore he heard one of the others grumbling under their breath, asking when they were going to get there. But when he looked back, they were all straight-faced. He suspected they were thinking of their crossing of the mountains, but it probably wouldn't get as dangerous. Still, he was curious. Chapter 322, Political Developments. General Aelikin's visit was delayed enough that Regina had privately wondered if it would ever happen, or if she'd be visiting the Gnomish Confederation again before he finally came to Sarah. However, he did eventually arrive, and it went more smoothly than Regina had feared. Obviously, that didn't mean there were no issues at all. A lot of the, mostly human, of course, courtiers in the city were less than well disposed toward the Gnomish general. Or dictator. For the moment, anyway. That was, of course, not what most people minded about him, even though it would have been first on Regina's list in other circumstances. He was essentially her vassal now, though, so she had to protect him even from hostilities from her own subjects. He seemed to take it in stride, at least. Regina wondered about his reasons for avoiding the city until now, but he did still have a lot to do in his own country. Aelikin had always struck her as more of a general first and politician by necessity, although it might have been an impression he cultivated on purpose. Still, he was better than the alternative. And he'd been quite cooperative. "Preparations for the next election are underway," he told Regina that evening, at dinner. It wasn't a state dinner, or at least not a very formal one. There were degrees of formality to these things, as she'd learned. Currently, he and most of the people he'd brought with him were eating with Regina, her inner circle and a selection of officials and nobles from the empire, though mostly Cernlia given their location. "That's good to hear," Regina responded with a genuine smile. "You have finalized all the changes you had planned, then?" It was a topic she had a personal interest in, and had kept up to date with. Aelikin nodded, also looking pleased. "The basic structure will be the same, we have only added an amendment to make the position of head of the Executive Council more meaningful, giving it broader authority, so there will be a single leader for the Confederation. They will be elected from among the members of the Council in a second vote after it is confirmed, and I imagine the factions will all present their candidates in advance to gain voters. We've also made some revisions to the way voters are registered to ensure every citizen of the Gnomish Confederation has a say, regardless of their affiliation with a faction." Regina nodded. "That all sounds very sensible," she said. "Your people are voting on these changes now? And what about the judicial reform?" "The referendum will be held with the election itself, for logistical reasons," Aelikin said. "Arranging two major votes so shortly after each other would be a major organizational challenge, and since the number of seats in the Executive Council hasn't changed, there wouldn't need to be a new election even if the referendum fails, anyway. The voter registration is actually procedural and can be implemented by the government directly. That seems potentially ripe for abuse, Regina observed. The general gave her a thin smile. That is why from now on, all changes will have to be passed by referendum as well, once the reform is implemented. As for your other question, the reform of our justice system is still on its way and far from completed. There will most likely be another referendum to confirm a major reform in half a year or so, giving the justices of the new High Court the power to dissolve the Executive Council and call for new elections if its leaders should seem to abuse their power, as my predecessors did. Regina nodded again and took mental notes. She was going to watch the political developments in her new protectorate with great interest. And consult with Aelikin and others more extensively. Their experience could be very valuable in trying to implement something even vaguely resembling this in the Empire proper. I assume you will stand for election, she asked for now. Aelikin was actually silent for a moment, before he inclined his head. I considered it at length, he said. But yes, I have decided I will be aiming for the position of the head. I simply cannot run the risk of having someone else who is less inclined to support the reforms elected instead. Or, gods forbid, someone who would try to back out of our treaties. Regina nodded and smiled briefly, acknowledging the vulnerability he showed in even mentioning that possibility. She still wasn't entirely sure just how truthful he was about his motives, but in the end it didn't really matter if he acted out of personal ambition or not. She preferred to work with Aelikin rather than an unknown. I understand, she said. Just between us, I wouldn't mind if you were re-elected. But of course you understand, I still need to be sure it's a free and open election. Open? Well, secret, of course, she amended. No one should have to reveal who they vote for. But open to everyone. That is the intention, Your Imperial Majesty, he said, a little drily. At this point, the conversation of the others close to them trailed off. Janice turned back to look at Aelikin after a quiet but heated discussion with Max, while Lady Florence asked her opinion on the food. She was here in place of Kiera today, who couldn't make it to this dinner because of urgent business in Western Cernlia. Her family still held the Linz March, after all. Regina hadn't talked much with Florence Linz recently. She still felt things were a bit too awkward between them. And she had the impression they were mutually avoiding each other, where it was reasonable. It helped that Florence was occupied caring for her baby. She'd mostly kept out of politics, probably not because of a lack of interest, but because she thought it was safer. Still, the lady had always been polite, even to a fault, and they were easily able to make small talk. Even mostly withdrawn, Florence was the queen mother of Cernlia. Although, not having been a queen consort, she didn't rate that title officially, or the title of Dowager Queen, apparently. And she was still a star of its social scene. Especially since Kiera was busy governing and June didn't have much interest, many of the traditional social and ceremonial duties had fallen to her. Regina wasn't going to complain. They had a nice conversation about the food. Having curry was a nice surprise, even if she wouldn't have expected it at an official dinner. She appreciated that people were making an effort to revive recipes she knew, at least, the decor, fashion trends, and the differences in human and hive-kind anatomy, until Aelikin was finished with his own conversation and was starting to look bored. At that point, the meal was over, drinks were served and people were starting to stand and mingle, turning it into something of a reception after dinner. It was probably the best time to introduce General Aelikin to people he had not had opportunity to meet yet. Several people were already approaching them, although they seemed to be familiar already. Regina greeted them and listened to a few polite exchanges. Then she saw someone she realized might be a good choice to talk to, anyway, and turned, heading in that direction. My Empress, the Delver bowed. Gwen, Regina replied, nodding. I heard you have been awarded your family's title and now rule their land. Congratulations. It must be quite a change, though. Gwen smiled faintly. They both knew she wouldn't have been granted it if Regina hadn't approved, even though it was officially Kiera's business instead. Thank you, Your Majesty, she replied. It is certainly a new challenge. But I have people to help me meet it, fortunately. That's good. I hope the people living there have not been too bothered by the switch. The newly minted Lady Cern chuckled a bit and shook her head. I doubt it. I am not a stranger to the place, and my dear cousin wasn't there much these last few years. When I visited, they didn't seem particularly upset, if I may say so. Regina grinned. Can't imagine why. I imagine you can run the place better than he could. Gwen shrugged. To be fair to John, he didn't muck things up, exactly. He just didn't pay it much attention and let his steward do most of the work. It was mostly fine. But doing anything beyond regular maintenance would have been too much. Her tone grew more serious. The estate would have been left behind by the times entirely. No attempts to modernize, despite all the changes. It was like he thought everything would continue like it had been 10 years ago, for the next century. I didn't want to see that. It would have pushed the people who have been depending on my family into poverty for certain. That was probably a good point. Regina nodded soberly. Admittedly, she'd been wondering a bit when she learned of Gwen's petition, but at the end of the day, she trusted the young delver as much or more than she did almost anyone else. Are you going to spend more time there going forward? She asked. Only if it seems necessary or something comes up. I am confident my people have it well in hand. And of course, I will always be available if your majesty needs me. Plus, how could I leave Owen to face the vultures alone? She added with a smirk. Regina smiled back, but before she could continue, they were joined by Ailikin. He seemed to have finally disengaged himself from his last conversation partner and fully turned to join her. Ah, General, she said. I believe you two have met, but I am not sure you've been formally introduced. This is Lady Gwen Cern, a commander of the Delvers and the best bard I've personally ever seen. Gwen, of course you know General Ailikin, interim leader of the Gnomish Confederation. Ailikin inclined his head. Congratulations on your recent ascension, milady. I hear the House of Cern holds special significance in this country. I am sure you will be adding to its honor. Perhaps not as much as it used to have, General, Gwen replied with a faint smile. But we all need to let tradition give way for modernity, don't we? That we do, he agreed with an equally tight smile. Regina wondered briefly how old he was, somehow that wasn't part of the information she'd received. Well, a good bet he's older than me, no matter what, she thought with a mental shrug. Not that that was hard. She'd recently celebrated her birthday, or at least the day she'd hatched out of her egg. It wasn't like she knew her actual birthday, and she no longer used that body, anyway. She hadn't wanted to have a big celebration, and instead it had passed rather quietly. Most people weren't even aware. Perhaps for a significant anniversary, she would have to organize larger formal celebrations, but for now, she didn't particularly want to remind her new subjects that their new empress was only a few years old. Or hatched from an egg and all that. It didn't seem likely to increase her standing in their minds. While she was distracted, Ailikin and Gwen had kept talking, moving the conversation past the initial tension. They both seemed to have sized each other up quickly, and it was now remarkably pleasant. It took Regina an embarrassing moment to realize that, of course, Gwen had fought in the war against the gnomes. They were former enemies and just a diplomatic meeting wasn't going to erase all that. Not to mention the Delver's general reputation for xenophobia. Luckily, Gwen was also a good diplomat and generally good with people regardless of their race. In record time, she'd managed to get the general to relax, and a few minutes in, they were chatting productively about traditional weapons and the best strategies for hunting certain kinds of monsters. Regina had initially been interested, but found her attention drifting. Still, she decided to just take this as a win. After a bit of time, she excused herself and wandered away, taking in the conversations in the room. She was instinctively aware of everyone else, especially her drones, but the minds of the other people present were clear and sharp, as well. Some of them were obviously a bit tipsy. Regina smiled wanly. That was one experience she couldn't really regret missing out on. Instead, she cocked her head, blinked slowly, and took a deeper metaphorical look at the minds around her, both inside and outside the room. Ever since Galatea and Madras had presented their little project, she had been on the lookout for suitable candidates. It was slow going, particularly because it was hard to know what would make a good candidate when she found them. Besides trustworthiness, of course. It was still a traditional sign of power and status for nobles to have magic, which meant the proportion of mages in the nobility was probably higher than anywhere else, except for the Delvers, she supposed. There was some overlap. Gwen was hardly the only born noble in the order, and a few knightly houses especially had kept close ties, but they were still the minority of Delvers overall. Put that way, it was pretty obvious where her recruits should be drawn from first. Although maybe she should see if June had other, more distant relatives, too. It was possible genetic predisposition was a factor. Florence might still have some relatives hanging around somewhere. Regina would ask Ira to look into it when she had a minute. She didn't have much time to think about it right now, since she was quickly drawn into conversation again. Regina made her rounds through the room, offering an ear to people who had concerns to bring up. She didn't exactly hold court traditionally, so offering opportunities like this to talk to her was probably important, and it wasn't like speaking to the people gathered here was a great sacrifice. Many had interesting insights to bring up. And if she could gauge their mood and attitudes towards the gnomes and the Empire's recent, or projected, extension, then all the better. They didn't seem to be more negative than she'd feared. Most people here were clearly willing to extend some trust and follow her lead, which gave Regina a slight glow of satisfaction she allowed herself to indulge in for a little while. Chapter 323, Localization. Are you sure about this location, my queen? Ina asked hesitantly, sweeping her gaze across the view before them. Regina shrugged. You'd have to ask Galatea, I guess. She turned to her friend, who was standing a bit further away, hands folded behind her projected body and calmly watching everything. From what she could pick up from her mind, she was pretty sure she was considering the ambient mana or something. Are you sure? She repeated the question. Galatea shrugged shallowly. It was the best I could think of, she replied. Will there be problems with the construction? Nothing we can't handle, Ina assured them, frowning shallowly. We'll need to set up logistics to have materials transported here, Tia added. But personally, I think it will be an interesting challenge to work with the terrain. Build the temple from white stone, Galatea suggested. It would work well, with the blue of the water. We can shore up the island or enlarge it if needed. They were in rather mountainous terrain, although not as bad as the Alps. Regina hadn't been to this part of Nerlia before, but it was beautiful. In particular, the clear, calm water of the lake, nestled in between several peaks of the lower mountain range. There was a word for lakes like that, she felt, but it escaped her at the moment. They were looking at a small island in the lake, a bit off-center and probably a bit too small to add other buildings, pretty overgrown as well. But those were all fixable issues. When you first mentioned the idea, I thought of something a bit more accessible to people, Tia admitted. Regina nodded and shrugged. I think something a little secluded wouldn't be a bad idea, she said. But you have a point that it's a thing kind of made for visitors. I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem as you might think, Tia, Galatea added. Secluded mountain monastery aesthetics aside, it's not going to be that hard for people to get here if they want to make a pilgrimage, especially if you prepare for it and maybe add or expand some roads. And treating this as such a pilgrimage site might be better, anyway. Would Lion want to have pilgrims, or value the concept? Regina wondered. She chewed on her lower lip. Well, she was a goddess of transport, right? And probably a goddess of travel too? So it would seem thematically appropriate. She glanced at Galatea. I guess I get what she means. It still felt weird to think of someone she knew in those terms, especially since Lion had always presented herself as a person and didn't even seem all that enthusiastic about being a goddess, but she supposed that was the way it was. At least when Regina wanted to build a temple for her. She'd had some second thoughts about that idea, but still decided to go ahead with it anyway. They could start construction and always turn it into something else if she changed her mind later. This wouldn't be a bad place for a castle, either. Or a holiday resort. Maybe if she just thought of it as a holiday retreat for Lion, would that make it easier? We can add some material to the island, then, she said after a moment. and perhaps build a walkway to the shore. And we'll just use white stone, as you said. I'm not sure if there's a source of marble around, but limestone should be fine, right? We can take care of it, Mother, Tia assured her. I'd rather not commit to specifics right away, though. Of course, that's fine. So, you think you can handle it? Ina? I'm not truly needed at the capital construction site right now, Ina assured her. I can definitely split my time between them, and the experience I've picked up there should be very useful here. Especially if we want to limit who else is involved in this project. Regina nodded gratefully, and they spent a few more minutes hashing out logistical details. They'd already decided on the general shape of the building, although it would be subject to revision and they'd get more detailed plans to discuss as well. The frame was inspired by historical cathedrals. Regina had decided that a somewhat Gothic style, with high arches so the building looked to be striving for the heavens, would be suitable. The temple wouldn't be built in a cross shape, though, and it might be a bit smaller than all that. That's all I have time for right now, I'm afraid, Regina finally concluded. It was a bit of a shame, she'd have preferred to explore the area in more detail. She'd just have to watch over the psychic link when one of her drones did. For now, she had a schedule and didn't want to deviate from it too much. Good luck in Nerlia, Mother, Ina said, already turning to confer with Tia. Regina smiled at them and left. Thor had noticed the end of their conversation and sat down nearby. He had no interest in architecture, he'd said, so he'd been flying and watching the area while they were discussing the project. Regina waved to the two girls and then climbed on, securing herself with the leather straps Thor had brought, before he took off. She could have flown the distance herself, especially with her recent upgrade, but she had to admit he was probably faster, and she didn't want to be too tired when she arrived. A flock of swarm drones circling overhead, a few with riders, converged on them and they were off. Instead of spending the whole flight immersed in the psychic link, she watched the Nerlian countryside below her and considered her approach. She hadn't spent nearly as much time in this country, former country now, she supposed, as she had in Cernlia. It had never seemed pressing, the Nerlian nobles weren't making that much trouble. At least not for her. But Galatea was probably right. She'd declined to go with her when Regina asked, but she didn't doubt she was still seeing many things. And besides, Regina liked the excuse to travel a little. From above, there was no obvious difference to Cernlia. They used a pretty similar architectural style for the settlements she saw, which were dotted in a similar manner among fields and meadows. It probably hadn't changed that much in actual thousands of years, the aftermath of the cataclysm excepted. Maybe what people grew was a bit different, and the landscape was obviously not the same either. The mountains at the horizon looked different from here, but overall it was easy to believe this was part of the same country. Regina considered stopping and setting down in a few random towns, but she wasn't sure that was a good idea. Security considerations aside, it would probably be a bit rude to just drop in on people, and she wouldn't have a firm plan of what she actually wanted. Max and a few other drones were still accompanying her on their own flying mounts, and she wouldn't leave them behind, so they were a sizable group. Besides, she did want to make it to the Nerlian royal court in a timely manner, especially since she'd let them know she was coming today. Once they got closer to the capital, the distinction was a bit easier to see. Nerlia City was younger than Sarah and had clearly been planned more extensively, following a vague grid system. Instead of the concentric circles, or meandering vaguely egg-like shapes, of city walls that had been built beyond as the city grew, there was really only one outer wall, which did make a good effort at being a circle. It was still a large city, especially by local standards, and she knew it was still growing. The houses generally looked a bit more uniform as well, and from the reports she knew that the imperial facilities and workshops that had been set up here were well positioned, close together and easy to supply. The obvious centerpiece of the city was the royal palace, which didn't impress Regina particularly. It was pretty big, she supposed, and she knew the side wings had to house a lot of court officials and governance. There were only sparse gardens, one big but honestly a bit overdone fountain in the middle, and a remarkable lack of defensive installations. She supposed they relied on a large guard complement instead. And historically, the knowledge that any noble who tried to take Nerlia and stage a coup would be ganged up on by all the others. Or maybe her standards were just too high. Thor circled overhead twice to give them plenty of warning, while Max already sent a few of the other drones to the ground. Security reasons, presumably. She wasn't going to contradict him. Regina would rather avoid another assassination attempt in a new place. Besides, she was planning to make an entrance, as much as she could when traveling as lightly as they were. Accordingly, Thor sat down directly in front of the main doors, arching his wings to show off a little. Regina gave it a moment and then slid down as gracefully as she could as he half-crouched forward, dipping one side. Luckily, she had a bit of practice. As Thor straightened up behind her, she turned and calmly stepped forward. The Nerlians had organized a welcoming committee, of course, which she'd noticed scramble to line up as they sat down. She swept her gaze over them, taking in names and classes from the system and matching some to the briefings she'd had. Her attention was caught by one familiar face. Prince Raymond had been chosen to greet her personally. "Your Imperial Majesty," he greeted her with a deep bow, mirrored by the rest of the group. "Welcome to Nerlia. We are honored to receive you. I hope your stay will be productive and enjoyable." "Thank you," she replied with a smile. "It is good to see you again, my prince, and I am sure it will be." He straightened up fully and gestured at the door. "May I escort you inside?" She noticed he didn't actually make any effort to offer his arm, though. Regina kept smiling and agreed. She would have expected introductions to a few of these people, but she wasn't entirely sure of the finer details of their etiquette, and she didn't fancy standing around outside, anyway. Raymond led her and the few drones with her into a parlor where refreshments were prepared, and Regina gratefully took a glass of juice. Now was apparently the time for introductions, and she paid attention as Raymond introduced some important court officials from Nerlia, as well as a few more distant members of the royal family. "You know my son Max, of course," she said in turn during a brief pause, gesturing at where Max was stepping up to her side. "The Empress firstborn, of course," the prince murmured, bowing politely. "A pleasure to be able to host you as well, my lord." "The pleasure is mine, Your Highness," Max answered, bowing back. Regina noted he made sure to keep the angle roughly the same as Raymond's. Regina didn't comment, but continued with the introductions, and the prince politely greeted each of the other drones in turn. The gathered courtiers echoed their greetings. She thought it was over, before there was a bit of movement in the loose crowd as someone stepped forward and the rest subtly backed out of the way. A middle-aged woman, looking maybe 40, approached them. She had the same hazel eyes as Raymond and wore a richly embroidered gown. To her embarrassment, it took Regina a moment after reading her name in the system notification to place her. Rosalie Harlan. The former Queen of Cernlia. "Allow me to introduce my aunt, Her Highness the Princess Rosalie of Nerlia," Raymond said. If he felt any tension over this meeting because of the awkward situation regarding Cernlia's royal family, he managed not to show it, although she could sense his focus intensifying a little. "I do not believe you have met?" "I have indeed not had the pleasure, but I am very pleased to meet you now, Your Highness," Regina murmured, inclining her head. They were probably leaving off her royal title of Dowager Queen of Cernlia for her sake. If Regina recalled correctly, under normal circumstances she should still be entitled to the address Your Majesty for it. Of course, Regina had kind of financed an insurrection against her late husband and then fought them to support it, and the actual status of the late king in Cernlia was still a bit ambiguous. The former queen curtsied deeply. "It is entirely my honor to meet your Imperial Majesty," she said, her tone even and courteous and not giving anything away. Her mind echoed it. Clearly, this woman was experienced at the political game. "She probably hates me, and it wouldn't exactly be unjustified, she's just not showing it." Regina honestly felt a little bad for her, but she couldn't let that influence her decisions. Still, she hadn't come here to tighten the proverbial iron fist either. She smiled through the introductions of the rest, making sure to keep her body language relaxed and project confident assurance without verging into condescension or appearing too threatening. Still, the way a few of the people here stared just a little too long at her hands or her face showed that they still weren't as used to hive kind as they would be in Cernlia. Regina was relatively simply dressed, in contrast to most women here, because of the travel, but she wasn't going to feel self-conscious about her trousers and blouse either. At least she'd added a necklace and a few rings. Finally, refreshments were finished and Raymond started to escort her out of the room to meet the king. Regina was looking forward to it. She still hadn't met him in person, yet. Her initial vague idea of treating, or checking out, his illness hadn't panned out. Supposedly, King Roger's health had improved and there was no need to trouble Her Imperial Majesty with examining him personally, thank you. Their first meeting would probably mostly be an exchange of polite formalities, though. It was the following interactions during her stay here in Nerlia that would be interesting. They were still accompanied by a few others, including a quiet Rosalie. Regina glanced at her, then noted the rest of the entourage, all high-ranking people. It seems like a bigger court than in Cernlia, although I don't think that's exactly accurate, she privately commented to Max. Their royal family is certainly bigger, he responded, and she could sense his focus passing over some of the second cousins following Raymond. I suppose it has some advantages for them. Bigger than Cernlia's, and definitely bigger than the Empire's, Regina agreed. That's not hard, Max responded playfully, but then she could sense his focus sharpening a bit. Is something the matter, Mother? They seem harmless enough. Except for the prince and queen, obviously. I wouldn't leave you alone with any of them on principle. No. Regina answered, following their escort down a turn in the hallway, then sighed internally. I have been thinking about expanding the imperial royal family. It's been suggested to increase our diplomatic and representative ability. And we all know that's the most important goal, Max said drily, but before he could continue, his focus shifted as they reached their destination. Regina pulled in her attention from the psychic link and instead turned it to the people they were coming to meet. They were being led through a side door to the throne room, avoiding having to walk down the entire aisle, and it looked relatively sparsely filled for how many people the large hall could fit. It was lightly decorated with large windows set with colored glass, letting light play through the space. King Roger rose from his throne and stepped down the 2 stairs to greet her as they arrived. He was an old-looking man, although Regina knew he couldn't be that old, especially given his level. He was only in his 60s from her information, but clearly weathered. His illnesses hadn't entirely been fabrications. Beside the throne, his daughter watched. Roger Harlan, level 63 Noble Arcanist. Empress Regina, welcome to Nerlia. We are honored to receive you, he echoed his son, bowing lightly. Pray forgive I do not kneel to your imperial majesty, my old knees aren't what they used to be. Regina half bowed back, a bit shallower as appropriate to their rank. King Roger. Thank you for the welcome. Of course I know I can be sure of your allegiance without such gestures, your majesty. They went on, exchanging a few more courtly pleasantries. He expressed his wish that her travel had been pleasant and assured her that they had arranged appropriate accommodations for her and her retinue. At the same time, she was focusing on what she could sense of them. Princess Adelaide was a bit anxious, which was easily apparent, since her mental shields weren't quite as good. Roger's were better, she supposed, but they also had a harder task. She probably wouldn't have been able to pick up fleeting shifts in his mood and had very little idea what he was actually thinking, but his mind screamed one thing loudly enough she got it anyway, distaste. He hated having to greet and humble himself before her. He hated being subject to her at all. Well, at least that's not coming as much of a surprise, Regina thought, suppressing any outward change in her expression, as their exchange came to an end. His actions were what counted, here, and they showed that he had accepted their deal with little hesitation. She was backing the Nerlian crown against unruly or overly ambitious nobles. Said crown was in no position to rebel against her, and as much as he might privately dislike it, King Roger would not be stupid enough to try. It didn't take looking at his well-shielded mind to tell that, although she was pretty sure it did confirm he wasn't stupid or feeling murderous, at least. Regina kept smiling as they were led away to their quarters to rest after their travel, instead focusing her senses on the younger generation. Those who would matter going forward. Chapter 324, Qualifications. It took a little bit of time and exposure until Regina was sure what kind of people she was dealing with in Nerlia. After a little while, she figured she had them pretty well pegged, though. She'd focused on the royal family primarily, because they were her most immediate contacts and the people she most needed to be sure of, although at least the younger members probably had less actual power than some of the courtiers. That was going to change, and her input was required, though. The king's oldest son, Raymond, and Adelaide's older brother, had been the unquestioned heir. Unfortunately, however, Prince Robert had died, leaving the situation less settled. Regina felt for his siblings, who clearly still mourned his loss, but the rest of the court was not content to let them grieve and instead pushed for an answer to the question of the succession. Something she'd already been rather aware of, whatever Galatea might think. The king's ostensible poor health probably hadn't helped in that regard. Adelaide was the middle and thus older child, and in due course would have been passed over anyway. Regina supposed her own ascension, not to mention what happened in Cernlia regarding the succession, had been what changed that, though, creating the possibility of having a ruling queen in Nerlia as well. Princess Adelaide had clearly grown up at court, though Regina wasn't sure she liked it, and she was a smart and capable young woman. She tried to hide it, but Regina could also tell that she was feeling a bit insecure, and she had a clear admiration for Regina herself, which she really didn't know how to feel about. In political terms, it was probably a good thing, though. Raymond was only a bit younger, a year and a half or so there wasn't much difference in maturity. He was thoughtful, rather serious, smart, and notably curious. And also a bit insecure. That tended to happen in circumstances like this, she supposed. His feelings toward her and the Empire were a bit more mixed, but he didn't hate either of them or even share much of his father's resentment. He didn't seem to let the possibility that his sister would get the throne he must have been raised to expect bother him, either, which Regina found admirable on a personal level. It wasn't hard to see where the king's dislike came from, of course. He had been king of his country for several decades, unquestioned sovereign of his domain. He'd been planning to pass it down to his son. And while he'd always had trouble with unruly nobles and had much less direct influence than some of his counterparts, he hadn't done a bad job of keeping the country together. Unfortunately, arguably a single decision, to marry his younger sister to the Cernlian king and cement an alliance, had backfired epically and dragged him into the Cernlian civil war, which had brought the Hive to attack them. Then he'd seen no other option but to surrender and join Regina's empire, and she suspected that while he had agreed sincerely, he had probably also been pressured by some of his powerful vassals and courtiers. No, figuring Roger Harlan out wasn't that difficult. She still wasn't entirely sure about Rosalie Harlan. Her mind seemed calm and placid, the woman clearly had great self-control. She always treated Regina with exquisite politeness. That might have meant something. After all, in a society like this, women would probably learn to hide behind courtesy and use formality to hide or express their dislike. But she seemed to act just a bit too deferential for that to Regina, especially since, given all this, she presumably could have gotten away with less respect. Regina met the royal family in several settings, over lunch or dinner as well as meetings to discuss affairs of state. It was interesting to watch their interactions as well, although she was aware they wouldn't act freely while she was watching. Adelaide and Raymond both sought her attention and asked her questions, although they also approached the drones who'd come with her, especially Max. On occasion, that left Regina free to observe the rest of the currents in the Nerlian court. They almost seemed more upset by the inclusion of imperial officials than losing their national sovereignty, Ira commented to her privately at one point. That would make sense, Regina replied. After all, it's their direct power and influence that is getting curtailed, with new ministries and agencies taking up responsibilities. It was a key insight to what was going on here, she felt, and explained the weird mix of emotions she picked up from many of the courtiers, who were almost all Nerlian nobles: distrust, dislike verging on disgust sometimes, but also hunger, eagerness that felt a little too intense for passing political ambition. The great dukes and wealthiest counts didn't tend to seek her or her drones out, but the rest of them did. Combined with what she'd sensed from the Nerlian courtiers who'd made the transition to working for the imperial administration at the capital, it gave her a good idea of what she was dealing with. The empire was a whole new, bigger arena for them. It presented opportunity, but also danger of losing their wealth and influence and fading into irrelevance. As a side effect, this also meant Nerlian courtiers angling for a prestigious position in the empire would support her reforms, trying to implement them according to her will, not because they believed in them or perhaps even understood where she was going with all of it, but to gain merit. It wasn't ideal, but Regina would take what she could get. It was during dinner on her second day that things finally got a bit confrontational, something she'd honestly expected to happen earlier. It started innocently enough, a tangent about the new roads leading into a larger discussion of the Empire's policy regarding infrastructure. Prince Raymond had asked a few questions, and Regina was happy to answer them and discuss their decisions. She wasn't above seeking feedback, although she'd have to be careful with seeming like she needed it. "I am sure magic will help speed this process up," Raymond was saying. "And many of the other inventions the Empire provides will do so as well. I remember Princess June mentioned the possibility of rituals in connection with the new railway initiative. It's truly a shame the princess wasn't able to come, Your Imperial Majesty." "Indeed, unfortunately June has other duties to see to at present," Regina responded, making a mental note of his words but unsure how to take them. Raymond had been honest about that remark, she could tell, although she wasn't sure if he just liked talking to June or if there was more to it. "I'm sure she does," Adelaide muttered. Considering?" Max prompted. "Oh, it's nothing, milord, I was simply thinking that I am sure being apprenticed to Her Imperial Majesty as well as Crown Princess of Cernlia is keeping her quite busy. But it is indeed a shame, I would have liked the opportunity to talk to the princess. A burden that would be much reduced if she would give up one of those roles," another man a few seats over, the Nerlian treasurer, muttered. Regina raised an eyebrow mildly. "I hope you are not suggesting that I should oust my apprentice, Lord Thelen." The noble reddened a bit and ducked his head, muttering a denial. "I suppose he was commenting on the stability of the Cernlian line of succession," Rosalie said, calmly and not looking as if she was fanning the flames of an incipient argument. "Of course, Prince Robin is very young, so it should be eminently understandable that Her Majesty Queen Kiera would not name an infant as her heir." "Who is still the Queen's brother, Rosalie," King Roger said in a faintly chiding tone. He'd drunk 2 glasses of wine already, and his pale skin was flushed with something other than good health. "His only qualification compared to the princess is being male," Adelaide said. They were not really talking about June any longer, but Regina figured everyone knew that. "And she is a sickly girl with the good fortune of being chosen as the Empress apprentice. No offense, Your Majesty," Roger added belatedly to Regina. "Speak of qualifications, daughter?" "But," he gestured with his wineglass, "it is the Queen's choice that matters, isn't it?" "Of course, father," Raymond interjected. "Must we talk of this now?" "Her Imperial Majesty did not come here to hear a squabble, especially about Cernlian matters," he said pointedly. "Too right, brother," Adelaide agreed. "You said the first phase of the road project should be completed in a matter of a few months, my Empress?" Regina took a bit of time to answer, letting the silence stretch and grow taut with tension. Raymond was paling just slightly, Adelaide grasped her fork more tightly, and Roger finally put down his wineglass and sat straighter as if bracing himself. "It should be, yes," she said at last. "As for your topic of conversation, which was indeed ill-chosen, I must admonish you to choose your words with care. Do not let insults fester in your thoughts or spill from your lips. I will have harmony between my subjects." There was another moment of tense silence, before Regina broke it with a smile and turned slightly to reach for the bowl of water presented to clean her fingers after the meal. "My apologies, Your Imperial Majesty," Roger finally said. "No insult was intended to you or your apprentice." Regina hummed and inclined her head slightly. "You are forgiven, King Roger. In fact, I would like to discuss some matters in private with you, perhaps after breakfast tomorrow." "Of course, Your Imperial Majesty." Regina smiled again, and with perfect timing, for which she didn't even have to prompt him directly, Max made a comment on infrastructure planning and turned the conversation back to their previous topic. Regina leaned back, contributed the occasional short comment and watched it wind down. She could have insisted on speaking to the king right now. Presumably, his intoxication would only have helped her, but it would be a bit rude. that wouldn't help. Instead, she retired to her chambers early, barely noticing the relatively luxurious furnishings they had provided. Her tolerance for such things had definitely grown. Instead, she paced for a bit and dove into the psychic link to check on the hive's eggs and her newly hatched drones. Regina had decided that it was too risky to add any more eggs to it right now, while she was here. But following her protective instinct didn't actually make it easier on her. Breaking her routine for several days was kind of hard, and she suspected the discomfort she felt was at least mostly psychosomatic. She focused on the bright lights of her children's minds and the psychic link to find sleep that night. Breakfast the next morning was still a relatively subdued affair, although Regina made sure to appear unruffled. It was easy, since she actually wasn't feeling bothered. Max and the others kept up a bit of chatter, and soon enough they were finished. She retreated to a formal sitting room accompanied only by Max to speak with the king, as she had requested last night. He greeted her politely enough, as she went in and sat down, Max taking a seat on another chair at an angle to hers, so he could keep the whole room in view. King Roger was still clearly wary, and he didn't even bother to hide it very much. Maybe he thought it would be pointless, because of her psychic abilities. "I assume you did not want to speak of repairing roads, my empress?" he asked after the initial greetings. Regina smiled faintly. "No, indeed. I thought it might be time to name the elephant in the room and speak about your succession. It should hardly come as a surprise to anyone that the matter has caused much discussion at court." The king's face darkened, his eyebrows drawing up. "And so, I suppose, this is where you decree my daughter must be my heir as my oldest remaining child. A shame that you seem to set against her, when she is after all your daughter," Regina replied, a bit more sharply than she'd intended. She waved her hand abortively. "But no, that is not what I came to say." "It is not, your Imperial Majesty?" He looked at her. She only raised an eyebrow slightly. Then he sighed. "If not for Raymond, I admit Adelaide might make a good queen. But the nobles would not support her as they would him. Our traditions are what hold us together. It is not that I do not love her, I do." "I will take your word for it, King Roger," she said with only a trace of irony. The old man regarded her thoughtfully. "You seem to be in favor of female rulers," he noted. "In some situations, perhaps. Do not misunderstand me, I deplore the systematic disenfranchisement of women that is traditionally practiced here. But I would not simply invert the existing system. Primogeniture is a fairer system than that, of course. But per se, age is only a slightly better qualification for a ruler than gender." Roger was frowning again. "So you do not simply wish for the crown to pass to the oldest child automatically?" Regina smiled. "Is it not our choice that should count? I myself have not named my firstborn as heir." She looked at Max, who gave an ironic little half-bow, smiling as well. "But the daughter I have adopted and the sister of my heart." "So you would be willing to support my choice of Raymond as heir, strengthening the principle that a ruler may choose their successor," the king mused. He looked focused and intent now. "Is it just a point of principle for you, my empress? Somehow I find it hard to believe you would let my choice stand if you considered it entirely unsuitable." "Of course I am also being practical," Regina answered dismissively. "Since we are apparently being frank right now, King Roger, you are right. I would not allow an idiot to rule Nerlia. Adelaide is a fine princess and would be a good queen, I'm sure. She would be easy to work with. Raymond," she paused, thinking back to her interactions with him, her impressions. "Raymond is the one who is actually invested in what is happening, who is contemplating my policies," she admitted slowly. "Both technical and economic. He may be harder to deal with if he takes a stand against something, believing he knows better. But I think that is more than made up for by his interest in the reforms and how to help Nerlia and his people." There was a moment of silence, before the old king nodded. "I had not looked at it that way. But I believe your assessment may be correct, Empress Regina. I am glad to see you are a reasonable woman." "High praise, I'm sure," Regina drawled, smiling sardonically. "I'm not angling for your approval, old man. Even if it would be nice to have." He didn't bother to apologize or offer more effusive compliments. Presumably, Roger was by now confident enough in his standing. Regina didn't mind, it was better if they developed something like a working relationship. Adelaide was going to be disappointed. Regina only hoped she'd be able to cope well enough with it. But she couldn't spare the princess much consideration. One of the candidates was going to be disappointed no matter what. It was her responsibility to make the decision she thought best for the citizens of the empire as a whole. I might be staying a few more days, she informed him, changing the subject. There are still other matters to address. Like my courtiers, I suppose, he said, his lip twitching in something between a smile and a scowl. Regina only nodded. She wanted to get a better sense of the movers and shakers in Nerlia and where they stood. She supposed that the impetus of the official confirmation of an heir, if the king chose to do it right away, would also send ripples outward and allow her to gain some more insight. Even if not, she might be able to find some people with magical talent to keep an eye on. Chapter 325, Materials. The tunnels Ilium had led them to reminded Tim vaguely of those the Hive had found on the edge of the Great Forest, and he wondered distantly if there was another old underground tram system involved. The resemblance was only vague, though. It looked like these tunnels were hewn out of rock and dirt, at least for the most part, or clad in what might have been a form of brick. Forms of cement were also present, but he wasn't sure it was the same. The tunnel they were currently walking down was also lit by bioluminescent moss spaced in regular intervals, giving him enough light to see by. He had expected a much smaller tunnel system when their dwarven guide had first mentioned it. But instead of just a few tunnels dug by smugglers to get into or past the city of Ilion without paying tolls, there was clearly a much more extensive network of paths. In parts, it seemed to be above ground, simple dirt trails through copses of trees or fields, though whether they were a real part or had been haphazardly incorporated with new connections for convenience he couldn't say. These tunnels also weren't deserted, even apart from monsters. Once already, Ilium had led them through a winding tunnel, past a cavern that clearly contained people. Tim suspected all the fighting in this region had made them seek all available shelter. Other times, they'd passed crossings with simple torches lighting the way, some of them gone out but some still burning, even if they didn't encounter other people. And as much as Ilium professed to be able to guide them anywhere, he clearly wasn't quite as familiar with this underground network as he might have wished. Tim was fairly sure they'd already taken some detours and roads that weren't the quickest path to their current destination. He hadn't said anything, though. It wasn't like he would be able to navigate better, and maybe it had been on purpose after all. There were clearly older and newer parts of this network, although that might just be an impression given depending on how well they were kept up, and some areas were used much more than others. Right now, they were clearly moving away from any people. Had been for a while. He hadn't seen any torches, lit or otherwise, in what seemed like hours. The only sounds Tim heard that didn't come from his own party were furtive scuttling and the occasional high-pitched noise of pests, insects, and otherwise. There were probably rats around, judging by the smell, as well as a few other animals he found harder to place. They hadn't even encountered many monsters recently, and there were a lot more of them down here than up above from what he'd experienced so far. "Are you sure we're going in the right direction?" Ash asked, clearly thinking the same thing. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mind exploring creepy abandoned tunnels, it's basically a family hobby, but I thought you were leading us toward an exit." Ilium snorted, sounding just a bit too unruffled and disdainful of the question to be believable, in Tim's opinion. "Are you the guide or am I, Sir Ash? I'm sure we are going in the proper direction here." "Fairly sure. It's not like a lot of people normally head east, past the city. Besides, Lord Tim said he wanted to explore the tunnels." "I did," Tim agreed, keeping his tone carefully even. "Like Ash said, it's a hobby. For some of us, it's our job," their Delver mage commented. "You don't say," Alval, the Dark Elf Ranger, muttered. "Quiet, please," Annuus hissed. "I think I hear something." Tim pulled his blade arms in a bit closer to his body and slowed down, the rest of the group mimicking him. They fell silent and continued on cautiously. After a few seconds, he could hear noise as well, something deeper and more regular than the usual background sounds. It was obviously coming from up ahead. Annuus and Alval both looked at him and asked a question with their hands, pointing at the tunnel ahead. Tim considered for a moment, then shook his head, pointing a few meters in front of them and circling his fingers before pointing back at the group. They nodded and slipped ahead, but stayed in the range he'd specified. After a quick wordless exchange, Annuus fell back a little as the dark elf continued at the point position. In short order, the tunnel widened. Tim halted and waited with the rest of the group. Alval returned after a minute, stepping up closer to Tim, pointed at one of the bags Tyrius was carrying, then held up 3 fingers and pointed at the cave. At his questioning look, he shrugged and nodded. Tim's eyes narrowed and he nodded back. Then he kept walking, readying his blades and making sure to keep his steps quiet. He still paused a moment in surprise as he saw what his companion had indicated. There was a larger cavern beyond, lit by sporadic growth of the luminescent moss, and 3 monsters inside. One stood by the other tunnel, while 2 walked down the cavern. They were all big enough they would have had trouble in the actual tunnels, but not as big as the one he'd seen before. Tim focused on the closest. Troll Golem, level 49. The others were similar, he noted, but he only had a second to appreciate it before the golems turned to them. As before, slow them down and root them, we'll attack one by one, he ordered hurriedly. They set to work quickly. As vines and shadowy tentacles erupted to hold the golem in front of him, others reaching for the other 2 to slow them down, Tim charged the monster. He tried a few stabs, but knew they wouldn't be very effective. Instead, he kept the attention of the golem focused on him, turning it slightly and letting it follow him as he backed away. A few seconds later, as he dodged a swing from its club-like arm, it started staggering. He jumped forward again, shoulder-checking it and using his blade arms as levers to hook its leg. It worked, the golem came crashing down. The sound of heavy footsteps warned him and Tim dodged to the side before the second monster could reach him, turning and repeating his strategy. However these things worked, they clearly weren't quite smart enough to learn from one example. It let him repeat his tactic and also went crashing down to the ground just a little later. In the end, the whole fight only took a few minutes. Tim breathed out deeply and shook his head as he trudged to the center of the cavern after stabbing the eye socket of the last golem. Are these things supposed to be new? He wondered. They could have been here for a while, Tyrius pointed out. They may not have been a true challenge for us, but they would be deadly to most others who may wander in here, even seasoned adventurers. There's no way to know unless we check out where they came from, Ash commented. Tim frowned and looked at the golems. The others had already killed all 3, or deactivated them, depending on your viewpoint. At this point, he was pretty sure they weren't really alive or at least not really intelligent. These ones were also clearly smaller than the one they'd encountered before, so they fit in the underground chamber. You're right, I want to investigate this, he decided. Someone has to be making them. Even if the other one just got loose by accident, people would have noticed if it or others like it had been wandering around outside for a while. But that doesn't mean there couldn't be a lot more somewhere down here. Or hidden elsewhere, Annuus pointed out. Tim nodded. Right. So let's check it out. He wasn't really worried about the danger. His gathered party was pretty strong compared to pretty much any other force, especially in restricted quarters. They'd just have to be careful of ambushes or the like. The tunnel continued past the cavern, but it was wider and looked to his inexpert eyes like it might have been expanded. There was a little more of the glowing moss, and when he inhaled carefully, he could tell the air was also a bit more humid, which presumably had something to do with it. There were few rats around anymore. It made the corridor smell sterile and lifeless, despite the plants. They continued on in silence, every fighter in the group on alert and keeping their weapons ready. The golems weren't particularly stealthy, but they'd still take no chances. Tim kept an eye on both directions and made sure to mentally mark the distance they were traveling, trying to keep a mental map of their surroundings and the tunnel system in mind. The psychic link would have made it easier, but he'd make do. The further they went, the more anxious Tim got, but it wasn't because he was afraid of danger. Instead, it was like there was something tickling at the edge of his mind, a feeling like he was missing something, but when he tried to reach for it, it remained frustratingly elusive. There were some details he should have caught but didn't, perhaps. He was just about to speak up and ask Ash if he felt something similar, before the tunnel finally ended. They'd seen one split already, where another tunnel moved off to the side, but the scouts in the group reported that it seemed less alive, and he felt like continuing on straight was the better idea, anyway. The tunnel was bigger and seemed more important, clad with bricks seamlessly fitted together without leaving any gaps, the material almost seeming to darken a bit as they went on. Then finally, they came to another door, and behind it some answers. That's why it seemed familiar, Ash breathed. The Hive. And Tim knew what he meant instantly. Further on, the tunnel opened into a kind of antechamber, which in turn led to another underground complex. This time, the walls weren't just brick, but partly metal. The doors were slightly rounded at the top, a bit bigger than normal for human-sized people, and there were side tunnels leading up or down into levels between this story and those above or below, some of them twisting into a helical shape. In all, the structure was built almost as much on a vertical plan as a horizontal one, and kept open with few doors and instead large rooms allowing for groups of people to gather, for a communal kind of people that liked to do things together. What do you mean? Annuus asked quietly. Tim stepped up to the wall again, scratching his claws against the brickwork. A tiny part of the surface layer crumbled away, and he rubbed it between his fingers. This is similar to our production drone substance, but not quite the same, he murmured. Like another variation. Something made for building. He didn't need to test it, but he would bet it was fireproof and water-resistant, too. What about the metal? Edward asked, instantly alert as he scanned the space in front of their group. It's not like any I've seen before. Tim tilted his head, looking at it more closely. The same as the golems? He asked. Alval cursed softly. You think they took the metal to make those golems from here? It's possible, Tim answered. He took a few cautious steps further into the base. I think I may have seen something like this before, actually. In the psychic link, memories of the old Hive-kind base where his queen had hatched. He wasn't sure, he was hardly a metallurgist, but at least the stasis pod might have some of the similar material. He wished he still had access to the psychic link to help him remember, to confirm it. I feel like I'm missing something, Ilium said. Tim sighed. Just a suspicion, he said. Let's explore further. Whatever this place is, it seems someone has found it before us and is using it for dubious purposes. If this really is what you think it is, to think they could just use it as a trash heap to scavenge materials, Edward muttered. It's almost worse if this is not ancient. Who would take something like this and destroy it for such a base purpose? He shrugged helplessly. Sacrilegious? Ash asked sarcastically. Someone who wants to make golems, perhaps? I wonder if metals are the only things of worth they can find here. Tim grimaced. If they were, was it because someone else had already taken all the other technological marvels from this place? If this was an old Hive-kind base, it's a wonder it wasn't completely destroyed, but it must have been found and at least emptied at some point. Otherwise, wouldn't some of them have hid here and survived? The thought almost made him shiver, and he sped up a little. Walking deeper into this base, he was almost certain of his suspicion that it was an old Hive-kind installation. From the hives who had come from Haven before the arrival of the gods and the cataclysm, those with much better technology than his had access to, who might have been very different from the starlit hive in other ways, as well. Judging from Annuus' grimace and the way Tyrius clutched his weapon with white knuckles, he wasn't the only one who remembered that all those hive-kind had been killed, warred on and exterminated as scapegoats or threats. They kept walking in silence, through one of the major corridors, down a small ramp and into a larger corridor leading at a slight incline further downwards. Some of the side corridors were clearly smaller than would be comfortable for most people, and he wondered if they were made for swarm drones. A few were ventilation shafts, and a few kept closed by locked doors. Can you hear that? Alval asked quietly. It's coming from ahead of us, further down. Tim nodded and inhaled deeply. The scent of water was slightly stronger in that direction, while there was still little airflow, keeping the air still and sticky. "Let's check it out first," he said. If there was someone else down there, they needed to know about it instead of allowing them to maneuver behind their backs while his party explored this place. There was another tunnel leading downward, soon enough, one large and wide enough that Tim could tell it had been meant to accommodate flyers. It went down at an angle, a bit curved, like a slide. He walked down at a fast pace, but still cautious of where to place his feet. The silence of the complex around him was unnerving, and he had the impression they were moving away from the center of the base. After a while, the large slide tunnel opened out onto another large cavern, possibly a natural one. The old Hive kind must have used it as either a storage area or workspace for heavy machinery, maybe some kind of vehicle bay? Either way, it wasn't recognizable. Sheet metal curling inside on the edges like crumpled aluminum foil lay in some spots, while others only held melted slag or amalgamations of metal bent so out of shape it was impossible to tell what they'd once been. Further in, towards the middle and where a dark hole suggested another entrance, was a cleared space. It looked like someone had taken bites out of the surrounding piles. As they finally rounded the corner around another slag heap big enough to have been a tank in another life, he had an unobstructed line of sight to the center of the cleared area and realized they'd been too slow. Clearly, despite their attempts at being quiet, their coming had been noticed. He only barely had a glimpse of a slight figure in dark robes, only long enough to get their system description. Renlaniciosa, level? Golem Artificer. The next moment, the figure finished darting away from them and turned. He had a flash of green eyes in their hooded face, and his ears faintly caught a muttered exclamation. "Impossible." Then, before Tim could respond, there was a slight flash of light and the person in the dark robe disappeared. "Damn it," Ash cursed, running forward and leaving Tim behind. He quickly glanced at the others to check they were all still with him and on guard, before he followed Ash. Tim couldn't see, hear, or scent the Golem Artificer anymore, so it was a good bet they were gone. As he stepped closer, Tim could make out the object on the ground where the person had disappeared, teleported away, presumably. A plate of metal, at least 2 meters in diameter. In it was etched a double circle along with several other symbols. Tim frowned as he got closer and bent over the carving, careful to keep his head well clear of the circle itself. It was round enough to be made by either machine precision, good calipers, or someone with talent and a lot of experience. He couldn't tell the difference that easily. "This is a ritual circle," Nukmi stated, frowning at it as he stepped up beside Tim. "You don't say," Tyrius answered. "What does it do?" "Teleportation, presumably." The dark elf shrugged. Tim raised a hand before they could start to bicker. "Long range?" Nukmi shook his head, glancing at the other mages in the group, who gestured agreement. "No. Prepared like this, it has to be short range, perhaps just enough to get out of this structure. I didn't even know it was possible to do something like this," he added. "Teleportation is very advanced." Tim frowned. They'd have to spread out and search for them right away, then, although he wasn't optimistic about their chances of capturing the artificer. Even just leaving the complex would be a good head start. And they'd have to travel in groups and be wary of traps and ambushes. Still, another question presented itself to him more urgently. Could they have found this here? Something made by the Hive kind, you mean? He frowned, then sighed. "I don't know." Tim grimaced and clenched his teeth. "Well, that's very helpful." He glanced at Edward and the others, who avoided his gaze or shrugged. "Like nothing I've seen before," the young delver said, "but that doesn't mean much." "Well, at least we know a little more," Ash offered. "I caught his info, and Golem Artificer is a very specialized class. No bet this is the one behind all those golems we've found." "Probably wasn't working alone, though," Alval added. Tim sighed, cracking his knuckles. He wouldn't get anything done standing around. Hopefully they could manage to get this outside, or transcribe it, and he'd have quite a few questions for Galatea the next time she visited. Assuming she could find them down here. Chapter 326, Checks. After the issue of the succession was finally settled, Regina didn't spend much more time in Nerlia. Partly, that was because she wanted to get back to her usual routine, and she still didn't quite feel comfortable storing new eggs in Nerlia's royal palace. There was also a lot of paperwork waiting for her back in Sarah. Partly, it was because she'd gotten what she came for. Regina really didn't think the Nerlian nobles were close to rebelling, not without something happening to provide some impetus. That didn't mean Galatea had been wrong to point it out to her. Her visit was definitely a good idea, showing her face, reminding them of who they now ultimately answered to, and getting a personal sense of the Nerlian court. The Nerlians hadn't had a recent civil war to split their peerage. Kiera was still only in the process of piecing them back together in Cernlia. Here, it wasn't like a group of nobles could or would go off and do their own thing. Instead, she'd realized the power struggle of the aristocratic class played out in court. King Roger and his immediate predecessors had already been trying to centralize power in Nerlia for a while, and they'd been somewhat successful. Unfortunately for them, it hadn't led to absolute power for the crown, it just meant that the court ruled the country. It was probably better for the people than pure, compartmentalized feudalism, given at least there were general, national regulations and laws. It was also better for Regina. She'd already interfered and tilted the balance. The lords probably knew it as well, but they were too invested in the paradigm to try and turn back time. Instead, they would claw for every scrap of power they could in offices and bestowals and royal appointments and licenses. Regina had been more or less aware of this situation before, but actually spending a bit of time observing and talking to the people, mostly men, though a few women were powerful here too, just generally in more indirect ways, really drove home the details and nuance of this process. For one, that it was a process. There was no such thing as a stable equilibrium in something like this, not really. She just needed to shift the center of power in Nerlia from Nerlia itself to her imperial court. There, Regina still had control. Power went where she directed. It would be a mix of direct imperial appointments and elected representatives. It was another process, or perhaps an extension of the existing one. And the process was already underway, of course. For now, she'd marked out people she could work with, and people she wanted to recruit. A few of them she would gently introduce to Madras and Galatea's invention. The thought made her smile as she prepared to leave the city behind again. "My well wishes for your trip, Your Imperial Majesty. I hope to be able to see you again soon," Raymond said as she came to a stop beside Thor, who was waiting in the main garden. Regina turned and smiled at the prince, who had come to see them off as representative of the royal family again. It wasn't surprising. Ever since her agreement with the king, Princess Adelaide had avoided her. She didn't need to spend much time in her presence to sense her disappointment. The princess didn't throw a fit or anything, but it was almost worse, she could sense she was disillusioned. Regina didn't like the feeling. "You've been a gracious host, my prince." "Thank you. We will certainly see each other again, and I look forward to working with you to put some of the ideas we have discussed into practice." Raymond nodded seriously. "I hope I can live up to your expectations, my empress," he said. He lowered his voice. "I know you must have at least permitted my father to name me heir. I will do what I can to prove worthy of the title for the people of Nerlia." Regina's smile widened, unmoved by what might have been a warning. "I know," she said. "Please remind your aunt that she is always welcome back at the capital, as my guest if she likes. The invitation goes for you and your sister as well." Rosalie had also avoided her recently, which was to be expected. The prince thanked her again, then stepped back, bowing formally. Regina climbed onto Thor and waved once at the gathered people watching them. Then the others around her rose into the air and Thor jumped up as well. Since she still had a lot to do, Regina spent the flight back mostly immersed in the psychic link, catching up on work. It was definitely an advantage to have a psychic link to many of her subordinates and her personal assistant, since they could prepare paperwork she would only have to sign in addition to holding meetings virtually. Regina didn't have any important conversations scheduled, though, since she knew they would both be distracted. At her request, Thor and the others didn't fly in a direct line but a curving path, giving her another glimpse of the spot they'd chosen for her newest construction project. There wasn't much to see yet, of course. Some drones had started to gather there and were preparing the ground, but it would be a while until the actual building was visible. From there, it wasn't too hard to fly back, passing over the site of her planned new capital, and there was a lot more to see here. Many buildings in the center were already standing, even if they might not be entirely finished yet. Thor dipped lower and went in a bit of an arc across the location to give her a better view, but Regina didn't stop or fly down to talk to them. She could check on the progress over the psychic link, and showing up in person would just turn it into a big thing she didn't have the time for right now. Still, it was nice to see how much progress they'd made. On the way back, she checked on the other parts of the empire. The gnomes were still struggling to get situated in their new position, but that was to be expected. They were gradually acclimating, and the cultural and technological exchanges they'd started were proving their worth. It was becoming more common to see gnomes in Cernlia, in Forest's Haunt, or even in Nerlia. Mostly traders resuming their old routes, but increasingly other people as well. Similarly, imperial citizens had been tricking into the Gnomish Confederation, too. Most of the schools and research centers Regina had planned were still under construction, but once they really got started, she was expecting, and looking forward to, a lot of scientific contributions. Mia was already talking about extending their rail network into the Gnomish Confederation. There was one more major construction project Regina couldn't check on right now, even though she wanted to, although only if you used the term loosely. Namely, she'd been planning on building an actual road through the mountains to connect the Empire to the southern lands. It wasn't anywhere close to finished, but they had at least finished construction of the first phase and were hard at work creating tunnels through some of the more challenging parts. It was not an easy project, since they had to protect their workers and swarm drones that were doing the demolition and construction from monster attacks. But with the war against the gnomes over, the help of some maps and local guides from said gnomes, and troops available to pull guard duty, it was making progress. In fact, despite the risks, it was proving to be a good opportunity for leveling, including for her swarm drones, if she managed them carefully. Regina's psychic range was, of course, recently shifting with the travel she did, which had to be accounted for, but it was more of a benefit than a problem for that project, at least. It was a bit more of an issue for their efforts to find more information on the Esseman, but she hadn't exactly sent drones in to spy on them, so it was fine. Still, Regina already knew she should spend some time in Sarah after this most recent trip instead of more travel. Once they returned to the city, she got Thor to fly tight circles above it, then slipped from his back and stretched her own wings, letting them carry her down toward the royal palace. But not without taking in the city first. She rarely even got to extend her wings unless she was traveling or training, which she didn't have much time for usually. Working the kinks out of them was nice. Regina could tell her appearance had caught some people's attention, and felt sure they were pointing and staring, judging by what she could sense of their minds, but she ignored it. Somewhere along the way, she'd gotten pretty used to people staring at her, or at least able to ignore it. Instead of using the front door, Regina touched down in the back garden of the palace. She rolled her shoulders and folded her wings loosely against her back. Normally she couldn't get them properly folded away tightly without the help of one of her drones, probably one of the reasons Hive Queens had attendants. She'd worn a tunic and jacket with openings for the wings for the trip, but they still pulled a bit uncomfortably on the fabric. Luckily, Ira was already there to welcome her, walking further into the garden to approach her as Regina turned towards the door. The smile faded from her face as she focused more intently on Ira's emotions and the expression on her face, though. I was looking forward to a bath and a bit of rest, maybe spending a bit of time with the newly hatched drones later, Regina said. You look like I'll be disappointed. Ira didn't smile this time. Welcome back, Mother, she said. I would have spoken over the psychic link, but you seemed distracted, and it's a matter you should address in person anyway. Regina regarded her for a moment, then nodded. Let's get inside, then. Thanks for the ride, Thor, she added to the other drone. Are you going to stay in the area? I think I will in case someone needs me, Thor replied. Regina sent him back a feeling of acknowledgement and focused on Ira as she made her way inside through the back door. Max was coming as well and would be here in a minute. Apparently, no one had prepared a welcoming committee this time, which was good, so she didn't have to waste time on ceremony. Maybe the drones hadn't publicized when she would be back, or Ira had just made sure they'd have privacy. "What is this about, then?" she asked as they walked down the corridor. Ira chewed on her lip, a sign of nervousness she didn't give often. "We caught a spy." Regina's step stuttered and she turned her head, raising an eyebrow. "You did?" "Yes. Well, June caught them, actually." "We're going to her now," Ira added. Regina nodded. She would have figured that out from sensing her mind. Deciding it was best to get the story from both of them directly, she kept quiet until they entered the parlor close to her office where her apprentice waited for them, but kept turning Ira's words over in her mind. It probably wasn't surprising something like this would happen, but still concerning. June stood and bowed as Regina entered, but she was smiling. Unlike Ira, she didn't feel nervous. Maybe a bit excited. That reassured Regina a little. "Master," she greeted her. "June," Regina returned her smile, then unceremoniously plopped down on the nearest armchair. "I hear you caught a spy. Shouldn't Dane be here for the debrief?" June and Ira exchanged a glance. "We can call him in if you want, my queen," Ira said. "We just thought it might be best to keep this quiet for now." Regina frowned. Before she could answer, the door opened and Max slipped inside. He nodded and smiled at the others before leaning against one of the tables, crossing his arms. "A spy," Regina informed him, speaking out loud for June's sake. "I assume it was someone in a sensitive position, then?" If someone had bribed a junior assistant clerk, they probably wouldn't be having a meeting like this. "It was one of your own people," June said. Ira shifted on her feet. "We've hired more assistants, as you know, Mother. There's a lot to do. I can't organize your schedule, act as your secretary and do all of it myself, so we need others to help with your wardrobe, prepare food, pack things if you travel, clean your rooms." "I know," Regina interrupted, sending a gentle wave of reassurance at her. She had a lot fewer personal servants than a lady of her status usually would around here, but she also had no desire to clean her own room or buy her own stationery. Of course she was aware of the situation and her attendants. They still had too few sapient drones, who could command swarm drones and do other important tasks, to waste them on work others could do just as well, or better given their experience, so they were mostly locals. "Show me which one?" "Focus on them," she asked Ira over the psychic link. Ira did as she asked, focusing on her memories of one person and picturing them in her mind. Regina nodded to herself. She recognized the guy, but she didn't think she'd ever exchanged more than a few sentences with him, and he hadn't been with them long. "How did this happen?" she asked. Ira shrugged, still feeling uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, my queen. Lars seemed trustworthy, he was a hard worker, respectful, I didn't really notice anything off. I hadn't given him access to anything important yet, he was still just doing grunt work and kept away from your office, but it probably wouldn't have been long before his duties included giving him access." Regina grimaced slightly. They would have to start screening more carefully. She kept most important documents locked in drawers when she wasn't using her office, but that was hardly foolproof protection. "It's not your fault," she said. "I should have checked all of them myself, but I was done with the current group and moving on to other officials and courtiers, and I neglected to keep up with it properly when I was traveling and you hired new people. I should have thought to do a deeper scan of everyone working directly with any of us. At least it seems like we probably stopped it before he could do serious damage," Max spoke up. "Still, it's my fault as well. I should have kept a better eye on this, as your head of security. If they can send in a spy, they could send in an assassin." He cocked his head. "He was just a spy, right? How did you make him, June?" "Honestly, it was mostly luck." June shrugged. "I ran into a group of your servants, Master, when I was looking for something. You know the book about traditional Cernlian folklore that Janice got you a few weeks ago? Ira wasn't there and I just wanted to ask who was responsible and see if I could get a look. I was going to get another copy for Mother's birthday. I didn't think it was worth disturbing you by asking another drone to ask over the psychic link." Sure, I did tell you could borrow my books. Anyway, as I was talking to the servants, trying to learn names and faces and what their duties were, the man got weirdly nervous. He tried to hide it, but I was also trying to practice my psychic skills, so I noticed. I don't know if he wasn't taught any psychic defenses or just didn't bother around me. Probably the latter, if you didn't sense that there was something off with him. But it was enough to make me suspicious. So I asked him more questions, and he got even more nervous. Then I just asked him if he was hiding something while trying to check if he was lying like you told me, and he was definitely lying. That was it, really. I asked if he was spying on you, and he lied when he said no. So I left and went to the nearest of Max's guards, and they arrested him. That was about 2 hours ago, I think. Regina blinked and nodded. Well done, she praised her apprentice. Both in your actions and your psychic skills. Nice work. She tugged on her mandible. Well, that takes care of my next question. Obviously, the spy knew he'd been made. Did we find out who sent him? Max asked, following with the next obvious question. June shook her head. I tried asking, but he didn't answer, and I'm not good enough to force the answer from his mind. She glanced at Regina. Regina grimaced. I could definitely get an answer, if I played it right, she considered. Maybe making them answer and checking their honesty would even be the simplest option. It would be an interesting case to try that mind control talent I'm supposed to have. But that would be a severe violation. Just put him in a cell and let him stew for a while, for now, she said after a moment. Maybe we can get him to talk by sweating him a bit. And I'm sure there are a few people trained or experienced in interrogations around here. Max cocked his head, and she knew what he was thinking. But the spy had been caught, there was no apparent danger anymore. She couldn't justify jumping straight to ethically dubious measures. As you wish, my queen, he muttered. In the meantime, I'm going to need your help to run another thorough check of everyone living in the palace, she told June. Consider it advanced training. June smiled, and Regina could tell she was actually looking forward to it. At least that was nice. Chapter 327, Reporting. As expected, they didn't find anything when trying the other exit from the underground complex. Tim had sent his party out in groups, trying to move quickly, but he'd always known the chances of catching their quarry, or finding anything they might have left behind, were low. Tim suspected there had been a few more golems, though. They hadn't found any, but the artificer had clearly posted some a short distance beyond the complex on the other side to guard the entrance, where they'd fought the golems. It stood to reason there had been a guard on this entrance as well, but the artificer must have picked them up and brought them with them as they fled. It was even possible they had some way of communicating with them remotely. He wasn't sure if they'd been alerted of his group's approach and had simply taken the risk of staying a little longer or not. His party also hadn't found anyone else, which was probably a mixed blessing. He had no way to know how many people were aware of this place. Presumably, the golem artificer hadn't been working alone. Tim was confident his party was more than a match for whoever else might show up, though, at least in the short term, which was why he had turned to exploration and cataloging everything they could find with little concern about other intruders. It took a while, as expected. The complex was pretty big. Almost certainly bigger than the outpost the Hive had found in the Great Forest, where Regina had been hatched. And it was obviously a different hive. Even if the distance between the two locations hadn't indicated that, there were differences in style as well. Almost everything inside the compound had been taken or destroyed at some point, though, so it was hard to learn anything else about it. Or even what it had been used for. By this point, he was pretty confident the place that connected to the outside with another large tunnel was indeed a vehicle bay of some kind originally, but that was one of the few rooms where he could even say that with any certainty. And what now? Tim muttered, staring across the vehicle bay. There was still a lot of material left. The old hive kind had clearly found, or created, it cheaply and hadn't held back in making their armaments and vehicles. But little of it would still be usable. Most just looked like scrap. Little didn't necessarily mean none, though, and he didn't know how thoroughly whoever had trashed this place had checked. It was possible they could still find something important, but they would have to manually sift through all of this. How long are we going to stay here? Tyrius asked. It was barely not a whine. Elves weren't made for the underground, as he'd said more than once. Alval and Nukmi had only scoffed. Tim bit down on the impulse to say, as long as it takes. Honestly, he was unsure, and the question had weighed on his mind practically since he first realized what this place was. What did they do now? It could be a priceless opportunity, but it was also located a long distance away from the Empire or the Hive and in the middle of disputed land regularly being fought over by the locals. If only he could talk to his other siblings. Or to Mother. At least for a while longer, he decided. Ash, Annuus, Ed, a word? He turned and walked a few meters to where they could talk privately. I'm inclined to not let this go so easily. What do you think? It's going to draw attention sooner or later, Ash warned. And people might fight for it. This area is already volatile, right? It is, Annuus added, nodding. Add an ancient ruin to the mix, and it will only get worse. I know that's not what it truly is, but it's what people will think of it as. We can hold anyone off for a while, until and unless they actually muster an army, though, Ash offered. Although we still don't know who else knows about and has been using this place. We need to find out more. Tim sighed, glancing at the others. I think we can sit on this for at least a while, and then maybe leave a guard behind. We'll think about other destinations and where we might get help. But, Dalatia has been visiting us at least semi-regularly since we left. I'm sure she's scrying on us. You don't want to do anything more until you have checked in with the Empress, then, Ed said, nodding. Perfectly sensible in my opinion. Yeah. Tim glanced at the ritual circle they'd carefully left alone. There was that, too. Once they returned to the other group, the local human adventurer, Tony, who'd been pretty quiet so far, spoke up. Lord Tim, this may be a find that necessitates informing your allies. I am sure Archmage Lucian would be pleased to help you secure this site. Tim frowned. That was a bit more formal than usual, and also raised some implications. You think so? I could contact him, Tony continued. We only need to travel a league or so, and I can send a message to Varigals. He could be here with help soon. We don't even need to inform the prince if you don't want to. Tim's frown deepened. He supposed it wasn't so surprising. Even if his group had tried to bring tamed beasts used as messengers, they couldn't have crossed the mountains, and magical means of communicating at that distance from a variable location weren't really feasible either, so they hadn't bothered to try. But there was no reason someone couldn't send a message to a city that was much closer on this side of the mountains. How would this work? He asked carefully. Pragmatically speaking, I mean. Tony shrugged. Well, I'm not a commander. But you know there are a few cities fighting over this stretch of land. The smaller one to the north, Iliusin, is allied to Varigals. Beholden, you mean, Ilium said. He was sitting on an unstable-looking metal pile and kicking his legs idly. Whichever. And Lord Thanda's family is strong there. He has a lot of resources to call on. Tim sighed. I appreciate the offer, Tony, but I'll have to decline for now. The adventurer straightened up. You need to reconsider, Tim. Something like this. The Archmage will want to know. I'm not going to keep it from him. Tim pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, then. Tony, you'll stay here until further notice. I'll give you all guard shift rotations. You will not set foot outside the complex without my say-so, you understand? Just to be safe. Can't lose my contact with Varigals. Tony stared at him. Tim just turned to Ilium. And you? The dwarf just shrugged again. I'm not sure who's actually supposed to be paying me at the moment, but I like you and I'm not loyal enough to Thanda to betray you to him. Besides, this just got really interesting. Tim rolled his eyes, but he thought Ilium was sincere. He'd still make sure both of them were watched, of course. The next 2 days or so were full of tense waiting. Tim paced through as much of the halls of the complex as he could, a bit disappointed that no one in his current party had wings. Definitely an oversight. He tried to catalog what he could see and assess what it might have meant, helped by the others. They watched all entrances they could find and pulled a lot of guard shifts. So far, no one else showed up, not even a monster. Tim was just about to consider who he might leave behind as a guard to watch the place while he went to that other city when his patience was rewarded. It started with Nukmi appearing in the doorway to the hall he was currently in, looking almost windswept. "Tim, come to the bay," he called, already turning. Tim swallowed his questions and followed the dark elf, rushing through several corridors. When he finally entered the vehicle bay and made his way past several blocks of scrap metal to where his group had set up camp, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt some of his tension relax. Galatea was there, looming above the group impressively for someone whose projected body was shorter than him. She had crossed her arms and was looking around with a guarded expression. "Galatea," Tim greeted her as he skittered to a halt, breathing a little harder. "I'm glad to see you. We need your help." "I can see that," she responded, sweeping her gaze across him and then around. "I wasn't expecting you guys to be underground." The scrying backlash wasn't pleasant. "Tim, what is this place?" He ran a hand through his hair, then briefly explained everything that had happened the last few days and what he had found out and supposed about this underground complex. He couldn't read her reaction very well, aware that she only showed on her face what she wanted to, but she listened without interruption. "So, I'm a little stumped on what to do next," he concluded. "But for now, can you take a look at this?" Instead of grabbing her arm, he just gestured vaguely with it and turned to lead her to the metal plate etched with magic circles. Most of the others stayed behind at the camp, if they weren't on guard shift, though a few trailed after them. "Is this from the old hive kind or just a magical technique I hadn't heard of from this part of the world?" he asked. Galatea frowned down at it, staying silent for a few seconds, before she shook her head. "I don't know," she admitted. "It seems vaguely familiar, but I can't quite place it. Maybe it is from an old hive, maybe it's just a local tradition I haven't encountered much, or maybe someone combined elements of both. It will need a bit more study." She tapped her fingers and he waited silently until she met his gaze squarely again. "Regina will be very interested to hear about this, but the location could be better, to be sure. At least it hasn't already come under the control of any local power. Under the circumstances, I think we can safely say your original diplomatic mission can take a back seat, or at least include another objective." Tim nodded. That was some assurance he'd wished for, even if she hadn't said anything surprising. "You'll let them know?" "Of course." Galatea started pacing up and down, then nodded and turned back to him. "Chin up, Tim. This isn't a bad thing. We can make this work." "I hope so," Tim muttered, then filled her in on the situation with Tony and Varigals in more detail. Galatea didn't seem particularly concerned. Honestly, it was probably to be expected that one of them would report back to the Archmage. Interesting detail about their city's influence, though. "I'll tell Regina about this as well, but she'll probably back whichever way you want to play this. Whether that means a closer alliance with one local faction here or not. But you might not have to fight alone, anyway." "Yeah," he asked. "Regina may send another group through the mountains. I'm not up to date on their exact progress, but the Empire has been working on securing the route. Another special forces group is definitely doable, I think, especially after the end of the war with the gnomes. If you want to ask for reinforcements." "Yes, please," he said with feeling. Another kernel of hope lit in his chest as well. "If they open the way, I can return, even just for a brief time." But he pushed that away. Now wasn't the time to pout over missing his hive. "That would be great. I think my mission is going well enough, but some backup would definitely be appreciated." "I'm sure," Galatea said a bit drilly, and nodded. "I'll let them know. And Tim, you know you can talk to me if you're not feeling well, right? I should be able to take a passenger back, even if we have to make shorter hops. If you, or one of your party, is suffering from being separated from the psychic link." Tim breathed out deeply and shook his head. I appreciate the offer, Galatea, but we can handle it. She looked at him for a moment, but seemed to accept that. Then I will be on my way soon. But for now, can you show me that golem head you say you took? Tim nodded and guided Galatea back to their camp and the rest of the group. They'd passed around their mysterious spoil, but currently, someone had propped it up against some of the bags. He reached out, turned it in his hands thoughtfully once, and then offered it to the maniform. Before Galatea could do more than hold it and take a quick look, the others distracted her with questions and requests. Tim hid a grimace. He shouldn't monopolize her attention, but he felt a bit antsy about sending word back to the Hive and getting information from them. Still, they had all been more or less isolated for a while. Lady Galatea, Tony spoke up. I am not sure if you are aware, but I have the option of contacting our patron in Varigals. Perhaps you could even accompany us, or confirm that there is no foul play at work? We can get reinforcements to help secure this position quite quickly this way. It would be much faster and more convenient than waiting for troops from the Empire that may never arrive, and much less disruptive, as well. More Imperial forces showing up would inflame tempers and perhaps provoke a conflict, wouldn't you agree? Galatea paused, frowning at him. I'm sure Tim has thought of all that. Tim shifted his weight. It was nice to hear Galatea back him up, although he wouldn't mind a second opinion. Are you trying to get her to overrule his princely lordship? Ilium asked, leaning back against another twisted metal contraption he'd dragged over and refletching an arrow. Would that even work? Galatea paused and Tim and she exchanged a look. Galatea had no official status or rank in the Empire, she'd never wanted one. The Delvers showed her respect or even deference, and she was the Empress' best friend, but you could argue she had no official authority. Not that it really mattered. Tim shrugged slightly at her. If Galatea had a strong opinion on this topic, he was willing to follow her lead, anyway. Besides, she could talk to Regina and get her orders. Mother values her highly, Tim said, a bit stiffly. But she put me in charge here. I would always listen to Galatea, it's pointless to try and create some kind of conflict between us. Sure, no offense meant, Ilium drawled, focusing back on his task. You should all stay put here for a while longer, Galatea said. I'm sure the time will come to talk to our contacts in Varigals. She glanced at him and Tim knew they were both thinking the same thing. The city wouldn't send soldiers here just to help them out. They'd do it as part of a, probably planned, grasp for power in the region. Potentially ancient ruin or not, this place wasn't really important enough for everyone to go to war over. Tim would give it up and leave if it came to that. But until then, he would still try to find out what was going on. At least he could now let someone who knew what they were doing worry about the magical questions. He just liked the chance of learning more about their predecessors. Chapter 328, Exercises. Psychic abilities, Regina had learned, were finicky, subjective, and hard to teach. They were like other types of magic on the surface, in some aspects, but tended to require intricate control and thought. They were also, as a consequence, more rewarding to use well. Or maybe that was just her. June seemed to agree, though. Lessons were usually nice, but they could also be frustrating. But if someone doesn't want to answer your questions at all, it's harder to find the answer in their mind than if they just lie, right? Her apprentice asked, propping her head on her chin. Right, Regina nodded, that's what I meant. It might be related to certain areas of their brain being activated or not. We tend to experience formed thoughts as language, when we sense others' minds, and I suspect it's some of the easiest parts to access, behind emotions. Particularly since they are both about outward expression and communication anyway. Yes, sure, June said. Clearly she wasn't up for a tangent into neuroscience today, not that Regina knew much about it, anyway. But, I mean, can't you just make them answer you? Even if they lie, you can just tell if they do and get the right answer anyway. Regina sighed, sitting back and rubbing her temple. They were in her living room right now, with her sitting in an armchair while June balanced on the couch. You could, I suppose, she said. The same way as in other interrogations. torture, or other methods to force compliance. It wouldn't exactly be very ethical. June winced slightly, looking a bit chastened. Alright, of course. But you can do it with psychic influence, too? I could, Regina said. She hadn't started teaching June anything that would come close to mind control abilities, and wasn't sure if she would. Do you think that would be more ethical? Her apprentice shifted on her sofa, shoulders hunching a bit. No, she admitted, I don't suppose so. But that guy spied on you. Don't you need to find out who sent him and if there is more danger? Regina tugged on her mandible. So they'd moved from a theoretical lesson to the actual case they were both thinking about. Of course I want to know who sent them and what other plans they may have had, she said. But there are other ways to get information. A common one is offering them consideration when it comes to their sentencing if they cooperate. She shrugged lightly. I'm not ruling other methods out entirely, mind you, I just don't think the situation is urgent enough to justify resorting to them, from what we know. June frowned. I think I understand, she said. It's just a bit of an adjustment, still. The way I was taught, no one really cared if criminals got hurt. It was supposed to happen. To scare others away from committing the same crimes as much as to punish them. Regina nodded. They had been raised in very different societies, with different principles and requirements. And, of course, June was part of the ruling class. She would have been taught, even subconsciously, the mindset of doing what was necessary to maintain their power. Including keeping the lower classes in their proper place. And now I sound like an ideologue in my own head, Regina complained to herself. It made her feel a bit guilty about even saying she would consider using other methods. She should be using this as a pointed lesson for June as to how everyone deserved basic respect and constitutional protection, including criminals and enemies of hers. As homework until our next lesson, read my draft of the Constitution and give me your opinion, she said. Pay particular attention to why and how the principles are included. June gave her a faintly exasperated look. Is that entirely necessary, Master? I've heard it before, and it's hardly a lesson on magic. It's still something you should know, Regina said mildly. Besides, I think we'd both enjoy discussing and debating this philosophically, but we kind of need to be on the same page. And you can't exactly get away from political ideology or policy in your position. Fine, June sighed. I mean, as you command, my Empress. I am your obedient subject. Can we still do a practical psychic lesson in exchange, though? Please? Regina chuckled. Sure, we can do that. Come on, let's walk. It wasn't far to where she wanted to go. Regina and the others had already scanned several people and she'd singled out a few she thought had potential, and had started training. They were still in the very early stages. She would have June help her teach them as well, soon. Not quite yet, though. Perhaps if June acquitted herself well today. Instead, Regina had thought of another training exercise, or task, if she wanted to see it that way. It shouldn't be exclusive to June, though, so instead, she stopped by to pick up 2 of the other new students they had acquired. She reached out mentally and told them to meet her there, ignoring the startled surprise she could sense from both of them. They would learn to expect psychic communication, and to control and hide their reactions from others' minds, too. Your Imperial Majesty. When she finally joined them in the inner garden, one of them, Helen, sank to a knee, while the other, Edmund, only bowed deeply. Rise, please, Regina responded, smiling at them, while making a mental note to make sure they got on the same page. Helen was a bit of a lucky find. She'd actually been brought in by Madras. A peasant by birth, she'd moved to the city a few years ago and used her minor and mostly self-taught magical talent to make a decent living for herself. Regina had already assigned her a tutor to make sure she would learn what she needed to navigate the court and nobility, in case it came up, and asked several drones to catch her up on what they could teach, as well. She already knew the other, of course, Sir Edmund of Whitedale. Earl Whiter's son. Regina hadn't forgotten that June was a bit suspicious of him, but so far, she'd seen nothing to confirm any suspicions. She'd be careful, but from her previous interactions, she wasn't inclined to distrust the knight too much. Edmund bowed to June as well as she stepped up beside Regina, and Helen quickly copied him, also murmuring greetings. Regina waited for the initial exchange, but she could feel their anticipation in the psychic link. It was good that neither of them seemed afraid or reluctant, only excited. All right, Regina clapped her hands once and smiled at them, kind of enjoying the situation and getting to push them around a little bit. We're going to stay here. June, don't move from this position, you'll be disqualified from our little exercise if you do. The two of you are free to walk around if you like, but don't leave the garden. Your task is much simpler, I just want you to see if you can guess what June is doing. Pay attention to which people are nearby and moving to or from our position. I'll ask you later. Don't be discouraged if you don't feel anything or can't identify other minds, it is a hard task that will need practice. And what am I doing? June asked. I've prepared a little bit of a scavenger hunt for you, Regina said. Not with physical clues, of course. At least, not that you should focus on. I've designated one of the people in the palace as the target, you need to find out whom and get them here. Several people have hints, and they might have left clues as well. You are not to cross any ethical lines or force anyone to comply with your wishes, still. Obviously. And not everyone in the building is aware of this little game. Try not to disrupt normal operations. She didn't say that most of the people in on it were her drones, June should be able to figure that out herself. She'd also, in the spirit of the game, instructed some of them to ask for specific things before they would give her a clue. Her apprentice smiled, not daunted by the task at all. She nodded and without fuss, sat down on the grass, closing her eyes and clearly focusing on her psychic senses. Regina watched her for a moment, trying to guess where she was starting. Then she turned to her other two new students and raised an eyebrow. They both bowed their heads at her and started shuffling around, their faces screwed up in expressions of concentration as they tried to reach out with their minds. Regina waited in silence for a while, trying to track her apprentice's progress. June was doing pretty well from what she could tell, checking in with some of the people she'd conscripted into this little game. She was clearly starting with the people she thought Regina was most likely to have involved in it. And admittedly, she was mostly right. She also appeared to be ready to trade favors with them, trying to bribe them to cooperate, and probably setting up chains that ended with her not having to do that much in the end. That wasn't quite the strategy Regina had expected, but it also wasn't wrong. Social manipulations aside, June still had to use her psychic powers extensively, locating, contacting, and keeping up conversations with other people, and probably trying to get a read on their emotional state or intentions. It was harder for Regina to evaluate that part, especially since June's mental defenses had improved as well. How's it going? She asked when June opened her eyes, and she saw her attention returning to the garden, clearly taking a break. Pretty well, June smiled. I think I almost have the answer. Regina raised an eyebrow. She didn't think June had talked to that many people yet. She was probably still guessing. But she didn't say anything, just nodded. After a minute, June closed her eyes again. Regina watched her for a moment, but then her attention was drawn by a commotion outside. She turned her head, sensing a familiar mind approaching quickly. One that was rather more tense than she would have preferred to see her. Regina, Galatea greeted as she came to a stop in front of them, quite abruptly. A biological organism would have experienced whiplash, but she didn't bother with it. I have some news, we need to talk. Regina sighed. It sounded serious. All right, that's the end of our game, unfortunately. Helen, Edmund, please return to your regular duties or other lessons, we'll conclude this tomorrow. She returned their bows with a distracted nod and then turned to glance from June to Galatea. Do you need complete privacy? Galatea seemed to consider for a moment. You've worked on June's mental defenses, right? I don't think that is necessary. Thanks, June said. One quick question, though, Master, if we've the time? I just want to know if I got the right answer. Galatea gestured at her to go ahead. All right, who did I name as the target? Regina asked. Yourself, June promptly replied. Correct. Good work. I didn't think you had progressed that far yet. From what she could guess, June should only have known the person was female and an adult and, maybe, magical. No, but I didn't need to, June smiled. I don't know the details of your training exercise, but that doesn't surprise me, Galatea said drily. Alright, more of that later. I think Tim would prefer I catch you up as soon as possible. Regina straightened and quickly glanced around. Max was coming closer, but they were alone otherwise. She briefly considered going somewhere else, then decided they might as well talk here. I'm listening, she said. Without wasting more time, Galatea told her about the underground tunnels Tim's group had explored, the golems they had encountered, and what they'd found there. Regina listened in silence, tugging on her mandible. Then she asked a few clarifying questions, and Galatea went into a bit more detail on several points. Finally, she shook her head, sighing. Another Hivekind installation, Regina mused. I suppose it was only a matter of time until we found more ruins. Of course I'll send more people. This project just got more urgent. Though, she trailed off, frowning. The distance? Max asked. We're going to have to be careful, Regina said. I don't want to start fighting with any southern powers. It sounds like they have enough conflict going on already, by what Galatea said. People will try to pull us into it. We may not be able to avoid it, I guess. But I'd prefer to focus on exploring this new site and learning what we can from it. Tim has dealt with the nobles of Varigals before, and he didn't seem too bothered, did he? Max asked. He's good, he can handle it. He did seem a bit nervous, but he's been away from your hive for a while now, Galatea noted. Regina sighed. I'll do what I can to support Tim, of course. We'll need to think carefully about who to send, but I have a few ideas. It should be fine to send a few good flying mounts to help them and potentially open a way back, too. And, well, I'm afraid you're out of luck on that other matter, Max. He gave her a look. I still don't think it's necessary. And I want to keep protecting you, my queen. You can still do that, Regina said. As head of my security. We're in the middle of my empire, it's really not the best use of your time to personally stand guard around me all the time. You can protect me better by using your skills more judiciously. I mean, you are one of our most competent and high-leveled people. You'll still be able to accompany me pretty much anywhere, anyway. Max sighed, June raised an eyebrow but forbore to comment, and Galatea crossed her arms, looking impatient. Maybe we should discuss the magic and potential enemies instead of getting hung up on personnel decisions. Of course. You said you didn't recognize the circles in their teleporting ritual plate? Not at first glance, Galatea said. Some common elements, of course, but those aren't unique. I will need to do some research. I already scanned and memorized the design, I can draw it out for you. But please be careful who you show it to. Of course, Regina said. She glanced at June, who looked eager, no surprise there. Janice would be just as curious once she heard about that. Should we ask anyone else? Zephyr, maybe? Max asked. Maybe once we hit a wall, Regina answered, shaking her head. She didn't really think the Cernlian mage would be able to help them, although she supposed all things were possible. Who would know if it is authentically Hivekind or not? June asked. Regina and Galatea exchanged a look. Well, Lion, she said promptly. Not sure about anyone else. Maybe Burin, and possibly Alien Eyes, but that might be a stretch, Galatea added. Regina sighed and resisted the urge to rub her temples again. Just the people I wanted to be the answer, she muttered. Lion would probably know, or be interested to know, a lot more about that teleportation ritual, as well, anyway. It's probably nothing special to her. Well, I can try to pray again, but until then we're on our own, Regina said. Maybe we should focus on the political elements? Sure, Galatea agreed. That's your wheelhouse. Regina hummed and glanced at Max again. She could send him to supervise the Mountain Road project at least for a short while. She'd also consult with Ben, Janice, and maybe a few others on who would be a good idea to send. Enough to make it through the mountains and to make a point, but not anything like an invasion force. She really would rather prefer to avoid that impression. Given previous events, it was probably a bit of a concern. At least if the southern lands were informed on what happened up here. At least she'd hopefully get to sate some of her curiosity regarding what happened in other parts of the world. Chapter 329, Status and Position. If there was one thing that could be said about the gnomes in political matters, Janice had learned, it was that they knew their way around paperwork and bureaucracy. It was to be expected. They had, for a long time, had an arguably much more complicated and centralized government than Cernlia or Nerlia. Their organization and factions probably needed a lot of it as well. While some of the people in the Empire were still struggling with the standards and expectations that came with what Regina had introduced, Janice didn't see any problems among the gnomes. Treaties, contracts, funding application forms, written regulations, or whatever else, the gnomes she was working with or saw now seemed much more at ease handling them where new Imperial citizens might have had minor nervous breakdowns. Therefore, while she wouldn't have expected it a few months ago, Janice found herself almost smiling as she went through the forms and various assorted paperwork submitted by and about the gnomish soldiers who were currently the focus of her attention. Not that she actually felt happy to be doing this, of course, it was still boring. She kept thinking someone else could be handling this. Unfortunately, while being Imperial Crown Princess was better than a dream, she wouldn't have come up with something like this even in her wildest dreams a few years ago. Anyway, it did bring a lot of work with it. It would be petty to complain about it, though, so Janice limited her complaints to occasional grumbles in the privacy of her thoughts. After the end of the war, she'd been relieved, and hoped she would be able to get back to focusing on and advancing her magic. While those hopes hadn't quite been dashed, she had much less time for it than she'd have liked. Regina, the Hive and the Empire still needed her support, and so Janice had gone back to the Gnomish Confederation for most of the previous months. She'd also discovered there was much to do for a commander like her even in peacetime. Especially when they were finally getting somewhere with creating a cohesive Imperial military force. After a while, she was finally done, so she stacked the papers for someone else to take away and then walked out of her temporary office. She'd only been out of the Gnomish Confederation for less than a day, but the difference was obvious. The doors were taller, for one. The building whose hallway she now walked down was in Sarah, a converted trade hall turned barracks and military base, but it had been almost completely revamped. Still, it was easy enough to navigate, and after only a minute, Janice found herself on a first-floor balcony looking down at some soldiers in the inner yard. The soldiers were drilling and putting on a good show, but that wasn't why she was watching. The reason for her interest would quickly be obvious, because she wasn't the only one looking at them. A group of gnomish soldiers had been dispersed in the crowd of the other soldiers, some clustering together in the front. The soldiers were all currently testing their skills and abilities, presumably involving some class skills that didn't have long cooldowns. Their coordination at getting to train without getting in each other's way was impressive. The display was more diverse than it would have been with some units or outfits, since they all had their own skills. Fitting them into the same mold was only possible up to a degree. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for all of them to notice her. The captain barked something and the soldiers lined up quickly, standing at attention and saluting at another order. Janice smiled and returned the salute. At ease, she said, raising her voice slightly to ensure they all heard it. Do not let me disturb you. As you were. Yes, Your Imperial Highness, the captain replied, bowing his head. You heard her, get back to work. They returned to their training, but Janice knew that it wouldn't be the same. They were aware they were being watched by a superior now, and would be trying to show off or be extra careful, depending. She still kept watching for a bit longer. The gnomes here weren't part of their own army, at least not officially. Most of them were on loan or on permanent or extended leave from the gnomish military. They had joined the Imperial Army separately. It was what some time of negotiations had arrived at as a compromise. The gnomish military would be more closely integrated with the Imperial one as well, but it would stay an independent force, at least nominally, at least for now. until they officially joined the empire. In the meantime, as citizens of the empire's protectorate, gnomes were permitted to enlist in the imperial military. Previous experience and ranks were taken into consideration. That allowed what were basically transfers. Just with more paperwork, or at least she hoped it would be less otherwise, thus the forms. Janice hadn't disliked her stay in the Gnomish Confederation, but she was glad to be back, and overseeing the integration of the first Gnomish soldiers wasn't a bad mission to focus on for now. Still, there were other things she should give a bit of her attention as well, since she was in Sarah now. Janice kept watching for a bit, trying to gauge how well integrated the Gnomish soldiers were in the unit. It was still early days, and there was clearly some tension and uncertainty, but she didn't see any outright hostility. It might be pointless to just watch them this openly, trying to find it, though. She shook her head to herself and turned, deciding she might as well ask other people about their impressions later. Instead, she turned to leave the building. Going back to the palace now, my princess? Her great-uncle asked as he fell in step beside her, hands clasped behind his back. Janice glanced at him. Sir Richard had been assigned to her for a bit now, and while things had initially been awkward, she was glad to have some of her family with her. He'd settled into a role somewhere between advisor and guard, able and willing to speak informally with her because of their relation, but still proper. He was also a decorated and experienced knight and commander, so she would hardly ignore him, anyway. Not yet, I still have a stop planned in the city, she answered. He nodded, clearly taking a good guess at what she meant. Fortunately, Janice was able to get away with a lot less in the way of protection here than back in the Gnomish Confederation, where people had usually insisted on a full guard complement if she went out into the streets. But this was their capital. Uncle Rich was a perfectly capable guard, so she didn't need anyone else. She could have easily taken a few swarm drones along, of course, but Janice would prefer to be less conspicuous. Although, she realized as they went, that was apparently a futile hope. She wouldn't have thought she was that distinctive, but maybe she was underestimating it again. Her hair wasn't entirely human in color. As she'd let it grow out enough, the tips became even more fiery to the point she genuinely wondered if it was more than aesthetic, and her eyes, while not as immediately obvious, weren't either. Janice was also dressed well, not quite up to a day in court, but the half-cape she'd chosen to finalize her outfit was admittedly a bit dramatic. She still liked it. Being accompanied by a knight, even if he wasn't wearing his full armor, didn't help. Either way, it was obvious people noticed, reacting when they checked out her system designation, and once enough of them paid attention, everyone else's attention would be drawn too. At least the attention wasn't actually bothersome. They weren't accosted or blocked. On the contrary, people were eager to clear space around her, parting the normal crowds and even pressing themselves against walls on occasion. All of them stared, but it wasn't hostile or negative. Janice managed to smile at them and dared a wave, and the resulting noise was nothing but excited. People called out her title and a surprising number of them added well wishes and blessings, wishing her a long life, for the gods to keep her, and more creative blessings she hadn't heard before. Janice smiled again and waved back, occasionally returning a short thank you. We should have taken a full guard detail, her uncle muttered. Don't be silly, that's not necessary, Janice returned, even though it probably would have made the trip easier. These people love me. She heard the wonder in her voice, and shook her head a little at herself. They really love me, she repeated more quietly. Of course, you're their crown princess. Janice gave him a sideways glance. That's hardly a guarantee of anything. Didn't you tell me how people tried throwing rotten fruit at the old king once? Keyword being tried. He'd responded harshly and quickly. Janice was sure he never would have gone without a full guard detail. Her uncle only made a dismissive grumbling sound. Your reputation is so much better than his, my princess. I am not sure even the Empress herself would get this enthusiasm. You didn't hear that from me. Why not? Janice asked as she grinned at the crowd again, but started walking a bit faster. Her reforms are improving their lives, that's the entire point. True, but it can be hard to connect the effects in their lives with her efforts, I suppose, Richard murmured. And she has been sitting behind palace walls. You led an army, and your men mostly only have good things to say about you. The people love a victor. Really? She mused. Are the people that shallow? Shallow? He paused, giving her a more serious look. Janice, you won a war for them. The people appreciate it. Don't dismiss it. Your Imperial Highness. Sorry, she muttered, chastened. I didn't mean it like that. She sighed, then forced another smile. At least they were getting to a less thickly populated part of the city now, and the crowds were thinning out. Eventually, she managed to duck into a side alley and block their view with her uncle's bulk. She adjusted her cape, tucked her hair into her jacket, even if it looked a bit worse this way, and titled her head down as they quickly crossed several streets. It wasn't very far now, and she'd managed to avoid most people's attention here. The mansion they eventually reached was a bit smaller than the others nearby. There was no need for more space, and the walls had recently been painted anew. It still didn't feel familiar to Janice, but she liked its look and atmosphere. She passed through the gate, then looked around, her magical senses giving her a better view of the layout and beings containing mana within. Instead of entering the building directly, she went a bit to the side, Richard following after her, to find the person she'd been looking for in a partly covered courtyard bordered by the main house and a side annex. You're the aunt of a princess now. You don't have to do your own laundry. Aunt Marion startled, almost dropping the basket she'd just picked up. She set it aside carelessly and turned. Janice? I didn't see you there. Oh, and Sir Richard. Welcome. Janice nodded and took a step closer, peering critically at the line hanging across the courtyard, filled with sheets and shirts. She didn't know if it mattered that it wasn't really visible from the street. Are the servants I've hired not doing enough? She asked. Tell me, I can chastise them or get more workers. They're fine, Marion replied promptly, don't you dare dismiss them. We've just gotten used to each other. Besides, I know you're paying them quite generously. I want you to be well taken care of, Janice shrugged dismissively. That much was true, whatever problems she'd had with her aunt in the past. Besides, it wasn't like she was spending her own money. Technically, Janice didn't actually draw a salary or anything. But Regina was perfectly happy to pay for things like her family's living expenses, which included hiring domestic staff for people with means. And Janice figured that, if nothing else, she was doing enough work for the Empire to account for keeping a few people living comfortably. Her aunt sighed and rolled her eyes, though the gesture seemed a bit fonder than Janice would have expected. It's sweet of you to worry, my dear, but mistaken. I hardly have to do any work at all anymore. In fact, that would be my biggest problem. I don't have any work to do. Janice stared at her for a moment, then nodded. Maybe she wasn't the only one who felt that a bit of distance had actually improved their relationship. Or maybe her growing up and the changing situation had removed some causes for friction. She certainly wouldn't have thought about it like that a few years ago. But her aunt also hadn't exactly called her sweet often. How about we head inside and talk over drinks? She suggested. I could do with a cup of tea. They did, and Janice got the opportunity to see the servants they'd discussed in action. Once her aunt gave the order, clearly acting as matron of the house, they served tea pretty quickly. Janice thanked them with a smile and then settled into the chair in the smaller parlor of the house. Her uncle hesitated for a moment before taking another chair, but her aunt didn't bother standing on ceremony even if her wayward niece was now a princess. That would have been too weird, anyway. On some level, she always felt like a 10-year-old who'd come back bruised and dirty from playing with the other village children with her aunt. It was amusing to see that hadn't changed. So, you're bored, she ventured after taking a sip of tea. Herbs mixed with something imported. Am I ever? Aunt Marion sighed. I appreciate that you brought me here, niece, at last, but I am used to the satisfaction of a hard day's work. Sitting around all day is enough to almost make me wish I'd become an adventurer myself. Janice ducked her head a bit. She should have probably taken her aunt here earlier, but she'd wanted for things to settle first and she'd been rather distracted by fighting the war. At least Forrest's haunt had improved a lot and she'd still made sure her aunt had money, so it wasn't like she'd entirely neglected caring for her. And it had been a few months now. "Would you rather have stayed?" she asked. "Though she could have just told me that. Or go back?" Her aunt regarded her silently for a second. "No," she said finally. "It wasn't the same. Princess. Everyone knew you, obviously, and who I was. I even got a few visitors, knights, and such, who probably thought they could get something out of it regarding you. You should have seen their faces." She smiled slightly, then shrugged. "I'm sure you have it worse than I do, when it comes to people treating you differently. I was hardly opposed to a new start. So no, I'd rather not go back." Janice nodded. "I could make some introductions," she said hesitantly. "At court, with people of import. There are quite a few functions and engagements you'd be invited to, I'm sure. Although, not to be rude, but hiring a tutor first might be best if you wanted to make the best impression." Her aunt smiled sardonically. "Afraid your country bumpkin of an aunt would embarrass you in front of your subjects, Your Highness? And here I thought I managed to teach you manners." "That's not what I meant." She shook her head and raised a hand, cutting off Janice's protest. "It's fine. You're not entirely wrong to worry, Janice. But as it happens, I did learn some manners. And I've been having regular chats with a helpful gentleman regarding the subject, so there's no need to arrange for an additional tutor." Janice blinked. "Oh, does that mean what I think it does? Is she being careless, or—" "I mean a tutor I'm compensating with some of that money you send, dear, don't be foolish." Marian smiled, taking some of the sting out of the familiar chiding tone. Janice had the impression she was enjoying her reaction. "Now drink your tea, don't be rude." "I'm a princess now, you can't boss me around anymore," Janice muttered sulkily. Richard coughed, clearly hiding a chuckle. Janice sent him a dark look as she gulped down the rest of her cup. "Unfortunately, that seems to be true," her aunt sighed. "So now I have to ask you instead. I want a position, Janice. Something to make myself useful, and I'm sure you need someone you trust. Head of your household would suit." "I don't really have a household," Janice pointed out. Regina's court and royal family wasn't the most traditional, but she was sure she would have noticed if she was supposed to set up her own. She suspected she was part of Regina's household for those who categorized such things. Marian flicked her hand dismissively. "I'm sure we can work something out." Janice sighed, resisting the urge to rub her temples. She could just hear her aunt's comment if she did. Instead, she leaned back in her chair. "Let me have some time to consider it," she temporized. "A lot of time, perhaps. And a few people to talk to if she decided to do it. They could probably find something better for Aunt Marian, where everyone would be happy, right?" Chapter 330, Time and Limits. The empire with its assorted territories and interests was large enough now that it was actually starting to come up to the end of Regina's range. Said range had not really grown substantially in a while either. She wasn't sure if it was simply a matter of scaling to exponential growth, if she needed to increase her hive exponentially for the range to double again, or if it was running up against some inherent limits. Or, perhaps, it was a matter of age. She was still technically only a few years old. It would make sense for something like this to grow with age. Perhaps the soft limit of her range increased with her age and level, and the actual extent was decided by her drones. Either way, Regina knew that it wasn't a perfect sphere, or even a circle. There were dents and bumps, for lack of a better word, where there were large aggregations of drones, the area covered by the psychic link stretching and shifting accordingly. Regardless, it limited her reach where she really wanted to look, where she could send few drones. A few across the Alps certainly wasn't enough to let her psychic link reach there. The enemy territories to the northwest and northeast were still partly beyond her reach as well. Regina would just have to trust in Tim and the others to do what they could. She prepared what she thought might be helpful and sent them reinforcements with instructions that were hopefully enough to cover their bases but still open-ended enough to grant them flexibility. Now all she could do was wait for news. To distract herself from driving herself crazy with questions about what they might find at the actual Hive Queen base, and who was trying to use it or for what, Regina threw herself into her other projects. She wasn't exactly lacking for those. Janice had returned to the capital for a brief while, to work on integrating the newly restructured Imperial military, but she would leave for the Gnomish Confederation again soon. It was honestly a weight off Regina's mind that she didn't have to worry too much about the details on that front. Either of those things, actually. The Confederation had been pretty quiet so far, clearly falling in line under Aelikin's guidance even as their elections were being prepared, and the rapprochement with the Empire was going well. Mia and the others had already started learning from gnomish artifacts and books and incorporating insights into the Hive's production. At the same time, drones and other scholars had been sent out to share their own technology and build lasting cooperations. And their soldiers had settled down as well. Regina also enjoyed spending a bit of time with Janice during her visit, even if she had to carve the time out of her busy schedule. It was still a little weird to hear her talk about visiting her aunt, though. Apparently, said aunt wanted a job as Janice's household manager or something similar. Janice was unsure and had asked Regina about it. I'm not sure I really want to be living in such close proximity to her again, she confessed, winding a strand of hair around her finger. But I have been missing her the last few months. Still, I don't really know what I could even offer her. I think it's best not to rush that, especially given the situation, Regina had advised. You're going to go back to the Gnomish Confederation soon, anyway. For which I'm grateful. It might be best to delay it until you've completed your tasks there and return on a more permanent basis. Maybe, if all goes ideally, we can even start thinking about moving to the new capital at some point, which would probably require a reorganization of our household setup, anyway. Makes sense, Janice blew out a breath. Thanks, Regina. So, you're not intending to keep me in the Gnomish Confederation permanently? I'd assumed as much. No, I need you too much, Regina replied with a grin. I'd like you there right now, because I can't go myself. That doesn't mean you need to be stuck with the gnomes. Janice smiled and nodded, and Regina could faintly sense she was pleased at the implied trust and validation. They didn't speak more of it that day. Since she was there, Regina also took the opportunity to devote some time to practicing magic and training with Janice. Her ordinary magic had suffered a bit from her focus on the psychic arts, so it was just what she needed to refresh herself. Janice had also made impressive progress, even if she complained about not getting enough time to focus on her magic. The class choice of Archmage had really worked out for her, Regina felt. Which didn't necessarily mean it was the best choice to keep it for the 4th tier, but Regina wasn't going to harp on Janice's choices. Eventually, though, Janice returned, and Regina focused on her actual students when she wasn't busy with her duties to the Empire. There were half a dozen of them now, give or take a few that might not properly count. Regina was feeling pessimistic about a few of them, who didn't seem to make any progress trying to learn to reach out psychically, and probably just didn't have the talent she'd hoped for. But it might still prove to be otherwise in time, so she'd keep them trying for now. There were a few others who had achieved some progress. They might still stall out at a later point, as Madras had warned, but even then, it at least wouldn't be a wasted effort. Regina was starting to have June train the others, too, even without her supervision on occasion. She wasn't really sure what to do with them in the long term. She could create some kind of psychic core for the Empire, but Regina could see a lot of problems with that. She also wasn't feeling like taking on several new apprentices either, though. That didn't give her an obvious answer, especially since they would need to be integrated into the official structure somehow. Perhaps the easiest solution, she realized in a flash of inspiration, was to have them join the Hive. But while she wouldn't dismiss the possibility, she certainly wasn't going to do it before she was absolutely sure she could trust them and they'd proven themselves. So, for now, the new students were living in the palace, and going about their usual duties or receiving other education when they weren't learning psychic skills. Regina had touched each of their minds, after asking permission, obviously, and was confident they were reasonably trustworthy. Most of them seemed to consider it an honor to be here, and while there were inevitably a few issues with adjusting, they didn't make trouble. It probably helped that none of them were from exceptionally powerful backgrounds. The most issues might actually be relating to Madras, who was also taking part in teaching sometimes, and could admittedly be abrasive with strangers. "You're sure you don't want a larger role in their education?" Regina asked her as they stood together on a balcony looking down on the inner courtyard garden, which had become an unofficial practice spot for the group. Madras shook her head. "There's a reason I only rarely taught anyone," she said. "I only enjoy it in reasonably small doses. Besides, these are your people. You're certainly proficient enough to teach a psychic hopeful the basics without my help." "Well, thanks," Regina answered. "Are you not getting bored, though?" Madras chuckled. "Not enough to change my mind. Besides, I've been helping Ichnes to shore up her mental defenses, and she's talked me into teaching some of her people, as well." Regina paused for a moment. That could be innocent enough, but she suspected there might be a reason why Ichnes might want people loyal to her taught how to defend their minds. Or just to have them spend more time with Madras, even, come to think of it. "Whatever is going on with you guys. I don't want to meddle in your personal affairs. Or political affairs. But, you will tell me if it's something I should know, right?" Madras regarded her silently for a moment. "If there was anything going on, I'm sure it would be a private matter of the Eternal Dark or the Dark Elves, and not something I should necessarily inform a foreign empress about, at least at this point, out of consideration to everyone." "I understand. Then I'm just happy you get to spend more time with your little sister." It was probably better if she could honestly claim she didn't know anything. Even if Regina suspected Madras, Ichnes, and their supporters were preparing some political moves. That was, strictly speaking, their business, though. Regina didn't know enough to tell what kind of moves they would even consider, although she doubted they would be violent. If they succeeded, it would presumably only move their people closer to an alliance. And if they failed, it would decrease the chances of that, but, honestly, Regina wouldn't lose that much. It wasn't like the Dark Elves were particularly close to the Empire, in either a political and geographical sense. She was probably better advised to focus on diplomatic relationships with or political developments in nations that were closer and more threatening, like Essaman and the Western Confederation. "What about your other little problem?" Madras asked, clearly changing the subject and inadvertently getting closer to what she was considering. "The little spy still hasn't sung yet?" Regina grimaced. "I've taken a look at their mind," she admitted, just without trying to force entry. "He's definitely been taught some mental defense, and is keeping the shields up now. They must also have trained him to resist interrogation. Conventionally, I mean. Our interrogators haven't been able to get anything of substance, yet, and investigation into his background is also still ongoing." "Then it's not just a random servant they bribed, clearly. Do you want me to try?" She gave Madras a look. "That would hardly be better than doing it myself." "All right," Madras waved her off. "I admire your commitment to ethics. Although, honestly, I wouldn't have expected you to be this intransigent." She cut herself off, looking down at the students in the garden again. "You're trying to set a good example, aren't you?" "Maybe." Regina sighed. She shouldn't be surprised that Madras could see through her this easily. And she had to wonder if she was right, and she'd have been more flexible if she didn't have this consideration. She suspected so. "They said knowing yourself was half the battle, or how did that go again?" "Right, she'd prefer not to have to fight 100 battles anyway." "Are you going to respond in kind, then?" Madras asked. "Put more effort into spying on your enemies?" "I think I'll have to." Regina pulled a face. "I need to know what's going on in those countries. I'll send more spies. I don't like the risk it means for those of my people who are involved, but I suppose that's just the way it goes. If they freely agree to take the risk. As long as you can trust them," Madras muttered. "But I assume you're going to personally check on anyone in a sensitive position or anyone who you will try to place in one, won't you?" "If feasible, yes," Regina confirmed. "But it won't always be possible. If a junior agent in Lion Gen sees an opportunity and is suddenly in a much better position, We can hardly ask them to come back to Sarah for an interview. It's a shame that I can't travel easily. She looked at Madras. The dark elf huffed. So you want my help, is that it? She glanced down again. And I assume this is part of what your students will be doing eventually. Well, you realize it's somewhat odd to have compunctions about using psychic abilities to peer into people's minds and violate their privacy when you also send people to spy on them and ferret out their secrets, and by definition violate their privacy? Regina rolled her eyes. Obviously. But it's different using it on my own citizens, or as part of intelligence operations against other nations. It's not like I'm fundamentally opposed to using my abilities for intelligence gathering, despite moral compunctions. She shrugged. Besides, you have emphasized ethics and restraint in teaching me, so don't pretend you're above such concerns. Madras laughed. Oh, I'm certainly not. To the chagrin of some of my fellows. But what I felt forced to do in war, she trailed off, shrugging. There are lines. It's good if you know where they are. Ours won't be precisely the same, and we might fight about it on occasion in the future, but at least I trust you to not to throw morals out the window for power, Regina. See, that doesn't change. Of course, Regina muttered. She was aware that Madras was still the better psychic, and would remain so for a while, no matter how well Regina progressed. There was just no making up for the wealth of experience she possessed. Although she didn't have the strength of the psychic link. Still, Regina trusted Madras. And, while Regina was an empress with impressive physical defenses and guards at her disposal, if Madras ever really felt forced to stop her, she probably could. On the other hand, Regina was starting to think it might be true the other way around, too. Even if she wasn't as good as Madras, she had her own strengths, and the allegiance of a lot of people. Even the best psychic couldn't control everyone in a city at once. As far as she knew. Where's the upper limit on psychic power? She asked. Interesting question, Madras mused. Perhaps you'll be the one to find out. Regina snorted. Somehow, I doubt that, she said drily. If nothing else, my lifespan is limited. True, Madras conceded. Well, I will tell you that I have never encountered a psychic that I know was stronger than I am now, but that does not mean there isn't one, or hasn't been. And even with all my centuries, I am still getting better, if slowly. I imagine if your friend Galatea has any talent for it and devoted herself to the psychic arts, she might eclipse both of us one day. She would have all the time in the world. Regina hummed thoughtfully. It was weird to think about it, that Galatea was apparently immortal, while she would die in a century or so, assuming that guess was at all accurate. Yet another thing for the list of what she wanted to ask Lion. At least it was one question she was confident she could answer. But there's no inherent limit? Not as far as I know, Madras said, regarding her thoughtfully. It's like a lot of other magic. We are only mortal and by nature limited. Mental capacity and focus, distance, available mana, all of it constrains us. You have an advantage in some areas, considering your Hive Queen nature, but you are also the nexus for your psychic link and need to constantly bear its weight. Regina nodded. She was mostly aware of that already. It was still nice to get an answer from her teacher, and she felt pleased at the answer. Inherent limitations or not, she wanted to explore, she wanted to find the limits. Maybe not of psychic ability in general, but at least push her own limits. Chapter 331, Visitors. Tim jerked awake, his heart pounding. For a moment, he was disoriented, his mind reflexively reaching out to the psychic link and his heart aching when he failed to find it. That happened more often than not, these days, although it had been getting a little better. He lay still, breathing regularly, unsure what had woken him. Something was different. Underground, it was hard to get a sense of time passing, but he was still too tired to have been asleep for long. It was silent. He concentrated on the breaths he took and tried to parse the scents they carried, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Dust, a faint tang of metal, perhaps echoes of water and the ever-present moss in tunnel systems like these. Tim opened his eyes just a little bit. It was still dark. He wasn't even sure why he was being so cautious. By all accounts, everything should be fine. It wouldn't be the first time he simply slept badly. And yet some instinct, warned him that something was up. He turned his head slightly, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. That was when he realized. His vision was good, even if it still needed light, and usually, he should have been able to at least see the silhouettes of his companions, sleeping in the camp with him. At least in most hours of the night. Their human and even elven party members didn't have eyesight quite as good, so they usually kept at least a small magical candle or something burning on watch to provide a little light. But right now, he could barely see anything. It should have been their shift, though. Ash had been on watch when he'd gone to bed, and their 2 dark elves had been active in the day and were again tomorrow, so they hadn't been scheduled for shifts this night, which meant there should have been at least one human or surface elf, regardless of which shift it was. And it was very quiet. Maybe just a little too quiet. Tim breathed out evenly, then felt for the dagger he'd stowed in the folds of his bedroll, carefully tugging it out a little. He made sure there was nothing in his immediate vicinity, then quickly straightened up, drawing in air and straining his ears. Nothing moved right away. Frowning, he got to his feet, turning in a slow circle. He cursed the fact it was this dark. Closing his eyes, he focused on his other senses. He didn't need his eyes. Carefully, he moved a few steps, recalling the layout of the camp and moving towards the center, glad no one had put their bedroll too close to his, trying not to wake him during shift changes. Still, the guards on duty should have noticed him moving. There was no scent of blood in the air, at least, and even straining his ears, he couldn't hear anything beyond the slow, even breaths of the others sleeping. No faster breaths indicating someone awake. Should I sound the alert? He considered. It might alert the intruder if there was one. But he couldn't leave his companions defenseless either. Compromising, he gently kicked the 2 closest sleeping forms, twice, hoping that Annuus and Ash would be good enough to stay quiet. Then he took another step forward, straining his senses to try and pick up where the problem was. There. Just the slightest swish of air to his left. That was where the party had left their supplies. At least it meant no one was in immediate reach. Tim padded over as quietly as he could, but whatever he'd felt previously didn't repeat. Light, now, he called. Annuus, at least, must have been awake and alert, and a moment later, the light of a magical ever-burning candle shone from her position. Tim didn't turn to look at it to preserve his night vision. Instead, he caught a dark shadow darting away from the supplies. There, he called again, clutching his dagger tightly and hurrying after it. The light got dimmer as he moved away, broken by the piles of scrap metal, until several other lights suddenly sprang to life, including a firebolt held in Ed's hand. It gave Tim enough light to see what he was chasing, towards the distant rocky wall of the cavern. Ash had darted around the side and was now coming up on it from a sharp angle. Together, they herded it against the wall. It looked vaguely person-shaped, but more of a shadow than anything substantial. It moved to press against the rocky wall, then seemed to compact a little, as if it was cowering. Tim carefully poked one of his blade arms towards it, but the shadow gave no reaction. He stepped closer and stabbed again, this time in actual range. But before his blade arm made contact, the shadow vanished. What was that? Tim asked tightly. Some kind of construct, I'd wager, Annuus answered promptly. I've seen the kind before, although they're rare. It felt like one, not like a person, Nukmi agreed, but unlike her, he stayed at their camp. It's gone now, you won't find anything. Tim turned around. Check the camp, and the cavern, he ordered. I need to know if it left anything behind or took anything. Then he went to look for the missing guards. Luckily, he didn't have far to go. Alval was already dragging both of them over to the camp. They'd been leaning against another metal pile, asleep but clearly still alive. Now they were stirring weakly. Some kind of ability effect, probably inherent to the construct, Nukmi diagnosed. We have some antidotes, but they should be fine. Tim nodded. He wasn't particularly close to the 2 humans, a delver and a veteran soldier. They were part of the quieter part of the group, who didn't speak up much. But it was good to know they'd be alright. Our supplies are disturbed, but there's nothing missing, Annuus reported a minute later. Also, your bedroll looks to be disturbed, but I'm guessing that's fine. Tim wandered over back to her. It must have been a scout, he said. We're lucky no one was hurt. The others nodded. Well, at least some people definitely know we're here now, Ash offered. Tim sighed, glancing at the others in his party. He knew they couldn't remain here undiscovered forever. They had probably been discovered already before this. We can't just keep sitting here and waiting. It's time to set out, I think, Annuus said softly, clearly thinking the same thing. They will be coming, we can't simply wait. We need to act. Where would we go? Ash asked. Tim breathed out. Iliusin, he said. If they really are under Varigal's influence, we're at least more likely to find a positive reception there than when it comes to other options. We should be able to get some pointers, perhaps even hire some reinforcements, I suppose. It's also the northernmost city around here, so it's closest to the Empire, and the obvious destination for any reinforcements to come through. Makes sense. Should we try to coordinate with Galatea first? I don't think we can afford to wait for her, Tim shook his head. He would have preferred not to leave until he had an update on the status of their reinforcements from her, but he didn't know when Galatea would show up again. He suspected it was taxing even for her to keep jetting between the Empire and the southern lands, and being underground meant she had trouble scrying them. Then who's coming with you? Annuus asked. No one tried to question that Tim himself was leaving. It was obvious. He glanced around, then started naming people who would stay or go. He needed to bring enough people, but also leave enough of them here to guard the site. In the end, Annuus stayed, as the one unofficially in charge, along with Ed as the Imperial and Delver representative. Tyrius would accompany him along with most of the others. Of the Dark Elves, Nukmi would come and Alval stay. Tim had been tempted to leave Ash behind, but he trusted Annuus enough for this, and his talents were better used on the trip. Tim also decided to take both of the local adventurers with him, he just felt better being able to keep a personal eye on them. At least Tony was happy they were visiting his city. When everything had been sorted out and they finally got to leave, Tim set a fast pace. He only faltered slightly when they finally left the underground complex, through the entrance from the vehicle bay, and stepped out into the open. It had been a few days since he'd seen the sun. Not that he could see it right now, since it was still night, just starting to brighten in the gray of pre-dawn. It still felt very bright. He glanced at the others to check they were okay, then kept walking. Luckily, while there was no proper road from the base, obviously, it wasn't too difficult to traverse the terrain. It was mostly just meadows and the occasional copses of trees. Ilium guided them on a path that led them to a proper trail after a while, and then a real road a few hours later. It wasn't as well paved as those in the Empire, but it would suffice. Luckily, even the dirt path was already secure enough to allow for faster travel. Everyone in their group had decent con stats, and they'd been well rested the last few days, at least in terms of physical exertion. Therefore, when Tim started a forced march, too fast to keep up for regular humans, no one complained. It helped that they could also use class skills and the haste spell to speed their travel, though they could only keep that up sporadically and for a short period given the size of their group. Their trip took several hours, well into the day, with only short rest breaks. It was a reasonable distance, but not out of the question for a day's forced march for a proper military force, and even less time for his group. It helped that they were already past the city they'd tried to avoid, Ilion, and after reaching a proper road, it took them straight to their destination. That city was probably where their current enemies were coming from, he suspected. They were closest, so they'd have the most chance of stumbling on the old Hive Queen base. He wasn't sure if their government was involved and they'd simply managed to keep it very secret, or if it was some other group. He didn't even know much about the city or how it was run. It hadn't seemed that important before, and Ilium or Tony still didn't have detailed information. At least he knew a little more about Iliusin, since both of them had actually been there. As the city's walls started appearing on the horizon, Tim tried to find some comfort in the thought. He had several goals in coming here and he'd like to accomplish at least most of them. Unfortunately, his tentative plans started crumbling as soon as they arrived. From up close, the architectural style reminded him of Varigle's. Although the city wall looked to be a newer addition, the city must have been growing lately. The gate was thrown open and several guards were standing by it in polished armor. As usual, the arrival of Tim's group caused quite the stir among the people trying to enter the city, though it wasn't a very thick crowd right now. He'd tried to be unobtrusive, but that was only so feasible given their races, especially since Hivekind were unknown here. However, the guards reacted quickly. At first, he thought they might be coming to detain them, but instead they pushed the crowd back and opened a path for Tim and the others through the gate. As they passed it, a man in a fancier helmet and with a higher level met them, clearly the captain. He straightened up in a semblance of attention and bowed deeply. "Most honored guests, the lords of Iliusen are delighted by your arrival. If you would deign to follow me, you will be received in the Rose Palace." "Were you expecting us?" Tim asked, but gestured at the others to come with and fell into step beside the officer. "In a sense, Your Excellence, the High Council was hoping you would visit soon and has been anticipating your arrival. They were quite pleased to receive word from the north." Tim nodded but decided to wait with more questions until he met the city's leaders. At least this was a nice welcome. He glanced around, noting the people on the streets, the rows of buildings unfolding across the city with colorful designs painted on the brickwork in a local style. It was hard to say if they were readying themselves for war, but the city at least didn't seem too tense. The Rose Palace was easy to identify, considering the rose garden surrounding it on three sides. A short path led to the entrance. There were several people drawn up at regular intervals lining it, probably guards, though they wore no armor. He wasn't familiar enough with cultural cues to tell if they had other roles. Then they passed through the doors into a short entrance hall. A man in some kind of livery met them outside the double doors leading further in, presumably into some kind of great hall. He lowered himself to briefly touch his knee to the floor before standing upright. "The lords are preparing to receive our most esteemed guests. Please give them a brief while before you enter," he said. Tim inclined his head in acknowledgement. "We are grateful to be received by the High Council." "Thank you, Your Excellence, the city of Iliusen welcomes you." The servant, if that's what he was, hesitated before slipping in through a smaller door Tim only now noticed was set beside the larger double doors. He heard the start of some whispered conversation before it closed and muffled it too much to make out even for his ears. Tim frowned. The other voice sounded familiar. He didn't have long to wait and wonder. After only a minute, the doors opened and they entered to be announced. As this seemed to be a formal audience, he let the others go first, since Tony had been able to tell them it was generally the order of things for the highest ranking to go last here. Tim was too distracted to pay particular attention, though, since now that the doors were open, he saw the man who was now crossing to stand beside their group. He looked more adventurous than usual in reinforced trousers and jacket instead of traditional mage robes, but he immediately recognized Derek Zephyr, the Cernlian thaumaturge. "So he's made it here already. I guess it's not that surprising if Mother sent him." Then Tim stepped inside and his attention was immediately captured by the announcer's words. "His Imperial Highness, Prince Tim of House Woolton, champion of the Central European Empire." He almost faltered and had to force himself to keep moving until he stood beside Zephyr. "But I'm not a prince," he hissed out of the corner of his mouth. "You are now, my prince," Zephyr hissed back, without moving his lips at all. Maybe he was using air magic. Before he could respond, the humans sitting on a half-circle of 4 throne-like chairs on a dais at the end of the room rose and welcomed him, taking it in turns to offer what sounded like formal phrases and diplomatic welcomes. Tim smiled and nodded, but he did manage to throw Zephyr a questioning look in the first break between speakers. "Yourself and your brother Max were given the title of prince by the Empress just before I departed," Zephyr explained quietly. "I imagine she's given the royal title to your sisters Mia and Tia too, but I was too far gone to receive the official confirmation. I am uncertain about any potential others later." Tim resisted the urge to shake his head. There wouldn't be any others, at least not for a long time, if ever. He'd never wanted a royal title, and he knew Max would want it even less. None of them really would, although they wouldn't complain. But Tim could see why Regina thought it was a good idea. It should definitely help his standing for diplomatic efforts. He was fine with that. He'd use all the help he could get for this mission. "We have heard much of you from our friends in Varigals, Prince Tim," one of the lords said, finally moving on from the formal phrases. "It is our hope that we can build a similar bond of friendship and alliance. I am certain we can help each other." With what? He wondered. Do they know about the reason for our interest in the region? Once it was clear they were done talking, Tim smiled at them, inclining his head slightly. "I am honored by your warm welcome, my lords. In the name of my mother, Empress Regina, I gladly accept your sentiments as well as the hand of friendship you have reached out to us. I am sure closer ties may come in time, and I am as eager to see it as you." They all smiled, and Tim realized that he was not going to be done with this quickly. Chapter 332, Reinforcements. Owen Castaway had been curious about the southern lands for decades now. Mostly, it was an idle curiosity, waxing and waning with his interest in other things and his general busyness. He'd entertained thoughts of traveling there, but had always discarded them as too risky or impractical. He couldn't leave his party for that long. Not all of them would want to come with on such an uncertain adventure, and after he met the Hive Queen and everything that followed, he was far too busy and bound to the new empire to think seriously about it. Except now here he was, sent to the southern lands across the mountain by the Empress Will. He'd known he had to hurry as much as he could while not disregarding sensible caution. The discovery Tim, now Prince Tim, he reminded himself, and his party had made was delicate, and there was no time to waste for others to find the location, or those who had first found and made use of it to come try and reclaim it by force. Empress Regina had sent Zephyr ahead, and while the thaumaturge was doubtless a more than competent mage, Owen was unsure how much he trusted him to handle this. Even if he was loyal, he was only a single man. He had said he couldn't bring anyone with him traveling with magical means, which was probably true. But Owen and the elite fighters detached to accompany him were traveling quickly, too. A larger force was making its way over the mountains using the newly prepared, if incomplete, road. They would still have to contend with monsters, but he was confident they could make it across safely. Owen and his people, on the other hand, used the wings of the largest contingent of winged drone mounts, or perhaps flying drones in general, assembled since the war. They'd all switched mounts twice during the trip, at the safest locations they could find. None of the mounts were high-leveled enough to have gained sapience, clearly a deliberate choice. The Hive did not want to risk their necessarily more vulnerable people like this, he assumed, although all of them were close to it, in the late 30s. They managed to fly fast and high enough that they were mostly unbothered by monsters. Owen doubted any of his companions had ever been so high up. The world looked very different from such an altitude, even the peaks below them shrunk like lines on a map. He counted himself lucky to have the experience. Unfortunately, his first impressions of the southern lands themselves didn't necessarily line up with the hopes he'd had for them. They were interesting enough, of course. Cities with neat and clearly magically aided rows of crops around satellite villages surrounding them like what Princess Janice had once called a fractal pattern. From above, it was harder to make out details, but on the ground he had seen a mix of races he wouldn't have encountered north of the mountains. Not that they stopped at any of the villages or smaller towns. Crossing the mountains was only occasion for another mount change before they continued on. He had considered the route carefully. Some of his fellows had argued for stopping at the city of Varigals, which was probably closest to the mountains. However, it would still be a detour. Instead, he would prefer to travel to the site Tim's party had found directly. Of course, setting down directly at that point would be an obvious hint for anyone that there was something to find there, and even traveling on foot was probably risky. The other option would be a city close by which might be friendly. Unfortunately, it was hard for him to know exactly how friendly any of them would be. Most likely, all of them would be alarmed by their flock of flying drones. Instead, they set down well away from any settlement in an empty field. One of the drones accompanying him would stay with the flock for now, while they traveled onwards on foot. If things went sideways, the drones should also allow for a quick escape. Let's get going, he said, securing his pack to his shoulders and sweeping his gaze across the rest of his new party. Most of them were unknown to him, although he might have seen their faces before. Gwen and most of his former party had stayed in the Empire. Yes, sir, his second, Dustin, replied. He was a Nerlian who'd fought in the Cernlian Civil War, then in the war against the Gnomes, and had meanwhile been made a major in the new Imperial Army. Not all of Owen's men were soldiers, only about half. At least those were a proper unit, even if one recently assembled. The others were drones, delvers who hadn't enlisted in the military, and 2 mages with knighthoods in Cernlia. Owen spent more time looking at all of them than their surroundings, as they set off, though he tried to be discreet. He hadn't had the time to integrate this strike force as well as he might have liked. But all of them were seasoned combat veterans with the levels and skills to show for it. Hopefully that would be enough. They marched quietly, obviously on the alert. It would be hard to find their target just from descriptions, but they had several good rangers with them, who quickly took the lead to sniff out the underground base, using skills able to map underground terrain features as well. It was the reason 2 of them were in this party. The descriptions Lady Galatea had provided did help, at least once they confirmed they'd passed over the right cities. Owen hoped the trek wouldn't take long. They were all tired, and needed a good night's sleep to be at their best fighting form, even with good con stats. The mages were noticeably drooping, which was not surprising after the flight. I found them, Sir Owen, the best ranger with the most applicable skill, Lorries, finally spoke up. At least I reckon so. Big underground complex going in several levels, only connected with one proper, long tunnel to the rest of the network. Good work, he told her. I'm afraid there's more, sir. Owen raised an eyebrow. He knew her skill, rare as it was, only worked in brief spurts, with a long time in between. If you didn't know where to look, searching anything for underground caverns was prohibitively time-consuming. It might explain why more people hadn't stumbled on this base, since it was in the middle of nowhere. Yes? I don't feel lives or magic with the skill, but people are also made of material thicker than air, and if there's a big group of them in a space, I can sometimes tell. I can't be certain, but it felt like it this time. At least a few dozen people overall. Owen stifled a curse. That sounds like there's more than just our people waiting for us here, Dustin said. Hostiles? Impossible to know, but it seems likely, Owen replied. They would need to proceed with care. He made his party slow down a bit as they continued, staying closer together for protection. At the same time, he sent scouts ahead to try and investigate. They used a standard pattern, with 2 scouts out far, one of them ahead of the others to alert the rest of the group, and several in close guard around the main party. Laurie stayed with them while Marcus, their stealthiest scout, ranged at the tip. Owen tried not to get too nervous as they continued walking without any word from him or the others. In situations like this, his nerves always felt stretched to the bone. But he knew how to keep control of himself, keep them in check, and gauge the actual passage of time. He was just starting to consider swapping out the scouts when Marcus finally appeared in front of them, clearly letting an invisibility skill fade. Sir, he saluted. Report, Owen asked. I found the entrance to the base, 10 minutes ahead. The gate is open. There are giant golems guarding the path in front of the entrance, but not directly standing in front of it. Several warriors were moving around as well, all human men, wearing nondescript and non-uniform armor. There were no visible sigils or banners. I chanced to peek into the tunnel, and there are definitely more men inside, at least 2 dozen in the vehicle bay. I am uncertain about the deeper reaches of the complex. Owen nodded. It appeared their enemies were hiding their affiliations, then. If they truly were enemies, he reminded himself not to take anything for granted. Any signs of our allies? He asked. The scout shook his head. No, Sir Owen. I saw no signs of a struggle, and no drone, elf of either kind, or human with Delver or Imperial equipment. If they abandoned the base without a fight, they might still be lurking out here, and at least keeping an eye on it, Dustin offered. That did seem like the most logical conclusion. Right. Return to your scouting, see if you can't make contact with them. Be careful, we don't want to fight our comrades. Yes, sir. Marcus melted back into the wide grass around them, although it shouldn't be tall enough for it. Owen motioned to the rest of the group to keep moving, slowing down even further. They still wouldn't be in sight of the entrance or the guards, but it was best to be careful. In the end, the others made contact with them before Marcus returned. Owen already drew his sword and had almost prepared a skill before he realized that the shadow moving out from behind a scraggly tree at the side of the path was friendly. The dark elf raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Calm, friends, he said in a low tone that only just carried to them. Owen glanced at his system notification and nodded. He'd been briefed on everyone in Tim's party, including Elval as Olerin. Sheathing his blade again, he stepped up to the Dark Ranger. It's good to see you, he greeted him. We feared your party was lost after seeing the men occupying the base. Olerin inclined his head. Lord Tim took about half of our party to Iliusin before they came. Commander Annuus decided there was no point in fighting for it and ordered the withdrawal, he explained. We might have held them off for a while, but we were severely outnumbered and it was too risky. Instead, we erased signs of our presence and withdrew as soon as we spotted them coming. I've been keeping an eye on the entrance. Most of us will be out scouting, but I can lead you to our current camp. Please do, Owen nodded. I would have made the same decision in her shoes. Less than 10 people fighting against this force would turn out badly even if we have higher levels. The dark elf only grunted in what seemed to be agreement, then motioned at them and turned to lead them off at an angle to their previous path. How many do they number? Owen asked quietly. And have you found indications of where they're from? 50 men and 8 golems in total, by our estimates, and unfortunately not, Olerin replied. We should continue speaking at camp, Sir Owen, sound still carries out here. Owen nodded and fell back a bit, keeping quiet. He wondered if their camp would be much better. It probably wasn't intended for a group of their size. They walked for about 5 minutes, until he guessed they were far enough from the entrance to not be noticed, but still close enough to get there quickly in a hurry. There was a small copse of trees, looking a bit like an overgrown orchard, mostly olive trees he guessed, beside a small dirt trail that might have been made by game. As he passed the first few trees, he realized someone must have used some magic to shape the inner part, creating a more complete wall of greenery to hide the clearing in the center. Several people were sitting there, their packs carefully arranged to allow for a quick exit. Annuus Eltarianal turned and stepped towards them as she entered. Sir Owen, she greeted him, then dipped her head at the others behind him as well. It's good to see you. Likewise, Commander, he replied, sweeping his gaze across the clearing. There were only 2 other people here, both human, the rest clearly out on patrol or scouting. You should settle in, then we can talk, she suggested. Owen nodded, stifling a yawn. It was like seeing a campsite and standing still allowed the tiredness to catch up to him. He pushed it away, set down his things, and then sat by an unlit fireplace with Annuus, Dustin, and their remaining officers. Unprompted, Annuus began to report what had happened. Apparently, Tim had left yesterday for Iliusin. The people they'd seen had arrived 5 hours later, mid-afternoon the day before, and Annuus had withdrawn the rest of her party, as he'd heard. They'd been spying on them since then. Have you found any indications of where they're from? Dustin asked. The elf shook her head. Nothing conclusive, unfortunately. The obvious guess is Ilion. We found nothing to confirm it, but also nothing that would question it. And their men's appearance matches what we might expect for people from there. Or so I've been told. Human ethnicities have never looked very different to me, she added with a slight smile. They do, Ed spoke up, shrugging at Owen's look. They definitely look like people from the southern lands, I mean, dark hair and slightly darker, more olive skin. We've been here long enough I've picked up some impressions. Plus, they're exclusively human. So they're probably local, but it doesn't confirm which city or country they come from, Owen said. We can assume Ilion for now. The more important question is what they're doing. So far, not much, from what we can tell, Annuus said. It's possible that they've just been very discreet. She cocked her head. Will we get further reinforcements? We may be able to force them out with your strike force, but a proper sentry would be better. Owen rubbed his forehead. More reinforcements are coming, but they have to get across the mountains first, then get here. If that's where they should head. I'd prefer not to start a major fight without Tim's approval, he's still officially in charge here. Ed nodded. He could have been back here today. But we don't know when they'll come back, yet, or with what news. For now, you should sleep, Annuus added. You'll be no good in a fight exhausted. Perhaps we'll get word back from him in the meantime. Owen nodded reluctantly, but his tiredness was getting hard to ignore. It took the last of his energy to make sure matters were sorted and his party properly settled. He barely felt awake when he unrolled his bedroll and dropped into deep sleep almost as soon as his head hit his pillow. Chapter 333, Good Relations. The city of Iliusen was officially ruled by a council of 4 High Lords, named the Lords of the High Council on most occasions. They had a slightly strange tradition, in that there was an actual leader among those 4, but their identity was not public knowledge. Officially, the council was supposed to speak with one voice. Apparently, they mostly voted on matters with said leader's vote counting double, but the records of how each lord voted were supposed to be secret, too. While women had on occasion been on the council, it was dominated by men, and currently the lords were all male as well. Tim had found out as much in the first few hours of their stay in the city. They seemed quite eager to speak to the imperial party, although their own ceremonies seemed to get in the way of that talking a little. Clearly, they'd decided to pull out all the stops and receive them with proper pomp and circumstance, though. It was probably supposed to be a gesture. Considering that not every city on their trip had been willing to acknowledge Hivekind as proper emissaries, let alone give their leader the dignities of a prince, they could hardly complain. Not that Tim was used to thinking of himself as a prince yet, but he figured he'd better get used to it in a hurry. Even if Regina had only granted them the title in order to give him all possible diplomatic weight, all the help she could, it wasn't going to vanish after this mission was over. At the moment, it was only a detail, though, and he had more important things to focus on. Being immediately welcomed by the guards, guided to the hall and then received by the High Council was nice in diplomatic terms, but it had also made him miss some opportunities to accomplish the goals he was here for. They hadn't seen anything beyond the main street they were led down. Tim had wanted to gather general information on the city, hints about the conflict in the region, who might be responsible and how much support they could expect in the area. He'd also wanted to return quickly, but leaving abruptly would probably be taken as an insult by his hosts now. For now, Tim tried his best to ferret out information from the city's nobles and officials while he attempted to send a few members of his party into the streets to learn more. He was fairly sure the city's leaders wanted some kind of alliance, but he also wasn't going to go into it blindly. He knew the clock was ticking. Their opponents had already sent a scout into the underground base, but they needed reliable allies or none at all. Thankfully, the banquet the council had decided to throw to honor him was a good opportunity to talk to people and gather information. While there was a lot of food, it was clearly meant as more of a general gathering, and a lot of people were speaking to each other, freely moving between groups or seats. It looked like the entire upper class of the city was here, although that probably couldn't be literally true. He knew a lot of people would only be interested in him because of the novelty. That was also something he had some experience with. This time, Tim didn't have the patience to play it up too much. He tried for serious conversations, though without appearing brusque, to find out more information about the city and its notables. It quickly grew tedious as the hours stretched on. "I do hope you are enjoying the banquet, my prince," Lord Narani said, startling him slightly as he turned. "I know they can be tiring." "Not at all, my lord," Tim replied with a smile and less than perfect sincerity. "I am enjoying the opportunity to get to know the people of your fine city." "That is good. I cannot help but notice you seem disinclined to indulge in the drinks." Tim shrugged lightly. If he had to make a guess, Narani would be who he'd bet on as leader of the council. Although that was only based on his first impression, He'd barely done more than be introduced to them. I am afraid alcohol is not good for my constitution, Lord Narani. It is certainly nothing against what I am sure are very fine spirits you offer. Goodness, that sounds terrible, the man said with what he probably intended as a charming smile. Tim suspected it wasn't the track he usually took first. He had more frown than laugh lines, anyway. I am not sure I would survive that. We must find an alternative for you. Tim forced his smile to stay. This wasn't the time to talk about humans' habitual alcoholism, no matter how baffling and unhealthy it was. I make do, he said. We do have some rather enjoyable, medicinal herbs. If you would like to try a new experience. It wasn't the first time that had been offered to him either. Tim preferred to keep his head clear. Perhaps some other time, he said politely. I wouldn't want to muddle my head and inflict a poorer conversationalist on the fine people here. Of course. You must think me terribly unsophisticated, the Lord sighed. He was still acting, but getting better. Let us talk business, then? Tim wasn't sure if he meant the weed or that he hadn't been very subtle about trying to get him drunk and or high to get information from him. He didn't really care at the moment. Of course, he echoed. You would like to build an alliance, but the Empire is a long distance away from here. Lord Narani didn't look enthusiastic, for once. Not as far as some, farther than others, he replied. We certainly would try for good relations. As for an actual alliance, well, perhaps we should learn a little more of each other before talking of binding arrangements, shouldn't we? Tim tilted his head. That didn't quite fit the vibe he'd gotten so far. He supposed it might be cultural standards or that Narani was one of the more opposed voices on their council. Reasonable, he allowed, trying not to show his thoughts on his face. It would certainly be unwise to rush into it. That it would, Narani agreed with a smile that looked just a little too smug for Tim's liking. We are the gates to the world, Prince Tim. All manner of goods passes through our gates and our sister cities. You may have the population of an empire, but I would caution you not to underestimate us. Tim nodded calmly. He was reminded that Regina did want contacts with the southern lands for their access to the wider world across the Mediterranean. Sailing the sea was still dangerous, but not as much as the Atlantic or crossing the Alps. At least, as it used to be. Of course, this city wasn't on the coast. You must have quite a few of those sister cities. True, we do, he answered, his smile gaining a pleased edge. He listed a few names, with their important characteristics and epithets. The list at least contained useful information even if he was boasting. I notice you didn't mention Varigals, Tim commented. Oh, Varigals, the Lord said. Of course. That is who everyone thinks of in the same breath as our city's name. Our friends there are certainly prolific, aren't they? That sounded like there was a bit of bad blood between them, unless Narani just wanted to give that impression. They are eager to build bridges with us, Tim said lightly. There it was, a bit of a flicker in the Lord's eyes. Tim was sure he hadn't imagined it. Not just a ploy, then. At least not entirely. It made him re-evaluate his impression of what was going on here. It had been easier to think of Iliusin and Varigals, the Archmage and the adventurer he had sent, as one unit. But, of course, everyone had their own agenda. He shouldn't be surprised. I'm sure they are, Narani said. Unlike more barbarous fellows, the lords of Varigals are eager to turn to diplomacy rather than the sword, to make friends of newcomers rather than harden enmities. At least at first. They are still strong allies to have. I know, Tim murmured. But as you said, true alliances take time, don't they? The Lord smiled again. That they do. But I think that is my cue to leave, my prince. Others wish to lay claim to some of my time as well. Of course. We will speak again, my lord. Your Highness. He gave a curt, polite bow, then walked off. Tim stared after him for a moment, then turned. He grabbed a glass off a tray, barely glancing at its content. Alcohol, by the smell, not that they had much of anything else. Perhaps he should have looked harder, but it was perhaps better to have something to hold in his hand. He strolled toward the other side of the room, exchanging nods with some people he had already talked to. He swept the room with his eyes, noting the position of specific people. Most of those in his party were spread out, braving the gathering. Ash had drawn quite a crowd of the curious, but was handling them well. Nukmi attracted almost as many stares, he noted. The others were a bit more subtle, but of course, melting into the crowd wouldn't have been an option for Tim, anyway. None of them were in trouble, but he knew they were keeping an eye on him, and each other, as well. For now, Tim made his way through the room and then out the front door. There was an inner courtyard, a garden of flowers, low hedges, and the occasional particularly flowery tree. A few people walked here as well, clearly taking some fresh air. Tim put down his glass and gave himself a moment to crane his neck back and look up into the sky, breathing deeply and releasing some tension. Then he paid more attention to the local nobles in the garden. Some of them looked at him curiously, but there was no one who particularly stood out or felt like they deserved closer investigation. Tim decided to head back inside after a short break for fresh air, but before he could move, several of the other people cried out. He turned, following their gaze, and then started in surprise as he saw a flash of light moving towards him. A bird, he realized after a moment. Some kind of hawk, just a faintly translucent, luminous version of it. It cried once, surprisingly quiet, before coming to a stop hovering in the air in front of him. There was a piece of paper tied to one claw. Cautiously, Tim reached out and untied it. He knew a construct like this must come from a class skill, belonging to someone with an uncommon class and a high level. There were several people coming to mind, though, notably, several soldiers featured in files he'd read. People you would include if you sent reinforcements across the mountains. He glanced around, ignoring the gazes of the other people. More of them had come out to stare. He could have hoped this would be more discreet, but there was no changing it now. Everyone would know he'd gotten a message. It looked like the messenger had flown here, but he knew it must have materialized at some point close to him. Just as he unrolled the message, it disappeared. Tim decided he might as well stay there, only looking up to nod at several of his party members who were now coming to join him. Projecting calm, he read the missive. It took all of his self-control not to give any visible reaction. It appeared he'd done just what he'd wanted to avoid and effectively given the base over to their enemies by withdrawing half of their group for this trip. He was inclined to agree with Anu's decision to avoid a confrontation, but this was still bad. At least the first wave of reinforcements had arrived. Now the question is, what to do? He hadn't achieved what he'd wanted to hear yet, and rushing off now might ruin everything he had managed. But he couldn't leave them on their own either, he was needed there. Should they try to fight for the base? Tim? Tyrius asked carefully. Tim glanced up. The elf champion had been out in the city. He looked concerned now, there was tension in the set of his shoulders. Important news, Tim said. You found something too? Tyrius nodded. Can we go somewhere more private, perhaps? Tim glanced at the others and waved them back. Go back inside, show your faces, we'll be right there. Then he followed Tyrius to a quiet corner, around a bend in the path, a spot that was mostly covered by a tree and several bushes. No one was close enough to eavesdrop, and Tim scanned the area carefully, scenting the air and straining his ears to be sure. Then he turned to his companion, who still looked a bit agitated. What is it? I took a good look around, Tyrius said. It struck me how calm the city was, especially around the outer parts. I went by several barracks of the city guard. They're too empty. None of them is unused, but they're not filled to capacity. This is the only regular military force the city has, Tim. If they're not here, they're out fighting somewhere. Tim nodded. That's good to know. But we did know they were preparing or already fighting other cities in the region, anyway. Tyrius made a face. I know, but I managed to get a look at their military storage, too. They had warehouses close by the barracks. I know, he added at Tim's surprised look, I'm not the sneakiest, but I can manage. And it was full. Uniforms, armor, weapons, filled to bursting. Like they're recruiting new soldiers, preparing for an intense conflict. That's weird, Tim muttered. You'd think there would be more recruits in the city in that case. Yes, the elf agreed, unless they're out somewhere fighting without their uniforms and equipment. It meant a significant fraction of their fighting force might be operating under disguise, concealing their affiliation. Tim glanced at the letter again. The force that had occupied the base were only 50 people by their estimate. Still, I think we might be in deeper trouble than we thought, Tyrius, he muttered. We'll need to confirm this. But if my suspicions are right, we're probably in danger. And so are the others. He glanced at the building they'd just exited again, filled with scheming nobles and envoys. Filled with a lot of pointless ceremony and engagements that would at the very least slow him down and distract him. He might be jumping to conclusions, but a lot of things seemed suspicious, if he posited that they might be working against him, trying to take the base out from under his nose, and probably planning to blame their rivals. Chapter 334, Crossings. Dan didn't know how fast the first team had managed to get through the mountains, but he suspected that, for this part at least, it would have been faster. His own group was much bigger, and thus couldn't manage it as quickly. With a group this size, you couldn't hope to sneak through the territory. Instead, you had to be prepared to constantly defend against monsters. It was almost like they were some kind of beacon for them. Although it was funny when some of the monsters turned to fighting each other instead of the strike force. Not even close to the group either, sometimes, just getting close enough to each other while reacting to the new presence was enough to start a fight. Dan enjoyed watching it when he could get a good look. At least entertainment was one thing this trip didn't really lack, even if it was a big headache otherwise. Or maybe several smaller headaches. But he didn't really mind that part. He liked the chance to travel through the mountains, fight monsters, and then go help Tim out with some more fighting. Or politics, but that would be solely Tim's area, and he could just stick to bashing some heads in where needed. Unfortunately, their queen had also put him in charge of this group. Strike Force Delta. Someone probably thought they were being funny. Seriously though, why Delta? Gamma would make sense if you counted Tim's group and the first wave of reinforcements. Did they just want to bluff people into thinking there was another strike force ahead of them? That wouldn't work. Dan suspected Janice was involved. Regina would have definitely consulted her. Unfortunately, as had been pointed out to him several times and at length, he was a senior officer, with more seniority in the Hive than any other except Ben, and there weren't many people who would be trusted with this. Owen was already leading his own force. So he had to step up. At least he knew many of the people under him. Instead of the hodgepodge of high-level people thrown together for Owen, this was largely just an actual force detached from the Imperial Military Command. Still high-level, of course, they couldn't send anyone less than that here, so there had been some shuffling around. He wasn't sure a company-sized strike force was the best, but he had to acknowledge they could punch far above their weight class. Especially with all the other gear Ben had sent with them. And there was still a flock of winged drones above. It kept shrinking due to monster attacks, and it usually hung back, keeping high above the clouds or to safer areas, to preserve it. They'd still made good time, despite the size of the group. The first part of the trip had been very easy. The area had already been cleared, they'd started from a proper base, and there was an actual road winding into the mountains, as well as tunnels for some terrain that was less easy to traverse. They'd still had to fight once they got to the end of that part, but considering they'd been able to start much deeper into the mountains anyway, due to the gnomes' help, it must have shaved days off their trip. Maybe even more. It also helped that half a dozen of his new soldiers were actually gnomes, newly enlisted in the Imperial Army, and half of them had previous experience with the deep mountains. They weren't the most high-leveled people, so they must have been chosen for that reason. Dan didn't mind, they had already given him a few good tips regarding the route and how to react to monster attacks. He'd known the gnomes had been more involved in sending people into and occasionally even through the mountains. It was obvious given that part of their territory was in the mountains anyway, but he hadn't realized how much of a difference it made. Now they had made it through the worst parts already and were most of the way through the mountains. Considerably closer to the southern side than to where they'd started. The monsters had actually seemed to thin out a little, although he wasn't sure if it just seemed that way because their previous fights had made an impression. The kinds of monsters they fought had also shifted a little. Regardless, they were now entering areas where they might even encounter other people, or so the gnomes had warned him. It was still unlikely, but adventurers from the southern lands could get this far. Or, apparently, the dwarven communities. He'd also been briefed on information Tim had collected about the southern lands, and they'd been mentioned. It was interesting that Galatea hadn't said much about them, though. Maybe they'd kept hidden from her, or she just didn't find them interesting or worth reporting on. Maybe she hadn't considered them part of the southern lands when Regina had asked for information on those. Dan didn't want to speculate. Dan stepped onto a rock formation hanging a few meters over the path his company currently trod, although it was more like a small grassy patch that led up the slope they were currently climbing, and looked around. He adjusted his belt and the sword hanging from it nervously. It wasn't his normal weapon, but one recommended for the trip, considering its weight and the likelihood of having to fight one-handed. He was also currently wearing the Imperial military uniform with light armor, in the Hive Queen version. Their normal colors were blue and black, with a darker blue for special forces. He wore a thick gambeson reinforced with metal strips instead of the normal jacket over the uniform tunic, along with a helmet and shin guards over his combat boots. It had the added advantage of helping keep warm in the mountains. At the moment, since they weren't that high up currently and were moving uphill, it felt like too much of a good thing and he was getting rather warm. Most of his men, and women, although the human soldiers were mostly male, as well as all of the gnomes, obviously, were similarly equipped to strike a balance between protection and being able to march through rough terrain. Leg and arm guards were surprisingly handy when they had to climb. And Max had made sure they all had good boots, which Dan really appreciated. He watched them march, noting the way they were holding their weapons. All becoming veterans of the mountains now, if they hadn't been before. Their supplies were getting low. They'd supplemented what they'd brought with hunting, especially with all the monsters attacking anyway, but there wasn't much time to waste on it. The soldiers all carried dense, high-calorie provisions, but there was only so much they'd brought to not get weighed down. He might have to slow down and allow for more hunting or foraging, which Dan hated. The drones would be fine, but he didn't think humans would have an easy time finding edible plants here, anyway. Though some of them had magic or skills that should help. Commander? Do you think it's time for another break? Dan shook his thoughts off and turned to his second, who'd paused a meter below him. Not yet, Jeff, he said. Maybe once we're at the top. Can you go to the front, though, check in with our scouts and take point? Of course, sir, he nodded, turning to leave. Dan looked after him for a moment. The rogue was a veteran delver and had been part of Owen's party, probably for years before they met. As such, he was one of the most trusted delvers. He was also newly a captain in the Imperial Army. In Dan's opinion, he could have led this company perfectly well, although he supposed he didn't know if he was any good at diplomacy. Maybe they hadn't wanted to put him in charge for the political aspects. At least Jeff was friendly and seemed pleased to be working with him. A moment later, Dan hopped down from his pile of rocks, getting back onto the road. He managed to balance on the rockier part beside the main path, walking quickly to pass his soldiers. On the way, he smiled and exchanged a few words with them, offering encouragement. He'd been trying to get to know his people, and so far it was going well. By the time he finally passed the column, they were almost up the hillside. They were currently in an upper part of a valley leading between several mountain peaks, or maybe a plateau, since it was still pretty far up. From the maps he'd seen, they should be able to follow it for some kilometers longer and then climb around the side of the southernmost mountain, going along another ridge. And then, they would be almost through, and would mostly have to descend to get to the open southern lands. Dan was about to call for his soldiers to stop and take half an hour, when Jeff melted out of a crag between two rock formations in front, hurrying towards him. Dan paused and turned to him, frowning. Commander, he panted, we found something. A kind of quarry, perhaps, or maybe a natural formation. But it looks like people have been here. We found signs of pickaxes. Can you tell how recent? Jeff shrugged. Well, it hasn't eroded away yet, and the scouts say they found what might have been tracks, but they're unsure if those are from monsters or people, or how old they are. Dan nodded. All right, show me. Sergeant, your unit will accompany us, he added to the closest party leader. Jeff saluted and turned back to lead Dan and the others to the place they had found. The path was a bit rocky, literally and metaphorically, and he almost stumbled into a remaining ice patch once, but they all made it without injuries. The site was a bit higher up than their current resting place, behind a bluff and hidden from view from below, but as he approached, he saw it was still in a depression considering the surrounding rise in the terrain. There was a small brook, probably dried out for part of the year. 100 meters farther, he heard the faint sound of trickling water. Dan realized why Jeff had called it a quarry right away. It did seem to resemble one going by the layout and first impression. There was a hole in the ground, and boulders were scattered around the depression in the ground, some almost forming a circle around it. But something still seemed off about it. This looked like the same stone, granite, maybe, the surrounding mountainsides were made of. If anything, he might have expected some kind of caves here. Dan carefully stepped forward, keeping his steps light. Something here set him on edge. He gestured at the others, and they took up guard positions. Then he approached the depression in the ground, frowning down into the dark. A moment later, something shifted behind him and he heard a sound like stone grinding on stone. Dan whirled around, half drawing his sword. He paused at what he saw. In the time he hadn't been looking, somehow several people had appeared, as if they'd stepped out of the rocks. Which they might well have. They were dwarves, obviously, shorter than him and with rocky skin. They also wore armor and carried weapons. Be careful where you tread, travelers, one of them said. Itemalani, level 45 stone mage. Dan hesitated for a moment, eyes darting around. Where were the more diplomatic members of his hive when he needed them? We weren't trying to intrude on your space, he finally said. Stand down, men. This doesn't need to come to a fight. They did, and the dwarves visibly relaxed a bit as well. A moment later, shadows played around the other rocks and more figures seemed to melt out of them. In the end, at least 20 of them surrounded him and his group. At least they weren't bearing their weapons. In fact, their body language seemed peaceful, not aggressive. You are from the Central European Empire, I see, the leader said again. According to the system, he wasn't the highest-leveled fighter, but he clearly spoke for the group. That is true, Dan agreed, belatedly inclining his head in a gesture of respect. We are moving through the mountains, toward the southern lands. The dwarf nodded. Is your goal Varigals? Like the first party of yours that passed through? You're well informed, Dan said slowly. The leader smiled, although it didn't look very pleasant. Just because we live here, far from others, doesn't mean news doesn't reach us, Hive drone. We make a point to keep informed of what goes on in the world. And the birth of a new empire so close to us is rather hard to miss, even if your empress has not granted us her attention. Dan exchanged a look with Jeff. I'm sure that wasn't an intentional snub, sir, the Delver spoke up. Your presence here is not well known. Now that we are here, talking to you, we will send word back and I am confident Her Imperial Majesty will be eager to send actual diplomats to start proper talks. Right, Lord Dan? Dan blinked and nodded. Very much so, Mother would love to hear from you, he agreed. The dwarven mage cocked his head slightly. And you cannot speak for the Empire? I was under the impression you were high-ranking officers, and one of you a senior son of the Empress, no less. Dan bit down on a grimace. He knew exactly what the others would say. I am, he confirmed, and the Empire would honor my word, within reason. While we are somewhat pressed for time, I would like to speak further with you. I can see your mission is time-sensitive, the dwarf conceded. How about an invitation, then? We have some tunnels leading further south that should help you to your destination without having to climb the Grey Beaks Mountain. You can rest at our settlement tonight, and we can discuss common interests. We will then send you off with a guide. Dan tried not to look stunned. That is very gracious, he managed. Yes, I mean, we would be honored to accept your invitation. Frantically, he tried to recall if they had anything they could leave as a gift for the dwarves. He was distracted enough to almost miss the dwarf gesturing and the grinding of rock deeper in the quarry, as a hole opened up, exposing the entrance of a tunnel. Dan blinked, then turned to Jeff to organize their move. It took a bit to marshal everyone and get them to enter the cave in an organized fashion. The dwarves waited patiently, then went ahead of them. Dan put himself at the front of the group, walking quickly to catch up to them. The tunnel was low enough he had to duck his head, but exactly rectangular and seamless. It turned and descended further underground. One of the dwarves was carrying a lantern, and with whispered orders, some of his own men lit their own. How long until we reach your settlement? Dan asked. A few hours, the leader, Itemalani, replied. We will guide you. There are many passages and dead ends. Intruders who wander without help are prone to find themselves lost and stranded, prey for monsters. Charming. Dan caught his fingers drifting toward his sword and jerked them away. Sounds nice, he replied lightly. You won't require us to be blindfolded? The dwarf gave him a sideways glance. I do not think that would stop Hivekind for long, would it? Dan nodded, conceding the point. The gnomes weren't able to tell us your settlement's locations, he said instead. The mage smiled faintly. Of course not. I suppose that they will learn of it now is an unavoidable side effect. I do hope you'll be careful with whom you share such information. I don't take your trust lightly, Dan replied. Good. Now please be quiet, we don't want to attract any Earth WYRMS. Dan nodded and fell back a bit, chewing on his lower lip. Even he could tell the dwarves probably wanted something from him or they wouldn't be this hospitable. Maybe it was just because the Empire was powerful and looking in this direction, and they'd rather get off on the right foot. Maybe they wanted help against enemies in the southern lands. He sighed. So much for leaving all the politics to Tim, I guess. At least it was still a nice adventure. It had only gotten more interesting. He was curious to see their settlement. Chapter 335, Objectives and Plans. Annuus Eltarianal considered herself hard to surprise. She had not lived as long as some elves, but long enough to gain varied experiences. So, she did not consider it a surprise, not quite, when Sir Owen and his group of reinforcements appeared just in time, crossing the mountains and southern lands in a matter of days if not hours, but she certainly took note of it. The Hive's winged drones still proved a formidable tactical advantage. She had not previously been sure that they would allow any substantial number of fighters across the mountains, but clearly they had. Not that Owen Castaway's group was particularly large, but he had more men than were left in her party. Sorting out matters of command would have to wait until he awoke, of course. She presumed he would wish to be in charge, and most of those present would back him. That would be fine. Annuus might be considered an ally by the Hive Queen and Empress, but that was at least as much on the strength of a personal relationship as political ties. Besides, she knew Sir Owen, although a Delver, would be more than capable. The Delvers had certainly surprised her in the last few years, anyway. At least it was a pleasant surprise. They'd sent their message and there was nothing immediately urgent to do. She expected the night would take some hours to rest, and so slept for a few hours herself. She spent most of the remaining time trying to integrate the disparate remnants of Tim's expedition with his new troops. Most of them went to sleep right away as well, clearly tired from their taxing journey. Well, if anyone had intended to try a military action right away, it would clearly have been doomed to failure. Annuus contented herself with making sure their camp was secure and their scouts alert. She sat on a stacked bedroll at the edge of the camp when Sir Owen finally awoke. He sat up with a groan, rubbing his eyes briefly, before looking squarely at her. What news? No major movements from the hostile company, she answered. Our scouts are still watching. We've had no word from Lord Tim either, although I'd expect to hear from him soon, one way or another. Owen nodded. Hopefully, he murmured, getting up. What are your plans, Commander? I was mainly waiting for reinforcements, she said, a bit sardonically. Further actions would depend on their strength and orders. I was going to keep observing the newcomers, but remain ready to move further out if necessary. He cocked his head. I suppose you don't care for the base? Because it's not for my people, you mean? She frowned. I appreciate the trust Tim showed me by putting me in charge, and I intend to fulfill it by acting as he would wish. Of course you are right in that my role here and our people's alliance is, let's say, a little ambiguous for now, but Aridel is still allied to the Starlit Hive. I realize how important this is to them and I'm ready to support them. Of course, he dipped his head. I wasn't trying to question your honor, Commander Eltarianal. I apologize if I gave that impression. Think nothing of it, she reassured him. It wasn't a question of honor for her so much as duty, but she could admit that she hardly minded this duty. She liked Tim and this little adventure was a nice, exciting change of pace, on the whole. More importantly, she was aware that her presence and participation here was a tangible sign of the Elvish Free State's goodwill for an alliance with the Empress. Negotiations between the Empire and Aridel were still ongoing, but she was sure it would result in a very close alliance, if not an outright membership in the Empire. This meant she was required to perform well here. Now that you are awake, it is time to decide how to handle the situation, however, she continued. Do you want to press the attack? Owen hesitated, furrowing his brows. We still don't know much about these people, correct? Attacking blindly doesn't seem smart. We should at least wait until we've heard back from Tim, or know he isn't going to be able to send a message. In the meantime, what say we focus on scouting and finding out what they are doing in there? Perhaps send in a few of my men skilled with infiltration? Annuus tried not to smile and nodded. That strikes me as wise, she said. Who did you have in mind? What are their skills? Would any of them be able to pretend to be a local? For the next few minutes, they discussed various options and hashed out several plans. Unfortunately, the answer to her last question was apparently probably not, if they are asked any questions. There were humans among their troops who could pass for Southerners visually, but they would not know much of what their supposed comrades might ask them, and if the enemy had any reason to be suspicious, such a ruse would quickly fall apart. Still, Owen decided to proceed with the idea of at least sending a few scouts and spies, and Annuus agreed. If they were discovered, it would be unfortunate, but they were also planning to move camp, and she would rather fight their enemies out in the open here instead of trying to retake the base directly. She might not be sure of their skills, but she was confident of those of her people and Owen's, and in a chaotic, spread-out fight they would have an advantage. They still had the mobility advantage, anyhow. Perhaps we should try to lure them out anyway, even if our scouting isn't discovered, Dustin suggested. Annuus agreed with the sentiment. They sent their best infiltrators to gather more information on their opponents, then returned to planning. While she remained focused on the task at hand, Annuus also took note of the other speakers and their mindset. Owen was obviously still adjusting to operating in a military capacity, although this mission in particular was hardly typical and probably more reminiscent of his days as a Delver commander. She had few qualms about him, despite everything. He had a good head on his shoulders. The others also lacked experience, but they had enough of it to be better than she'd feared. Her own party members mostly kept quiet and let her talk, which Annuus counted as a blessing. The Hive drones were, as always, the most disciplined. They didn't seem to mind that none of them was currently in the highest command position. Several of them had already been sent out as scouts, using their, compared to humans, enhanced senses of hearing, vision, and smell. Annuus privately marked them all as high-value assets, and knew she would need to try to keep all of them alive if a fight broke out. It was an annoying constraint on a tactical level and might strike others as unfair, but such was the way of things. She did not want to be responsible for Empress Regina losing any more children, on a personal or political level. They quickly hashed out a few plans, including some contingencies, and accounted for ways of sending messages. Then it was time to move camp. She knew any other sites their scouts had found wouldn't be as good as this one, but her instincts warned against staying in one spot for too long, and they'd already spent some time here. And it really wasn't big enough for the whole force, anyway. Instead, they crept through the shade of sparse trees to a position a little farther out from the base, so as to hide better. There were 2 connected clearings in a small forest, easily hidden from the outside, and offering a bit more room. Several of their soldiers with appropriate abilities had already set to preparing it for the camp and drawing up the greenery around it to hide it better. Annuus could have contributed, but decided to preserve her strength and instead focused on managing the troops and planning. She would rather ensure they kept enough scouts in a proper pattern to facilitate easy communications between them, which was fortunate when they finally received the report she had been waiting for. They appeared to be looking for something, one of the scouts, a human named Marcus, said. They had been moving through the base in patrol patterns, but I have the impression they are looking for more than intruders. There was heavier traffic in some interior areas you would expect to be less guarded. Annuus frowned. That was interesting. Any hint as to what? Owen asked. No, Sir Owen. None of us found anything, another scout replied. Did you manage to confirm their numbers? Annuus asked. As we estimated, Alval said. 51 humans, 8 golems. A unit of 50 plus their commander, I would guess, and the golems as additional muscle. Did you see the golem artificer we encountered among the group? Annuus pressed. No, Commander. Not that I saw. He glanced at the other scouts, who shook their heads. There was no one with the name you gave, Lori said. Annuus nodded, then looked at Owen. He was frowning thoughtfully. However, whatever he was about to say was interrupted by one of his soldiers rushing up to them. Sir, Commander, he panted, the perimeter scouts sent word, there's a single traveler approaching our location. Apparently, it's a dark elf. That relaxed some of the tension she felt. Nukmi, she said, Tim must have sent him as a messenger. Owen glanced at her and nodded. Please pass the word to show him here, discreetly, provided it is him. The soldier ran off again and they settled down to wait. Annuus dismissed the other scouts to get some rest and then occupied her fingers with repairing the fletching of one of her arrows. They didn't have to wait long until the familiar dark elf stepped into the clearing, looking exhausted. He immediately headed for her and Owen, clearly unsurprised to see the reinforcements. Annuus assumed Tim had sent him because he would attract notice in Ilyusin or other cities in the south, but he would also have to rely on magic to move very fast. She restrained her curiosity until he had sat down and been handed a water skin. Then she glanced at Owen, who was examining the dark elf with an assessing gaze. What news do you bring? She asked. Nukmi set down the water skin and straightened up, looking like he was considering saluting but thinking better of it. From the way his ears were laid slightly back, she could tell he was not only tired, but tense and probably concerned. We were received with honor and ceremony in Ilyusin, he reported. Thaumaturge Zephyr was already there, having come by magical means, and made initial contact while waiting for us. The High Council immediately granted us an audience, and were quite respectful of Tim, who is, in fact, Prince Tim now. Apparently the Empress named him and a few others princes and princesses of the Empire. Annuus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That would be princes and princesses Max, Tim, Mia, and Tia, I assume? I think so, yes, Nukmi confirmed. He and Owen both looked at her for a moment, and she caught a few of the others' glances as well. Annuus declined to comment. Few seemed to remember that she was one of the first people who had ever met the Hive Queen, in this life, and her first drones, back when there were only the 4 of them. She knew they were in a category of their own in some ways, it seemed inevitable based on what they had experienced and seen together. But there were more relevant things to speak about. The city welcomed you, then. Did they seem eager for an alliance? Nukmi shrugged slightly. It seemed like it at first, but they didn't want to commit, Prince Tim told me. And they may be putting on a show to mislead us. Tyrius did some scouting, and found some concerning indications. He briefly explained about empty barracks, but full storehouses of uniforms and weapons. So, he thinks Ilyusin is behind this? Owen asked, clasping his hands behind his back. Nukmi nodded. It's at least a strong possibility, Sir Owen. And it seems likely there is more going on in this region as well. Have you found any indications that would support this theory? Owen looked at Annuus, who shook her head. Not quite, she responded. It seems plausible, though. If we consider travel times for a group of soldiers this size, especially if they took a circuitous route, the length of time it took them to show up might indicate they came from Iliusin rather than Ilion. That is purely speculative, however. Do you have any notion what they might be searching for here? Searching? The Dark Mage frowned. No, not that I know of, Commander. I assume the prince has a plan? Owen asked. He does, Nukmi smiled. I am not the only messenger he sent. For now, though, your part will be the most difficult, and he is asking another task of us, if you're able. He has orders for us, then? Yes. There are several priorities and objectives. We need a detailed description of their outfits and weapons, and an assessment of whether we can replicate them convincingly. Scouting out their movement patterns would be good, too, but I assume you've already done most of that. Most importantly, he told me to ask for an honest assessment. Do you think you can fake an engagement with this group convincingly without risking death or capture? Owen blinked and glanced at Annuus, who frowned thoughtfully. She felt she was starting to get an idea of Tim's plan. We should be able to, she replied after Owen remained silent for a moment. Is there a specific objective? Primarily, if at all possible, we are to focus on capturing one of their golems, as intact as possible. Ideally, without letting on that this is our goal. Secondary objectives, she pressed. Taking a prisoner to question, finding proof of their actual affiliation, and finding any information on their larger operations in this area, he replied. That's quite the list, Owen mused. I can see why he wanted an evaluation first. He glanced at the others, then nodded. We will do our best to fulfill his objectives. Annuus echoed the nod, agreeing with him. Trying to meet all these objectives would make the battle riskier than fake engagement implied, but she was still confident in their ability to meet this challenge. And all of them were obviously valuable goals. Do we have a time frame? Dustin asked. He didn't set a specific time, but we need to be done by tomorrow night at the latest. That was fine, lingering here without engaging would only increase the risk of discovery, anyway. Not to mention their supply situation. My instinct is to choose a night attack shortly before dawn, Annuus mused, but we may need to adjust based on other considerations. No, I agree, Owen replied. Let's talk through the information we have already and get down to the details. Annuus smiled. It had been quite a while since she'd been part of an operation like this. False flag attacks weren't much of an option when most of her time had been spent primarily fighting humans as an elven ranger. This would prove interesting, if not quite what she'd have expected for their first proper battle in the southern lands. She did enjoy a challenge. Chapter 336, Prospective Allies. Dan found the tunnels the dwarves led them down a bit nostalgic. They definitely reminded him more of the Hive's work than the old, underground ruins originally built by the ancient civilization which they had found under the forest. They were still lit mostly by bioluminescent moss, and their steps echoed just faintly down the stone corridors. He tried to keep a mental map of their surroundings and their route, but it was difficult. Still, he thought he managed to keep a general impression of where they were relative to the entrance. A few hours to get to the dwarf settlement seemed to be right. It meant the tunnels were more extensive than he'd have guessed. Despite the warning, they didn't see any signs of Earth WYRMS for the first 2 hours or so. However, that luck didn't last. Dan didn't know if it followed some kind of order. While he'd seen Earth WYRMS before, they were scarcer in the northern part of the mountains, and he hadn't paid as much attention. Now, he pressed himself against the tunnel, slowing his breathing on instinct, as something rumbled through the cavern ahead of them. Judging by their size and the layout, there was either a connecting tunnel or some kind of cave the monster was moving through. After a moment, he glanced at his troops, who were fortunately all silent. He held up a hand and gestured for them to back away a little bit. The group was big enough, walking single file or in twos down this tunnel, that it took some shuffling, but they pressed more closely together without making much noise. He was thankful he'd at least been saddled with command of veterans. The dwarves had obviously tensed up a bit, but were more relaxed. Their leader, Idamel, as he'd offered at some point, looked at Dan, clearly considering, before he gestured ahead and turned to take a few steps. Dan hesitated for a moment, before he carefully pulled his blade arms in, securing his armor and weapons, and lightly walked after him. The Earth WYRM was bigger than he'd thought, looking at it from a little closer up. It almost looked like it had used this path many times before and worn a groove in the floor of the cavern, although it might also be a dry water bed. The beast looked more like a large snake than a worm, lacking any limbs but with reflective dark scales and green eyes gleaming in the darkness like a cat's. It didn't look like a beast entirely living underground. He also didn't see why the dwarfs would intersect their corridors with its path. The Earth WYRM continued on its way, and they watched, silently. Dan tried to take in as much as he could given the dim light. Once he only saw the tip of its tail, he turned his attention to the corridor itself, and realized what should have been obvious. There was definitely a natural cavern here, but further on, and probably mirrored at some point on its other end, it narrowed to a smaller, rougher tunnel, a round one, just the right size to fit the Earth WYRM with a little bit of wiggle room. Clearly, they were using it to dig tunnels. Risky but convenient, he muttered. Idamel smiled, a flash of teeth in the darkness. It's important to keep bolt holes. And to time trips for larger groups. Come on, let's continue. Dan simply nodded and turned back to see to the rest of the company. They muttered faintly as they traversed the cavern, and he paid particular attention to the rock of the cave walls, trying to pinpoint the spot at which natural formations merged into the monster's digging. It was a pretty effective demonstration of what the dwarves could do under the mountains, if that was the point. He wondered about their ability to tame the Earth WYRMS, and whether other people could do it. Clearly the dwarves relied more on steering them, if anything, but it should be possibly for high enough leveled people with the right classes to basically control them outright, shouldn't it? It could be very interesting for their ability to secure the route through the mountains, but he had a feeling the dwarves weren't going to offer help for nothing. The rest of their trip was slightly tenser, with the reminder that monsters lurked here in the dark, but it passed without incident. They passed through a few more tunnels, going down one that wound a little like an enlarged staircase, and then into parts that were obviously better secured. They passed several points where the tunnel narrowed in obvious choke points, and he saw arrow slits in the, presumably fake, walls. The tunnel led upwards again after dipping down, which was probably a precaution against flooding in these caverns. Then it finally opened up a little more and they got to a bigger cave. Here, it was easy to see the differences in the structure that led to the settlement. The dwarves hadn't built conventional houses, with the cavern ceiling above, they didn't need roofs, and they seemed to embrace a communal style where many functions took place in dedicated areas that weren't separated by walls. It was similar to the Hive in a lot of ways. Also, building walls here would be rough, he supposed. There were still smaller compartments separated out with wood and bricks, probably bedrooms. But Dan only spared the architecture a short glance before focusing on the people. It was immediately apparent that the cave complex they'd entered could house a lot more people than there were. There was a lot of open space, and his company could easily rest here without disturbing the dwarves. They looked a lot like the group escorting his company, wearing similar clothing and engaged in a variety of tasks. The only one not at least writing something stood by a central obelisk that reached to the ceiling of the cave, wearing burnished armor, hands clasped behind his back, looking steadily at him. It didn't surprise Dan when Idamel headed straight for him. He followed him after making sure that Jeff was catching up. Iturkani, level 42 paladin. Greetings, Dan said, bowing his head a bit. Thank you for welcoming us here. The paladin nodded and extended a hand for a handshake. It is good to meet you, Lord Dan. Welcome to Atifi Aquila. Dan noted that his skin felt as rocky as it looked as he returned the handshake and tried to remember the name. He really hoped he wasn't messing up this meeting, he wasn't a diplomat. I appreciate it, he replied, figuring that being as polite as possible was probably best, and gratitude and assurances would probably fit well. We didn't intend to trespass on your territory without invitation, as it appears we might have. Also, I'm afraid I'm unsure what to call you, Sir Turkany? Turka is fine, the dwarf replied with a small smile. It will generally be a safe bet to shorten a dwarf's name by leaving out the last syllable and the last or both bracketing vowels. Would you like something to drink? Dan accepted, remembering to introduce Jeff as well. They sat down at what was clearly a meeting area with rough chairs, and he took a cup of water. At least it wasn't alcohol. I assume you're the leader of this settlement, he asked after a moment, to be sure. Turka smiled and shook his head. No. I'm not even a resident here, most of the time. Dan raised an eyebrow and looked at Idamil, Temel, who smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I'm the leader of our warriors here, he said. But this affects more than just our settlement, so I'll let Turka talk. Dan glanced at his company of soldiers, who were settling in, and mostly watching them with interest. Many of them would be able to overhear them talking. The same was probably true of the dwarves, too. I don't know much about your people, he admitted, or your culture. So I apologize in advance if I give offense. But can you talk for all dwarves? Or, for that matter, do you want to? That's complicated, Turka said. I'm well respected in almost all of the settlements. Many of our people live outside of them, in the human or occasionally elven lands. I still want to protect them as much as we can, regardless of any affiliations they have with specific villages. From what? Now Turka hesitated. He seemed to take a moment to consider, then decide to be blunt. I'm sure you have some experience with hostility based on nothing more than your race. Humans can be very intolerant. No offense, Captain. Jeff inclined his head slightly. None taken, Turka. My order has had to reevaluate quite a lot in the last few years. I know the southern chapters haven't followed suit. The dwarf leaned back a little, tilting his head slightly, conciliatory, Dan thought. And it will always be worse for those without a stable home or strong rulers to speak up for them, Jeff continued. Now Turka actually looked surprised, for a moment, before he nodded. I suppose so, he muttered. Well, we found some allies, but it's not a simple situation. And your brother, Lord Dan, seemed reasonable, and I think he would understand. Just Dan, no need for the Lord, Dan said automatically. So you've seen Tim? Yes. I was traveling with an archmage from Varigals, Vandalucian. We encountered his party and accompanied them to the city. Dan tried not to look surprised. He knew about that, at least. So, from what Turka said, he could assume Lucian was one of their allies. It didn't seem to be enough for the dwarf, though. Or maybe they just wanted to evaluate the Empire as well. You're familiar with the mountains, Jeff said. It sounded like a disconnect, but even Dan could see where this was going. They were going to talk about what each could offer the other, presumably. Very much so, Idamel said. I know you have the gnomes on your side now, but they've been largely restricted to the northern side. If you want to build a proper and well-trafficked route to the south, you will be going through our territory, or close enough as makes no difference. We could help your efforts. Or, well, you can guess, Turka added. Both of them looked very tense right now, almost staring straight at him, and it took Dan a moment to realize that they might be afraid of his reaction. He paused, his mind churning as he tried to work through the implications. The Empire could conquer them, he thought, considering. It wouldn't be easy given the terrain, but we've got Hive Queen and now the gnomes. It would only be an investment of time and some resources. But Mother won't want to. He hadn't paid much attention, but he did know she wanted to avoid being seen as conquering anyone in her way. Plus, she would probably object to the idea of an unprovoked attack on a peaceful neighbor for more reasons than just optics. If this develops as they think, they'll be in control of the pass, or at least an important part of it. The connection between the southern and northern lands. That's got to be worth a lot, right? He'd been silent for too long, and Jeff spoke up again. We always thought not much information passed through the mountains, but you seem to know a lot about the Empire. Idamel shrugged slightly. We've tried to keep informed. News is still coming, even if it has to take the long way around. Your offer is valuable, Dan finally said. I can't give you a final answer, I'm sure you understand, but I'll pass along any messages you might have and recommend a diplomatic team be sent to hammer out a deal that will benefit us all. I can reassure you that the Empress would much rather talk than fight, and your lives and territory will be respected. But I'd like to know what you want from us, in more detail. The two dwarfs exchanged a look, and a bit of the tension seemed to flow out of their posture. They didn't seem surprised, either, so that probably meant they'd expected a response like this. Maybe he wasn't messing up this diplomacy thing too badly. If you want to establish safe travel through the mountains, you will need to secure the surrounding area, Tejoka said, clearly still speaking carefully. It will involve managing the monster populations and allow opportunities for expansion. Obviously, we're not stupid enough to expect to clear the mountains of monsters entirely, but we would like increased security. We may want to reclaim settlements our people were forced to abandon, and secure resources we cannot access yet. That sounds reasonable, Dan said. Maybe the Empire would want some resources in the mountains, too, but he only had a vague idea of what they might be, and it wasn't like he was promising anything. We would also like the Empress' political support in the land south of the mountains, the dwarf continued. I know you are making allies and connections there. If we are to be allied, we expect the Empire's influence to be used to support and protect our people. It would be in your own interests as well. Dan felt like he might be missing something, but he'd felt that way for most of this conversation and clearly, he'd just have to deal with it. Of course, he said. The Empire is against any form of racial discrimination. Or other discrimination. We will certainly push for equality and advocate for respecting the rights and concerns of minorities. That was a boilerplate answer, but hopefully safe enough. He had a bit more trouble trying to read their reactions to this answer, but at least they didn't seem too upset. No one was bringing out weapons, anyway. Are there other demands the Empire has? Idamel asked. I'm sure there will be some requests, Dan said. Requests, not demands, sounded more polite, right? They will come up in negotiations. For now, I have to admit I am more concerned with my own mission. The two dwarves exchanged a glance. You need to move south quickly, I assume, Idamel said. Dan nodded. There was little point trying to conceal that fact at this point. We would also appreciate information, he added. But yes, moving this company south quickly would be best. Toward the region around Iliusin and Ilion, preferably. That was where Tim was, so hopefully it wouldn't give too much away. I will guide you, tomorrow, Idamel said. There is a good path, and I assume your soldiers will be sufficient protection. Thank you. Dan hesitated for a moment. Would you be willing to do the same for other Imperial soldiers coming after us? We can't speak for every dwarf, at least not yet, Tejoka warned him. There may be issues with other settlements. But I think we could, in return for some assurances. Dan smiled. We will be happy to pay for passage. And we will respect your territory, and maintain its security. Jeff shifted slightly beside him, and the two dwarfs exchanged a look again. It took a moment for Dan to realize how they might have interpreted his words. He'd been thinking in terms of dealing with monsters, not threatening them with troop movements or the prospect of the Empire chewing on their borders. Of course, Tejoka said coolly. You will have our assistance. Dan smiled, trying to look conciliatory, although he knew better than to try and apologize or try to explain he hadn't meant it. Trying to walk back his words probably wouldn't help and only create more confusion. Especially because it was probably a reasonable diplomatic threat, as far as that went. I appreciate it, he said sincerely. If there's anything I can do right now in return for your assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. They didn't reply directly and instead turned the conversation to the route and the company's overnight stay in their settlement. Dan tried not to second-guess himself the entire time, while he was talking with the dwarves and planning for the future. When he finally managed to lie down for the night, he was exhausted. At least it seemed he'd made some progress. Chapter 337, Skirmishes. Thaumaturge Derek Zephyr wondered how many of the people he was ostensibly working with right now realized that he had actually been to the southern lands before. He suspected it wasn't many, although Lady Galatea certainly knew. Perhaps the drones just hadn't seen fit to bring it up. And to be fair, it had been decades ago, and he knew little that would be relevant right now. Certainly nothing in the way of general information that Galatea would not have told them anyhow. He wished the ignorance had been enough to spare him from having to go, but that would hardly matter. Traveling here, he had been forced to leave his mount behind, which left him more worried than he'd like to admit. He didn't want to lose this one too. He had steadfastly refused to name it to avoid attachment, but he couldn't help that his thoughts wanted to say Lisa instead of the wyvern, and it took conscious effort not to. Of course, she was only part of the reason why he wasn't all too happy about this mission. There was nothing for it, however. At least Queen Kiera was largely more reasonable than her late cousin. He'd spent more than enough time as royal mage and effectively a glorified errand boy and punching bag. Sometimes, it had felt like he was single-handedly propping up King Nicholas' rule, and he hardly received any thanks for it. The new queen at least respected his abilities and didn't waste him on tasks a knight would be better suited to. He wasn't too thrilled about working for the Hive Queen Empress, on the other hand. Not after everything. Or, at least, he hadn't been. He did have to admit it was a much more intellectually stimulating environment she provided. He had great professional respect for Lady Galatea, and although he had little personally to do with the Empress, it was enough to recognize her as a gifted if still somewhat unpolished mage. While there were, somewhat understandable, trust issues, she seemed to coming around to respecting his skills, as well. Perhaps he should consider this mission a good sign in that regard. For said mission, he was currently traveling again, although it didn't strain his magic as much. He was thankful to have gotten at least a little rest in Iliusin. It had meant leaving Tim, the young newly named prince, largely on his own when dealing with the city's nobles, at least at first, but that couldn't be helped. He'd been awake for most of the planning, at least, and Tim seemed to take their Hive Queen sending him here as a sufficient sign of trust. Unfortunately, since he didn't have his usual ride, this short trip was a lot more complicated. It would have been easy enough, considering its short distance, but he was also trying to avoid any notice. Leading more of their enemies straight to the base the first expedition had found would not help their goal here. So, he had used a modified haste spell and then switched it to an invisibility spell later. Keeping both up would have been uncertain and too risky. At least he had managed to get good descriptions and maps of the area, so he knew where to go. He wished he could have chosen a mount, even a horse would do, but he couldn't be bogged down by worrying about where to keep it. That meant he had to traipse through the wilderness alone, following uneasy and winding trails. It reminded him uncomfortably of his childhood, before he'd been able to practice magic and leave outdoor work for the luxury of well-lit rooms and books. He tried not to dwell on the memories and instead focus on the issue at hand. Fortunately or unfortunately, the sounds of battle soon served to anchor him in the present moment. He slowed down a little and made sure to keep his movements silent. It wouldn't do to attract attention. Unfortunately, he couldn't discern much from the sounds yet, just the occasional clash of metal or battle cry. It didn't seem particularly heated, but then there weren't so many men involved here, were they? He'd known the plan called for an attack, and it seemed he'd came too late to see them decide on the particulars. He stepped forward quietly, sticking to the sparse tree cover as best he could. He had no weapons except for a knife in an inside pocket, but he didn't need any. Indeed, as he crossed behind a surprisingly thick tree trunk, he finally made out what was happening. It was a skirmish, probably not the first or the only one. 4 Imperials were fighting, or rather 3 Imperials, specifically a drone and 2 humans, and 1 dark elf, against half a dozen Southerners in unmarked mail armor. Both sides were using class skills, as was evidenced by flashes of light and heat and sudden rapid movements. He only took a moment to assess the situation. The next moment, a small barrage of magic missiles arced over their heads and dropped on top of the hostiles. Not every one of them died to it, but those who survived were quickly bested by the Imperial fighters. He stepped forward, noting with approval that his allies didn't drop their guards and instead only waited tensely, still arrayed defensively. He walked closer, noting the shifts in their body language, before he finally dropped his illusion. "Thaumaturge," one of the men said, visibly relaxing. He didn't recognize him, but they very well might have seen each other at some point in the past. "Your arrival was well-timed. You fought well," he praised. "Is there more fighting going on?" "Yes, Sir Zephyr," the Dark Elf Ranger answered. "We've been skirmishing with them throughout these fields for the last hour or so, after we managed to draw them out. I should guide you to the command group." "If you please?" "Please do," he said, nodding at the others. The Dark Elf, Alarin, sheathed his weapon and turned without delay. He hadn't been here before, but it wasn't hard to orient himself. Alarin was as stealthy as expected, and he kept pace easily. He had decent physical stats, since he wasn't given the ease of simply staying in a mage tower all the time. At the moment, it was a good thing, and he had only started to breath hard by the time they finally reached their destination. Castaway and the others had clearly done well and spread the fighting over an insignificant area. He assumed they were apportioning their forces to ease the numerical disparity and instead gain the numbers advantage in individual skirmishes. The Delver officer in question was standing with a few others in a grove that looked quickly grown together, not too far from where he put the entrance to the underground base. One of them was the elves' 3th-century commander Eltarianal. He knew who must have come up with most of the details for this plan. They all looked up as he arrived. "Zephyr," Sir Owen said, reaching out a hand. "The Empress really called in the big guns, didn't she?" "I suppose so," he replied, shaking his hand, then greeting the others. "I'm surprised Tim sent you. That must mean this is really the most important place to be right now. We could use your help in wrapping this up, as long as you can do it without showing off too much." He hoped Owen hadn't meant that the way it sounded. "I can." "What's the situation? Have you managed some progress on our goals?" "We attacked just before dawn," Annuus Eltarianal said. "We've been skirmishing for the hour since, and managed to draw out most of their forces. One prisoner who we presume to be a lower-ranking officer is under guard back at our camp. We've tried to hide our identities, but by now they will have a good idea. No fatalities on our side yet. Unfortunately, they've kept their golems relatively close to their base." "I see, that might be a problem," he mused. "We were just coordinating. If you can provide a distraction, I can lead a party to cut off and capture one of them." Owen glanced at him and nodded in agreement, so he straightened with a slight smile. "I'll give you plenty of time. We might also send a few people into the base in search of information or physical evidence," another officer, a major he hadn't met before, said. They quickly hammered out a few details of the plan, while he evaluated the group. It seemed they'd done decently well so far. Hopefully, they wouldn't mess it up now. It didn't take long for them to walk until they could see the entrance of the base, which answered a few questions he'd had and raised a few more. Clearly, the enemy commander was nothing special, or he wouldn't have allowed himself to be drawn into skirmishes. But the tunnel was broad, the entrance much larger than a typical door, and it would not be entirely easy to fortify it. Since the Imperial side had higher levels and more specialized class skills, that felt like a safe assumption. He could see the logic in not just sitting tight and allowing themselves to be attacked without responding. Or perhaps there was more to it. He'd had some experience, but he was hardly a military strategist. Instead of wasting time, he started his attack right away. Something effective and showy but not too flashy was required, so he relied on a mix of firebolts, wind magic, and the occasional bit of earth magic. Growing spikes of stone from behind an enemy fighter's head and seeing their surprise was almost satisfying. The fight quickly gained momentum and grew rather more serious than the fake skirmish the plan had originally called for. That didn't trouble him, they could adapt. He walked forward slowly, one hand raised and still firing off a barrage of spells. In the pauses, he layered shields on his allies. It would be embarrassing to lose one of his compatriots in a fight like this, if nothing else. Predictably, they soon faced stiffer resistance. he didn't let it trouble him and kept walking forward. It's all about the image, he remembered his old mentor telling him. Battles are won and lost when men believe they are won or lost. He'd found that to be good advice for the occasions he did have to participate in a larger fight. So, keeping a careful eye on his mana pool, he advanced, throwing out attack and shield spells, careful to avoid his truly powerful magic that would be bound to attract more attention. More and more of the enemy soldiers turned on him, and he had to truly work at it not to slow down. But it was worth it, because he noticed the sounds of fighting from a little further away, as Eltarianal's party had started their own strike. It was a good moment for a distraction, so he unleashed another barrage of firebolts, letting these ones be a little flashier, and then reached into the ground and poured his mana in. He didn't have a structured system spell for this, but it was too useful to not have experimented with it. As his mana pool fled like ice in summer, the ground started to shake. At first, it was barely noticeable, and he staggered under a surprise fireball from an enemy mage, his shell almost visibly denting. Then the quake was strong enough to stagger men, disrupting their formation, and entirely keeping their attention on his side of the battle. It didn't come without a price, of course. His mana pool was draining at an alarming rate, and if the enemy had any competent officers, they would guess as much. He had to stop, instinctively setting into a more defensive stance as he focused on defensive magic. At the same time, more enemy soldiers joined the ranks against him. He hesitated for a moment. If he pressed now, he could perhaps scatter them and capture the entrance to the base, and from there root them out of it. But no, that was foolish. He couldn't fight all of them himself, and his own allies were too scattered from their strategy to offer sufficient support right now. Instead, he grudgingly focused on the defensive, gesturing at the other soldiers to support him. Luckily, they didn't need to keep it up for long. He glanced at Dustin, who was currently leading the unit supporting him, and jerked his chin backwards, holding up a hand behind his back and closing the fingers one by one. When his fist snapped close, he retreated, using the strength reinforcing his frame with his modified mage shell, to get back quickly. The others melted into the terrain behind him. Several of the enemy soldiers tried to pursue them, but whistles and cries from their officers quickly called them back. He noted the length of time it took them to assemble, not bad, but not as good as the Imperial military would now manage, he'd wager, before they were out of sight. Well done, he nodded at Dustin. Without waiting for a reply, he started jogging south. Not being a complete amateur, they didn't meet up with the other group immediately. Instead, he covered their retreat with another strong gale, which thankfully took less mana and also helped hide some less obvious tracks, before he backtracked to their preset meeting point. It took 10 minutes until he was finally able to confirm that their mission had been a success. All of Eltarianal's party were carrying the golem they'd managed to snatch, what he supposed was a specimen of moderate size. He greeted them and managed to contain his curiosity until they'd safely returned to their current campsite and rangers sent out to make sure they were unobserved. Then he paced up and down the captured golem, ignoring the curious looks of the gathered leaders. This was why he'd been sent here, when Prince Tim could have just as easily used him in Iliusin. His magic would be a tremendous asset for a proper assault, but the others could have managed the fake one just as easily. The golem was bound in what looked like black vines, and clearly deactivated, given it didn't attempt to struggle. The only visible damage was to its head, but it had barely scratched the outer plating. It stopped moving once we got about 5 minutes away from the base, Commander Eltarianal said, anticipating his question. He nodded, then crouched down to look at it more closely. The material was unfamiliar, but, as expected, the same as the samples he'd already seen. He searched for a hinge, before finally finding a slight gap in the plating close to the armpit. Grabbing a blade, he managed to leverage it open, then carefully pried out the outer plates of the torso. As he'd half expected, there were designs on the backside, as well as in the inner parts. "Can you tell us anything about this?" Owen finally asked. He straightened up, dusting off his hands. "It will require further study," he answered. "However, I am already confident this is not in any way a hive-kind creation, or a remnant of the progenitors. The materials, perhaps, but not the construction. Too modern, for a given value of the word. I still need to evaluate the power source, but it would surprise me if there was any change. The others nodded. So, whatever they're looking to find here, they didn't put it into the golems, beyond the materials, Eltarianal said slowly. As far as you can tell, Owen added. He shrugged, not offended at the implication. I will still be able to tell you more about the creator and where they studied once I analyze it further. Finding evidence to link it to Iliusin is not going to be a challenge. Also, we'll be able to use it ourselves with a bit of work, he added. Owen visibly relaxed a bit at that. The elven commander had more composure, but she did smile slightly. He nodded at them both before returning to his analysis. Ancient or not, he didn't often get to study objects as novel as this, after all. Chapter 338, Reception. Regina had a lot to do, what with ruling the empire, pushing her reforms forward, restructuring the military, integrating the gnomes, training her students, intensifying her intelligence efforts in hostile countries, and yet, it felt like a part of her mind was always on what was happening in the south. Like she wasn't able to properly be at ease until she knew what was going on there. Maybe she was too spoiled by the psychic link. The knowledge that some of her people were out of her range, fighting and possibly being hurt, while she had to wait in ignorance, was grating. Maybe she got a taste of how most people in this day and age lived now, but that didn't mean she liked it. As a result of this, she had obviously spent some effort on the south. Max stayed for a while, and they were pushing progress on building their new road, perhaps faster than was wise. After some deliberation, Regina shifted her court to Forest's Haunt again for a while, since it was closer, and meant her psychic range extended farther into the mountains. This time, like before, Iris stayed in Sarah to handle some of her affairs, but the psychic link meant she was hardly out of touch with the rest of the people she worked with. Kiera actually seemed a bit relieved to get her own palace back for a few weeks, which Regina tried not to feel guilty about. They would hopefully be able to move to the new capital soon, anyway. For now, this also meant she was currently closer to Nerlia and the Western Confederation, so she decided she might as well take advantage of it. Of her new psychic students, June and a few others accompanied her, while a few of them stayed in Sarah. Madras had agreed to provide some oversight for them. Regina took the opportunity for a few more training exercises in the new environment, and she felt they were coming along pretty well. Soon, she would be able to actually use them for some tasks. Perhaps even screening people. By now, that felt more like an annoying chore than anything else, even if she still didn't take her looks into people's heads lightly. But it was astounding what someone could get used to. They'd almost settled into a new routine when new developments captured her attention again. This time, it was a message passed from a soldier Dan had sent back, unfortunately with a good chunk of their winged drones, since they couldn't have guaranteed his safe arrival otherwise. Max immediately sent more men to help escort him back once he was in range, and the psychic link meant the message was passed on quickly, giving Regina enough time to consider it. She hadn't spared much thought to the dwarvish settlements in the mountains before, which was clearly a mistake. Obviously they would be quite important if the Empire wanted to build a real trade route through the mountains. It seemed they were perhaps more present and confident than she'd expected from what Galatea had said and what Tim had reported, but maybe that shouldn't be a surprise either. They'd survived in the mountains, after all. Clearly the dwarves had to have some high-level people, if nothing else. Regina knew she had to send people to talk to them, as quickly as possible. Dan had done well enough, for being unprepared, and it wasn't like she fundamentally disagreed with his choices. He'd laid out some of his reasoning in the letter he'd sent along, and while he was wrong on some details, he'd correctly guessed the main position she would take. Regardless of whether fighting the dwarves would be feasible or a good use of resources, it was obviously much better to talk to them and come to a peaceful agreement. For a variety of reasons. Which didn't mean they had to give them everything they asked for freely. Regina knew she had the stronger position and she wasn't above using that in negotiations. Fortunately, she actually had people she could send as proper diplomats, unlike for her first efforts at reaching out to other people. One of the departments they had been building up was a foreign office, and although it was still very much under construction and in flux, they had a few people who were basically career diplomats now. Mostly minor nobles with previous diplomatic experience. but she would take what she could get. Of course, she also needed to send at least one drone along, for communication if nothing else. For that, she picked Vaya. She would have chosen Ray, but he was busy with the elves, and Vaya was already right there at the new base. Plus, sending a healer as her envoy should hopefully help show them that she had peaceful intentions. Regina let the diplomatic party take some of their fastest flying mounts to get to the base the Empire was currently using for their project in the mountains, from which they would go on with an escort. It was still risky, but she had also received some information that should make it easier for them to meet the dwarves at a safe spot. And if they didn't expect us to respond this quickly, they'll just have to deal with it, I guess. Regina was still very conscious of the old Hive Queen base Tim had found in the south, and any deal she cut with the residents of the mountains, or the dwarfs living in the cities beyond, she wasn't sure how that would shake out, would only help them. She had to wait until Galatea finally returned from another extended trip before she could ask another question she had been wondering, though. Why didn't you talk more about the dwarves? Her friend visibly paused. They were currently standing on a balcony in one of the newer wings the drones had built into the main base, after Regina's personal quarters had been moved. It was more accessible to the outside, while still being secure and providing convenient access to the nursery. The various hangers-on who'd come from the court and Sarah were housed close by, but one layer of security lower. Right now, it just meant they had some privacy to talk while having a good view of the developing city. To be honest, I just didn't consider it very relevant, Galatea admitted. The impression I got in the southern lands is that their remaining villages are scattered and barely held. Remnants that don't really have a bearing on anything. I tried to find one a few times, mostly out of curiosity, but when I didn't get more than the occasional dwarvish fighter, I just left. She shrugged lightly. In hindsight, I realize what I heard was biased and I shouldn't have assumed. Regina nodded. Were they hiding from you? Perhaps, Galatea mused quietly. I should also have realized hiding their villages was not a simple prospect, but as you know, I do less well with underground structures. Well, it's a moot point now. What else did you learn on your last trip? Galatea had already handed her another letter she picked up from Tim. Regina tried not to dwell on it too much after quickly devouring it. It seemed like the situation was getting a lot more complicated than she'd thought, and she really didn't know what the best way to handle it would be. Clearly there were also a lot of details she was missing. There was only so much you could fit into a clearly hastily written letter, so she didn't want to mess something up for him by suddenly sending new and contradictory orders. And Tim hadn't known the newest developments around the base himself when he'd written it. Political alliances in the south are shifting, Galatea said. She stood still, stiller than a human would normally be able to, seeing as she didn't need to breathe. But something about her still seemed reminiscent of shifting restlessly, maybe the movement of her eyes. I didn't pay too much attention to them in my previous travels, because I know they're ephemeral. But in the region around these cities, borders are being drawn. Alliances are being made. I don't think it's about a war, as such, it felt more like a political shift. Maybe they're developing zones of influence. She lifted her shoulders slightly, indicating a shrug. You would know better than me. Regina leaned against the balcony railing, crossing her arms. I need to get out of the habit of looking at these political situations as something fixed. Of course they're in flux. If you have an entire part of the continent dominated by city-states, some larger states may arise out of them sooner or later. Do you think our own actions played any part in it? Maybe. I can't tell you much, and like I said, this is more your area than mine. Regina inclined her head and glanced away, conceding the point. She was concerned by what she'd heard. Taking on a city-state or two was possible, even if they had to send troops through the mountains. An entire coalition or some kind of nascent unified state? With the logistical and practical challenges involved, she suspected it just wasn't a possibility. Are you willing to travel south again and help Tim with his plan? She asked. Galatea watched her silently for a moment. You don't have anything else planned to try and help? I don't think there's anything I can do, Regina sighed. I can't travel south myself, that would leave the Empire vulnerable. We can send more troops, but I'm not sure that's the best decision, and moving them over the mountains won't be easy. I need the dwarfs for that, and I've already impressed the importance of success on the envoys I've sent. So helping Tim's plan succeed is more important than keeping you up to date. All right. I'll do what I can, Regina, but don't expect miracles. And don't forget I'm doing this as a favor to a friend, not because I have to. Of course, I'll owe you a huge favor when this is over, Regina promised. Thank you. Galatea nodded and they fell silent, watching the city. Regina sighed and stretched out her psychic senses, feeling the life thrumming through the hive's base and through the minds of her drones. She paused. There was something odd there. She honed in on it. A new, unfamiliar psychic signature, traveling quickly. From the other, simpler mind close by, clearly someone riding a tamed monster, and it had to be a high-level one, considering it was coming from the mountains. The sapient mind had good defenses, so there wasn't much more she could tell, at least not from here and not without alerting them that they had been discovered by her. Regina? Give me a moment, Galatea, she said absently. She searched for the nearest gathering of drones, which were unsurprisingly at the base used to build the new mountain route, and alerted them to the traveler. It only took a minute to assemble a decent swarm of winged drones, with a few sapient drones along for the ride. Then she sent them to meet the person she'd found. A better look showed it was a single figure in dark clothes riding some kind of giant eagle. They clearly noticed the drones approach quickly and raised their hands before tugging their mount into a downward spiral to set down on the nearest flat area. The flying drones spread out a bit and circled overhead, cutting off any potential escape paths without getting too close. Gale approached with a wing of other drones, also keeping out of easy range, but getting close enough to talk. And to see the person's system description, which immediately caught Regina's attention. Reincarnation, Golem Artificer of unknown level. She did know who this was, or at least, Tim had seen them before. Who are you, and what do you want? Gale called. I come with peaceful intentions, the artificer called back. They lowered their hood, showing a pale, narrow face framed by chin-length dark hair. I would like to talk to the leaders of your hive. At Regina's nudge, he came a bit closer. And what do you want from them? Why should they receive you? Because I have some information they may want. I only wish to know more, not to harm your people. With respect, sir, anything else I will only discuss with someone privy to your secrets. Regina frowned to herself, hesitating for a moment. If she took control of Gale or otherwise fed him words, she could talk directly to this person. But if they didn't know she could do that yet, she'd be showing some of her cards. Besides, she was curious enough to want to talk to them properly. She communicated her intentions to Gale, who grimaced, but didn't try to protest. Come with us, he ordered the artificer. One wrong move and we will shoot you out of the sky. Of course. I will not resist. They took off, this time with the artificer's beast surrounded by hive drones. The sapient ones still kept their distance. Regina watched for a moment longer to make sure they made no sudden wrong moves, then returned her focus to her surroundings. We're getting a guest, she told Galatea. I need to prepare some security measures. Max wasn't with her right now, but she could already imagine what he would say. It only took a bit of time to arrange things to her satisfaction, and then Regina waited. She made herself focus on her work and talked to other people in the psychic link instead of simply tracking their progress. At least the group still made good time, the flying drones were rested and the Southerner's mount was clearly pretty high level. She assumed they hadn't tamed it themselves, but that meant they had access to substantial resources. Finally, the escort set down outside the base and several of the security team Max had left behind were there to take their guest into custody. Regina had decided it didn't matter if they saw the surface areas of the base. There was now enough traffic in the public portions of it that keeping information contained entirely would be unfeasible, anyway, so they went straight to their destination. Lanaciosa was given a bit of time to freshen up, then escorted to her. Regina had vetoed the expense of building a separate throne room for this base, but there were several rooms which could serve the purpose, and with a heavy, ornate chair on a slight dais as well as more decorations put up, You couldn't tell this had been meant as a common room for the hive originally, before they'd restructured. Several people standing around importantly helped, too. Ira had decided to add some formality to intimidate their visitor, so Regina was introduced with all her names and titles while Tia, the only one of her princes or princesses currently at the base, stood beside her throne and got an honorable mention as well. Laniciosa was clearly uncertain even if they tried not to show it, and Regina really needed to ask their gender at some point, but it wasn't high on the priority list right now. But they dropped to one knee after only a moment and bowed their head. I am Ren Laniciosa of Ilion, Master Artificer of the Shadowed Path of the Guilds of Tejoka. Thank you for allowing me an audience. Empress. Regina raised an eyebrow slightly. As far as she knew, Tejoka was very far to the south, and shouldn't have anything to do with what was happening. There was a slight question in the title too, as if they were wondering if Hive Queen would be better. You seem quite far from home, Master Artificer, she said. You claim to have information for us and to want some in return. Speak. They raised their head hesitantly, meeting her gaze. I speak of affairs of the hive kind, they said hesitantly. I have been investigating what remains of an old hive. I did not know there were any left alive today, or I would have come to you sooner. You are clearly behind on news, Master Laniciosa, Regina drawled. She glanced around the room, but didn't dismiss anyone. There were only hive drones, or those she trusted to keep their secrets here. And it was obvious what they were speaking of now, so she might as well bring it up. You must be quite brave to come here, either way. You were seen somewhere you should not be, perhaps meddling with what you should not have. The artificer pulled a face. I had no intentions of disrespecting your race or memory, Your Majesty. I am not your enemy. And yet, your tools are being used by those in conflict with my people, Regina said in a low tone. They bowed their head without answering for a moment. The people I am working with are perhaps not as wise as I would wish, they finally said. A poor justification, she scoffed, playing it up a bit. Is your promise of information equally poor? I tire of your equivocation. The artificer licked their lips and straightened up, meeting her gaze squarely again. I know what they are seeking in the old base, and what you may find there, Your Majesty. I know where what remains of the hivekind's knowledge is hidden. It should be yours to hold, so I will gladly tell you what I know. I only ask for some slight measure of your knowledge in return. Regina leaned back in her throne, resisting the urge to grin. Now, Master Artificer, she said, I believe we may have a productive conversation. Spreading her own knowledge was what she was doing already, she'd simply censor what they got. But she felt her rising excitement mirrored in the others in the room at what they might learn now. And even if it was overstated, she should still be able to use the Golem Artificer against their allies in the south to secure control of the base. Chapter 339, Company. The dwarves had been as good as their word, and Dan managed to shave some time off his estimate of how long it would take them to leave the mountains. Their tunnels led almost directly south and managed to avoid having to climb higher elevations, which obviously meant they could cover a lot more ground. They didn't directly lead to the cities in the southern lands, but by the time his company set foot outside again coming out of a tunnel for the last time, they were far enough in the foothills that it didn't matter too much. He was driving them hard, he knew that. Dan himself had barely managed to get enough sleep since they started. But all of his soldiers had reasonable con stats, and they could manage forced marches for a week or two. From the mountains, it was only a few days until they neared their actual destination. They avoided Varigals for now, since he'd decided that it would unnecessarily slow them down to be entangled there. Besides, he'd learned that the political situation was dicey, and without updated information, he wasn't sure if he wouldn't make some huge blunder by talking to people he shouldn't or giving them information he shouldn't. Who all did know about the base, anyway? No, better to avoid all that for now until he could catch up with Tim or at least get updated on his orders. Luckily, that was not too hard to manage. Instead, they'd headed on a more or less direct course for the disputed lands around and between Ilion and Iliusin, thanks to the dwarfs' help. Their provisions were getting low, but there was enough forage and game to sustain them for a bit, and while water was getting scarcer, they didn't have to worry about it yet. If nothing else, they had mages who could conjure water, though he'd prefer they save their mana for other things. Still, it meant they'd made decent progress so far. Right now, Dan was leading his company through open, hilly countryside a few kilometers away from another minor city, noting the way the landscape was visibly getting more arid as they progressed. His hand was curled around the letter a winged drone, one of those sent with Owen's first wave of reinforcements, he would have known that anyway, had delivered. It must have been a risk to send it, and he made sure the drone kept to the ground instead of the air for now. He assumed it had been strongly ordered to destroy the letter before letting it fall into anyone else's hands. To help secure it against someone intercepting the letter, it was also written in code. Simply using another language would probably have been best, he mused. Unfortunately, whatever process decided which parts of Regina's knowledge her drones inherited clearly didn't value linguistic skills and didn't seem to think more than one was necessary, so none of them actually spoke anything but global. It would have been nice to know the other languages she did. He thought he vaguely recognized some things, on the rare occasion he'd heard them, but it wouldn't be enough for writing letters. Instead, Tim had written his message in binary, with zeros and ones, like what you'd find in a computer, using bytes for letters. Even if people figured out the idea, others shouldn't know which base was used and how many zeros made one byte. He had also used a simple replacement cipher, so once Dan had transliterated the letters, he had to go over it again and replace them so the most frequently used letter equated to E. Because of all that, the message was necessarily short and to the point, but he hoped it still provided the information he'd need. The general gist of it was easy enough to understand, anyway. It was the details that Dan was getting hung up on. He really hoped the others knew what they were doing. Then again, it should be exciting even if it all blew up in their faces. Commander, one of the scouts interrupted his thoughts. Dan blinked, mentally chiding himself for not paying enough attention, as he'd barely noticed the man melting out of the high grass at the side of the road. Yes? Something to report? There's an altercation about a kilometer ahead, sir. We didn't get close enough to make out any details, but there were two groups of about platoon size. Dan blinked again, glanced at the letter again, then raised a hand to order a halt to their march. First squad, with me, he ordered. You as well, soldier. Let us there, quietly and discreetly. Jeff, hold position here and pay attention to the scouts. Second squad, be ready to reinforce us on my signal. The soldiers quickly did as instructed. Dan only lingered long enough to be sure his orders were fulfilled, before he headed off the road with the soldiers in the named squad, some of their strongest and also decent at stealth. Despite not having many trees, the terrain was surprisingly difficult and easy to hide in, given the craggy earth, differences in elevation, and persistent shrubs and bushes. He focused more on their approach, which was at least pretty easy in terms of avoiding notice. Of course, by the time they finally approached the location and joined up with the second scout, the fight in question was already over. It didn't surprise Dan, at this level, such affairs were usually quick and dirty. The battle concluded, Lord Dan, and the losers have withdrawn, the scout reported. Several bodies remain. The winners have taken their own dead. All right, let's go. Did you get close enough to see them? Describe the winners. It was as he suspected, judging by the soldiers' report. And when they finally reached the clearing where the fight had happened, it was confirmed as well. The weapons and equipment that must have come from this group were plain and unmarked. The scout had seen no identifying features of any kind, beyond a generic set of light mail armor and a sword, spear, and shield combo. The other side, on the other hand, the ones whose bodies still littered the cracked ground, half a dozen laying where they must have fallen, were obvious. Their equipment was actually a bit more diverse, which didn't necessarily mean they were worse. After all, soldiers with good classes and skills used weapons that suited those instead of generic crap. But more importantly, they were in fact in uniform, even if Dan wouldn't consider the vaguely dyed trousers and helmets much of a uniform, and there was at least one trampled flag he could see at a glance, of the kind you might attach to a spear shaft. The insignia on it, a spear, behind a snarling feline monster's head, was mirrored on some of the soldiers' equipment. Dan had been briefed for this mission and immediately recognized it even without context clues. The city-state of Varigals. Dan hesitated for a moment, resisting the urge to take out the letter again. "Leave it," he finally ordered. "If and when we get a chance, we will let their people know, but since some of them got away, I am sure Varigals will be informed anyway. We need to report to Tim." It took a bit more time, scouting the area and making sure there were no hidden surprises. The victorious soldiers had already departed, and Dan didn't go after them. He wasn't even sure what he'd want to find. Instead, he took his squad back to the main column and got his company to move on, this time in a tighter formation and on higher alert. "Do you think this was genuine?" Jeff muttered, after he had quickly briefed him on what he had found. Dan shot him a sharp look, then turned to the lead scout again as he came up beside them. "We found traces of the attackers withdrawing in a southeastern direction, sir," he retorted. Dan nodded. "Keep an eye on them until they pass our outer scouting perimeter," he ordered. "Don't get drawn into following them too far." He scout saluted and sped up to get ahead of the company. Dan turned to his second, who had wisely shut up and was contemplating his sword instead. "There will be more skirmishes, Commander," he finally spoke up again after a while of silence. "Won't there?" "Perhaps," Dan replied. "We'll be watchful. Don't forget our primary goal, here." Jeff gave him a sideways look, then glanced around them. "I think the prince's secondary goal is to sow chaos and mistrust, isn't it?" he muttered. "I'd say so," Dan smiled. "And if he should tell us to fight someone, we will. For now, we need to catch up with the other reinforcements that were sent." He could tell that doing so pushed his soldiers to their limits. They'd been traveling hard for a while now, and the prospect of potential combat at the end of the trip didn't help. But Dan persisted. It wasn't like he wasn't getting tired, but as commander, he had to think of the larger picture here, unfortunately. They were needed, and his men were soldiers, they could deal. At least they had gotten some more information on the layout of the area, and a few landmarks to navigate. Dan had made some plans in the evening, but he was having to update them in his head as they marched. That was another aspect of command he had previously underestimated. Although maybe that was also because he was also cut off from the psychic link and any other officers or analysts. He tried not to think about that. It had only been a few days, but he was already starting to feel the absence. He'd been prepared for it, of course. It would probably be worse if he wasn't. But he hadn't really done this before. His respect for Tim and the others was steadily rising. They walked on for about an hour or so, judging by the movement of the sun that was lowering towards the horizon, when a flying drone found them. If they'd been in range for the psychic link, it would not have taken nearly as long, and they'd have been able to easily communicate and send swarm drones between groups. As it was, he wondered if it had been ordered to scout. Dan called it down, watching with a bit of relief as it descended. "I'll make sure no one saw that," Jeff grumbled, walking off to talk to the scouts. Dan gave him a distracted nod, then cautiously approached the drone and started scratching its chin. Luckily, even in the absence of the psychic link, swarm drones were still swarm drones, loyal to the hive and obedient to a fault. Recognizing him as a drone, it relaxed and butted its head against him slightly. Dan smiled faintly, then stepped back to be sure he hadn't missed anything, but there was no letter for him this time. That was fine. He knew giving the winged drone detailed orders would be impossible, anything much more complicated than fly there would backfire, but he could work with it. Instead, he left to quickly get paper and pen, and scrawled a few words onto it. Then he tied it to the drone's neck and stepped back again. "Fly," he told it, to the biggest group of other drones around here. "Let them take the message." For a moment, he wondered if that had been too complicated, as the drone cocked its head and looked at him, before it crouched and jumped into the air, beating its wings. He watched it rise and skew to the side to drift off southeast. "Let's go," he told the others, then kept walking in the same direction. His company kept up with him. Despite his fears, or hopes, they didn't run into any other fights in the next few hours. Dan was considering calling it a day and making camp, so he could look for the other Imperial forces in the daylight, but it might be better to meet under the cover of night. He wanted to meet up with them quickly, but also be ready to fight. Enemies might have taken the base, but with his reinforcements, they would have enough soldiers to take it back and hold it. He assumed that was still the biggest priority. "Commander," someone interrupted his thoughts. It took him a moment to place him as one of their mages. "There's someone coming." Dan frowned and raised a hand to halt the company. They were trampling down a dirt path right now, spread out a little further than he'd have liked. He glanced at the grove of trees to their right. Nothing. By the time he was looking left again, the air was shimmering slightly, and then the light expanded to reveal a familiar figure. Galatea? She took a step closer, patting herself down, clearly an affected action. It wasn't like she had a physical body at any time, and nodded. "Dan. Good to see you again. I'm glad I caught you." Dan glanced at his company. "Take 5 minutes." Then he stepped off the path to join Galatea. "Did you see Tim?" She smiled a little. "Not quite yet, but he's next on my list. I spoke to others. Things have gotten a little complicated around here, it seems." "Then he's still in Ilyusin?" "Not for much longer, I'd guess." Dan straightened up a little. "How can we help?" Galatea looked more serious as well. "I'll guide you to the others. They'll need your soldiers." He frowned a little, noting her choice of words. "Are you going to participate in the fighting?" "What?" She grimaced. "Not really my scene. Besides, it's not like you'll need me. You're perfectly capable of handling a fight. I'll be doing other things with my time. Such as talking to people." Dan tried not to deflate. "Fair enough, I guess." It would have been nice to see Galatea in action. But he could understand that pushing her on it wasn't the best move. "Thank you for helping anyway." "Anything for my friends," she grinned, but he could tell there was something heavier behind the words. "Now come on, I'll catch you up while we walk." Dan nodded and fell into step beside her, trusting Jeff to look after the soldiers. Regardless of why Galatea did what she did, she was their connection back to the Hive, to their queen, and he found he really wanted that connection. He could only guess how Tim would feel. Maybe it was a good thing Galatea didn't want to be more involved. Chapter 340, Pieces in Place. There were a few perks to being an honored guest in the city of Ilyusin, regardless of the suspicions Tim had regarding their actual motives and actions. If he could swallow his discomfort and tension and pretend to go along blithely, simply concerned about foregoing a new alliance with the locals, he could take advantage of it. At the moment, he was enjoying access to their library. There were actually several libraries in the city, he understood, but the one he was in right now was the biggest and directly sponsored by the High Council of Ilyusin. Which didn't mean it was open to every citizen of the city, but at least they had some volumes designed for showing off. While he didn't have much time to read, he'd decided not to waste the opportunity. In particular, it provided him with a bit of privacy. And the ability to look some things up. Besides, checking out what sort of knowledge they had access to was a worthwhile goal on its own, anyway. If there was one thing the Hive and the Empire still lacked, it was a large collection of books. They had some, of course, and the Hive was producing new books with information you couldn't find anywhere else in this day and age, but they simply hadn't been around long enough to accumulate a collection of considerable size. Right now, he was reading up on some more specific information, though. At least he was, until some shuffling and a thump of the door interrupted him. "Tim?" Tyrius asked, leaning in. "They're ready now." Tim nodded. He closed his book, making sure it was level and that there was no indication which page he'd been on more out of habit than because he really thought anyone would care to check, then carefully placed it back on its place in the bookshelf. Then he straightened his jacket and went to join the elf. They didn't speak much as they walked through the building, conscious of the fact that others might be listening in. The library was its own structure, but not far from the main palace of the city that served as seat of its high council and also housed guests, at least for the time being. In fact, the simplest way to their destination was entering a side wing of that complex and then traversing the corridors. In the short time they'd been here, Tim had made the effort of learning his surroundings and was confident he could navigate it reasonably well, at least in broad strokes. He still didn't know where everything was, and the itch to track all of their guards and fighters made the situation even more tense. He'd been wondering whether they would even allow his party to leave. How could he not? It would be a direct insult to the Empire. It wasn't like his people didn't know where he was, so there was no hiding it, but they might think themselves safe enough anyway. If their goal was control of the base, taking Tim hostage would provide them a lot of leverage. In the end, if they really tried, there might not be much he could do about it. All he could do was try to make it harder for them and offer incentives not to. They finally reached the other side of the building. Tim went by the rooms they'd been in to check that everything was packed and ready, checking in with a few other members of his party. With Zephyr now gone, it felt like his people were dwindling more and more, and he felt uncomfortably exposed. It was about time to get out of this city. He made sure his clothes were left behind, all gifts from the lords to ensure he had appropriate attire during his stay, but taking it along would just slow them down. Instead, Tim quickly made his way past this wing and toward the outside. Unfortunately, his gathered party members weren't alone. He didn't allow his steps to slow, but walked right up to the group standing by the back entrance of the hall, Tyria's in step and slightly behind him. There were a suspicious amount of armed soldiers present, although he supposed they were ostensibly an honor guard, and, honestly, they didn't look that well equipped for an actual fight. "Lord Narani," he said, inclining his head slightly. "It is an honor for you to see us off personally." "Yes, quite," the human man responded, his lips pursed. "Prince Tim, we really would be delighted for you to extend your stay. Surely you're not needed back so soon? We haven't even discussed an alliance properly." Tim shook his head lightly. "I'm afraid we do have to leave, my lord. I have not spoken to the rest of my forces in too long as it is." He put slight emphasis on the rest of my forces, and watched as Narani's eyes narrowed slightly. One of the officers of the guard behind him shifted, tensing slightly. No one else acted. "Besides, Zephyr is going to be grumpy if he doesn't get to share his travels with Prince Tim soon," Tyria said jokingly. "That too," he agreed with a grateful smile. "And there's the rest of the Empress envoy to worry about. We really do need to resume our journey." Narani sighed theatrically. "You will not stay, even if I insist?" "I'm afraid insistence is futile, my friend. I'm bound and determined," Tim replied, trying to sound friendly without coming off as too humorous. "I see. Then I will bid you farewell, Your Highness." They exchanged a few more words, polite farewells this time. None of them reacted to Tim calling him friend, even if it was clearly a rhetorical gesture. The fact that Narani couldn't object and maintain his facade had to irritate him. At least Tim hoped so. Finally, the goodbyes drew to a close and they turned and walked out. Tim felt a prickling on his neck the entire time and had to resist the impulse to turn and look back a dozen times, but nothing actually happened. Well, that was tenser than it should have been. He breathed a little easier once they had turned a few corners and moved well past the palace deeper into the city, still sticking to the main roads. Tim's tension dissipated enough for him to pay more attention to the city and their walk. Their party still drew attention, but not as much as they had at first. Clearly, word of their presence had spread and at least a few people had gotten used to it. It probably helped that the city did house quite a few different races, from what he could see. At least no one accosted them. Once they passed into the outer reaches of the city, it wasn't long until they got to the gate. Tim glanced up at it. They'd decided to take the less traveled eastern gate, which meant they'd had to turn south later, but it was worth it considering how few people were using it currently. "Prince Tim." A man in the formal armor of the city's military greeted him, walking up to them with a broad smile. Another captain stood by the gate, watching them both, then shrugged and turned back to his men, who straightened up at whatever he said to them. "Captain Blaird," Tim returned with a smile. "A pleasure to see you again." "All mine, Imperial Highness." "Come, I'll escort you out of the city, if you please." He acquiesced easily and maneuvered so the captain escorted him out of the city through the gate while the other guards stood something resembling honor guard, but kept his party in between them. Once they were on the other side, and out of easy hearing range, the man slowed, and Tim matched his pace. "I see your task in the city was accomplished," Blaird said. It might have helped if he didn't give Tim a significant look, enough to translate the sentence to what he really wanted to say. Tim reached into his jacket and drew out a prepared bag, pressing it into the man's hands while angled so the rest of the guards didn't have a clear view. "Thank you for your consideration. I am always at your service, my prince," he smiled and saluted before turning, the bag having vanished with astounding speed. At least he wasn't stupid enough to check it out here. Tim maintained his smile and walked off with his party, unhurried and casual. The gold and minor gemstones in the bag had cost his mages a bit of mana to conjure, but he couldn't afford to rely on a small bribe. At least he was sure the captain wouldn't betray their dealings. He'd be incriminating himself for a serious crime, probably treason, if he did. "What was that about?" Ash muttered quietly. Tim only shrugged, not bothering to answer the question. He was sure the others could manage to draw their own conclusions, and honestly the captain's behavior was the least of his worries right now. Instead, he had to consider how to proceed. By now, the others should be gathering around the hidden base, prepared for a push. He was confident they could take it with low casualties. Their reinforcements aside, Zephyr was a powerful enough mage to be a significant factor, and he should have recovered from his travels by now. The soldiers sent as their reinforcements were also some of the best the Empire had to offer. No, they could take the base, and then hold it. Not indefinitely, perhaps, but long enough. At the same time, Ilyusin should start to get problems with the other cities soon, if they didn't already. Their conflict with Ilion had already been smoldering, but Tim was sure he'd fanned it. It shouldn't be too hard to at least talk to that city, and hopefully come to some kind of agreement, if necessary. The real question mark was Varigals. Tim was also confident there was enough existing tension between the two ostensible allies which he could leverage, but he still wasn't entirely sure whether Varigals, or a sub-faction in the city, had known or been involved in what Ilyusin was doing. If they did, it would be more complicated, although they might still pretend they didn't and wash their hands of it, if he applied enough pressure. He had already sown suspicion between them, he was confident of that. Getting Varigals to drop their investment should be feasible. Especially if they thought they got something from Tim in turn. If they didn't know, of course, it was also something he could exploit, and at least make sure they wouldn't support his enemies in the future. At this point, the pieces were mostly in place, but he'd have to decide how to approach it, perhaps visit the city again personally, or otherwise handle some communication. "Tim?" Tyria's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Are we going in the right direction?" Tim blinked and looked around. They'd made their way out of the city and went southeast, as expected. His messages had also included a rendezvous point where they could be picked up, but he hadn't described it in detail to the rest of his party. He thought back to the maps he'd seen, then nodded. "Just over there," he said. The area around here was kind of weird, to him. It wasn't mountainous or even hilly, really, but it was marked by crags and sudden differences in elevation. It was also carpeted in a mix of rough grasses, brushland and small copses of trees. That made it hard to navigate in general, but having the city as a reference point along with the roads, as well as his innate sense of direction, helped him find the right spot. It was just behind an abandoned village that had probably been sacked and then given up during the fighting this part of the South saw so often. His group steered clear of it, but in a small dip a few hundred meters further, they found what they'd been looking for. Specifically, a group of winged drones. 2 of them were sapient drones, and they greeted him and the others excitedly. Tim took a minute to catch up, noticing that he was relaxing a bit while talking to other drones he had not expected. He hadn't spoken much with these 2 before, but that didn't matter. One of them offered to give him a ride, even though Wing wasn't really a flying mount, but they didn't have many of those. Most of the rest of his party would have to make do with regular flying drones as well. For a short flight, it should be fine. Tim let them navigate, since they knew the way better than he did. He did take the opportunity to assess the landscape from above, noticing the positions of landmarks, and trying to spot the base. It was surprisingly easy, after a while, because there were still golems guarding the outside. Everything worked out fine so far, Wing reported as they flew. Zephyr said he can take any other golems they capture and make them operational for us. We're also ready to assault the base, if you decide to do it. Thank you, brother, Tim murmured, absently patting his shoulder. Take me to the other commanders, please? It didn't take long. They set down far enough away that their arrival wouldn't be immediately obvious, then hiked the last few meters. Tim paused as he approached their current camp, his steps slowing down a bit. In part, it was because it looked rather exposed, maybe they'd run out of good hiding spots. This one was little more than a dip in the ground, flanked by some scraggly bushes. More importantly, there was an uninvited guest waiting for them. At least, he better well hoped they hadn't invited him. Judging by the confrontational stances of his people, it didn't seem like it. Everyone turned when he and his companions arrived, and Tim narrowed his eyes, marching up to their visitor. He recognized him, of course. He'd spent enough time being his guest in Varigals. Archmage Lucian, he greeted him tightly. How did you find us? Lucian finally shifted his gaze from the others, mostly Zephyr. It looked like they'd had a lengthy staring match, actually, to face him fully, and smiled. Prince Tim, my friend. You didn't think I keep track of my allies, or my people? His eyes cut to Tony, who straightened up a little in the midst of Tim's group, clearly defensive. From there, it wasn't too hard to find this location. Tim suppressed a sigh. This wasn't how he'd wanted to do this. He'd love to ask Tony a few pointed questions, but unfortunately, now wasn't the time. I assume there's a reason you visited us personally, he said instead, drily, refusing to be pushed. Certainly, we have much to discuss. Tim looked past him at the gathered officers of the various groups who'd come together for this mission, greeting them with a nod and a smile, and watching their reactions. They all seemed pleased to see him, even under the circumstances. Hopefully not because dealing with Lucian was now his problem. We do indeed, he agreed. Deliberately, he set his pack down and then lounged on one of the overturned tree stumps they'd clearly been using for seats before, staring the human down. At least he'd be able to answer some of his other questions now.